One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance.
While your body is banging like a nail away, I'm a sleeping you off the ground at the speed of sound, yeah, the speed of sound.
Hello everybody and welcome along to the final Hankook 24-hour series race of 2021. And for the first time ever, we are doing a full 24-hour contiguous race in the United States of America. And we're at Sebring. Sebring, 24 hours on that surface. Yes, we are. Seriously. We back in Dubai in January and then rattled through, in March, Circuit Paul Ricard in April, Hockenheim in May, the 24 hours of Barcelona in the first week of September, Hungary in October, and we find ourselves now here after the Mother Nature and everybody else has conspired to try and make this race not work, but the massed ranks and, frankly, just, I think, mental powers of Creventic have made this happen. The bad weather in Rotterdam when the containers were loading, and then the tropical storm in the Atlantic, and somehow we have managed to get the containers with all of the European cars, bits and pieces, and of course our television equipment here to Sebring. They only landed yesterday, and it's all set up today. First of all, I want to pay tribute to all the teams, and particularly to 021, our TV partners, who have been up all night setting up TV, and we are ready to go for this race. It's extraordinary that we have actually made it to this point. Now, even now, we had a dry practice and a dry qualifying session. We'll talk about the grid. In ball, we had a dry practice and a dry qualifying session. We'll talk about the grid. At Sebring is damp at the moment because we have had some rain since we stopped the practice session, finished the practice session, and this brilliantly historic, wonderful. If this concrete could talk, what stories it could tell. It is a bit damp at the moment, but we have got 24 cars on the grid, rather appropriately for the 24 hours in the 70th year that we commemorate the death of the man that this raceway was named after. We'll talk about all of that in a moment. Let's get down to the grid, where, thank goodness, we have got Nick Damon to bring all of this together on his grid walk with Seb, his cameraman.
Hello and welcome to the grid here at Sebring. I'm giddy with excitement to get one of my bucket list circuits out of the way. There are cars there, which is a miracle considering the problems we've had, but Of course, the way you start any major international event is with the national anthem of the hosting country, which of course is the United States of America. And to play the national anthem, it'll be the Orchestra of the Marine Corps of the United States. So back to business hand, which is, of course, motor racing. And let's start by having a look at the grid and who is on pole in this strange event. Why, it is the Utronic Audi team, and it's Marcus Winkelhock who has taken that pole. Marcus, this is a strange event, but you've just done the thing a racing driver does and stick it on pole.
Yeah, we are happy with the pole position, but it's a long race to go, 24 hours, especially now. It's like conditions we never had since we are driving here. It's pretty slippery, especially in the beton stuff, so it's like it's going to be not easy probably the first couple of laps, but I think everybody will take it quite a bit easy, going no risk because it's a long race.
Give us an idea of the work the teams had to do since the container arrived, 15 hours ago?
Yeah, it was really tough, especially for the mechanics. You know, I had a good sleep, a good rest last night, but the mechanics, they had to unload the containers. They arrived like, I don't know, 9 o'clock in the evening. They started to unload the containers at midnight, preparing the car until 9. No sleep at all. Then we had free practice, qualifying. Then they went to the hotel, having a 1-hour nap, and then preparing the car for the race. So for them, it's quite tough.
And just a 24-hour race. Congratulations on pole. Don't forget, of course, for those European teams, it's doubly difficult because we are racing under proper American rules, which we didn't do with the 2 previous Creventic events in the United States in COTA, because they had a Formula 1 pit lane. We are racing with a proper over-the-wall situation here. So the paddock is where the cars are way over there. You've got the running, we're in the racetrack, you've got the running lane there, and just over that bit is where the pit lane is. But more of that, with lots of camera work coming on. Let's go to our second place, guys, which is the home team. Well, sort of, and it's CP Racing, Charles Espinel. Charles, you're back where it all started.
Absolutely. What a cool thing to be able to come back here to Sebring, and my home track. My first race I ever did was here, so it's great to be here.
And as a former instructor here, you must know every single ripple and bump.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's changed a lot over the years. Almost every year the bumps change a little. They're kind of the same, but yeah, it's a little different.
And of course, despite being the American team in the series, you had the same problem all the European teams had because your car was over the other side of the pond.
Yeah, what a mess was that. I sure hope the Creventic guys are taking some tagging because I know they got some ulcers the last week trying to get everything sorted, but they got us here on the grid, and we're going to go. Great
stuff, Charles. So Charles, of course, was started his racing in Florida. It's actually where he met Charles Putnam and Joe Foster, who are his teammates, who met here. This is the Lamborghini in 4th. Trying to see if I can see any of the... There's lots of drivers here, but they've got their names covered up, so let's have a quick word with Zach Leach. 4th place, happy with that, or just because of the lack of running meet, doesn't really matter?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame in qualifying with some traffic and stuff, but to be fair, it was just really key to get lots of laps in practice for everybody in the team. P4 is pretty good. It's 24 hours to make up some time, so I think we're in not a bad place. It doesn't really matter too much where we start, just to manage the start of the race and go from there.
Well, of course, it's the big thing, of course. It's damp. There's possibly more rain, but it's going to be tactical quite early, isn't it, when you come in for dry tyres?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be very difficult to make the decision, and whoever times that right will definitely take the lead early on. But Look, it's just going to be about managing the car around here. It's very bumpy and has a lot of character, and it'll be about managing that in the early phases and then going for it at the end.
Thanks a lot indeed. So there we are. That is the Lippert car. In third, it's the perennial, usually almost champions. Of course, it is the Precoat Herbert, the 91 car. Can't see any of the drivers. They've obviously just completely abandoned the car out there. The normal team of Alleman, Bond, Renault. So you don't get much. I haven't got a chance. No chance to play Renault bingo with the twins because I can't see where they are. Just a bit further on, we have the 92 car in sixth. I'm going to come in the picture. Thank you very much. That's now valuable, I mean. So, guys, sixth place on the grid. Happy with that?
I thought fifth.
Hang on, I'll count again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, guys, fifth on the grid. Happy with that?
Better than sixth.
See, you've got one place just by chatting to me.
Now, let's see. I mean, for the most of the team, it's a new track and it's quite challenging under those conditions. So, yeah, there's an upcoming shower, as we can notice right now. It's gonna be a thrilling start, I think. And yeah, let's see. We just have to survive the beginning.
And obviously not hit your teammate.
Just try to follow him. That's the plan.
That is a very good plan on the whole. Now, I'd like to point out that the rain is obviously all of the fact. Look, I've actually got myself a genuine Creventic coat. This is mine. It's only taken 9 years. So always good for a coat. Over here in actual sixth place is one of the most interesting cars of all. This is the GT3 M4 BMW. It's kind of running its own class, P4. It's a test car. Oh, hang on a second. I found a Renault. So I'm going to jump across and talk to Rob. I'll talk to you as well. Robert, you're at the wrong car. Why?
Yeah, I'm interested in the BMW. It's a
Oh,
car.
are you going shopping? You think, yeah, no more Porsches. There's a BMW from now on.
No, we're always looking at other brands. It's a beautiful car. Looks very strong and with a really strong lineup for this race, especially. So why not?
So you're the team manager as well as the driver. How much sleep did you get last night?
It was less than 3 hours. For sure, we spent nearly the same time like the mechanics here, so preparation was really long last night. Yeah, we are still young, so we get it done.
I see. You let Daniel and Rolf go to bed then.
Sorry?
You let Daniel go to bed because he's not quite so young.
Yeah. Daniel went to bed very early, and he also not drive in the dark, so well, it's up to us and Rolf this time.
Great stuff. Thank you, Robert. Just go up to Max. Max, in the very attractive M4. Are you allowed to win?
No, unfortunately not. No, we're just here to do some testing, get some mileage on the car. Yeah, and that's it pretty much.
I mean, you've had the advantage because the car obviously was in the USA. It's been here. You've managed to do some track testing during the last 2 days. So you're pretty much more dialed in than anyone else, would you say?
Preparation-wise, definitely, yeah. But now it's raining, so all of us haven't driven in the rain yet, so it's quite equal.
Thanks, Max. Yeah, it is. The shower's coming down, so the coat's very useful. By the way, I actually drove in the rain yesterday. We had a few taxi ride laps. It was chucking it down during one of my laps, so I can tell them everything they need to know about what's going on here. Moving down the grid, we got the two 911 cars. Well, the Porsche. I'm just looking for a particular Porsche driver. I don't think he's actually here, which is disappointing. So there've been a few changes. Let's keep rolling down. I've heard the first. That was a good word. A quick word with our leader in. Hang on, I'll get this. Hello again. Hello. I'm literally every single picture going. So Sam, you have a chance of winning the trophy, the international championship.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, we're 11 points ahead, I believe. So going to keep it clean, bring the car home, and hopefully come home with a big trophy.
Do you have a lot of experience at Sebring? Obviously, doing a lot of your racing over here.
This is actually my very first time here, so I'm getting my first 2 laps here this past 2 days. It's been awesome.
So do you think a bigger challenge is the race or holding on to the umbrella?
Yes. I'm about to fly away, honestly.
So Sam Tam about to do her very own Mary Poppins impersonation. Good luck. There we are, utterly delightful in every possible way. Moving down. Come on, Sam. No, there you go. So we have the R8 there of the 499 car. Some of the people are beginning to get into, that's the Ducati family outing car, the 489 Mercedes. Back past the Vortex. Let's see if we can grab a word. We've never talked to a Vortex driver. Hello. So, you're one of the teams in with a chance of the international trophy. Do you think you can make it?
Of course, we are looking for it, and we have put our best driver for the start.
Now, with this car, it either runs the entire time with no problems, or it has lots of little problems. Do you think you've got to the bottom of all those niggling issues?
No, for sure. We'll have no problem this time, and we really like the racetrack, and yeah, it totally fits the car.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's the Vortex team, of course, stalwarts of Creventic. As we carry on moving down, because we're going to get to the pole position in the TCE class. Now, interestingly, of course, as it started to rain, there are actually less people about, so I may have to do the older leaning in. I'm going to lean into the door, and we'll find out who's starting this car. Is it, who's starting? Is it Auntie? Who's a start? Auntie? Is it Auntie Mary? It is. No, it's what is you're starting here in pole in the TC class? What's your plans?
Stay on the track.
Yeah, it's his first time done any wet running, so it's going to be a voyage of discovery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, there is a lot of concrete, asphalt concrete. It's exciting.
So, Auntie, you've done a lot of racing with this team, but not recently. What have you been doing this season then, apart from because we haven't seen you much in the TCR car?
No, this is my first endurance race this year. I've been doing TCR Italy with the Hyundai.
Gone well?
Yeah, championship won, so it's okay.
That's not bad. Winning the championship isn't bad, really. Went quite well. Over on the other side, it's the Autorama car. This is the other car with the championship chance. We'll just try and get it's Jasmine who's starting the car. Jasmine, it's a bit of an extra challenge, isn't it? You're sitting down there. It looks fine. Apart from it's now soaking wet.
Yeah, it's a little bit wet. So, but the first time here and wet, but it's for all guys the same. So that's racing.
So obviously you have no real experience, of course, of this track in the wet, and you've got all the multiple different surfaces. It's going to be really strange. You've got concrete, you've got old tarmac, you've got new tarmac.
No, we have no experience here. So also in dry, this morning it was the first time for me and for the team. But yeah, we do the best.
It'll be great. Yeah, this if you look down here, of course, this is what makes the whole of SEBRING famous. It's this concrete stuff, which they use on bits of the M25 and doesn't give much grip there, and also incredibly noisy as well. Now, eagle-eyed among you will notice that a car is missing, and that car is the 101 Red Camel Jordan's TCR. But where is it? Well, apparently there has been an issue with the car itself. They've had some problems with the car. They've had to take away, and they're actually trying to convert their entry into a GT4 one using a BMW that's left over. I was actually up there in the timekeepers officers. Evo was trying to get that rule changed, and so it's likely that car either won't start or will rejoin as a completely different but GT4 car. So we'll see whether Evo's powers of persuasion will work. So we're being taken off the grid, which is my chance to try and have a sit down and a lie down and try and get dry again, and I'll hand you back to John Hindhoff.
In the global broadcast booth, Nick Damon, as ever, doing the ultimate grid walk. Isn't it great that we've got these cars here? All right, we've got a bit of precipitation. Here's how they're going to line up. It is the Rootronic Racing by TECE GT3 Audi that will start at the front of the grid. CP Racing with EMG GT3 with Charles Esplanade starting the car. He will be on the outside of the front row. Outside the front row going down into turn one. You can get around the outside here. I'm not sure that's a massive disadvantage. It's Herbert and their Porsche and Lamborghini with Lippert, 91 and 10 on row 2. The second of the Herbert car, Jürgen Hering, Bobby Gonzalez, Wolfgang Triller, Felix Neuhofer and Marco Seefried, who'll start the car with their Porsche. And then that kind of out of competition, not quite in the GT3 class, BMW M Motorsports, being run by Rahal Letterman Lanigan, who will be running this car, one of these cars next year in GTD Pro in IMSA. They are absolutely not wanting to take their eye off the ball in developing the Dallara chassis for LMDH. Bill Oberlin and Robbie Foley from Turner Motorsport, James Clare, Neil Verhagen and Max Hesse, the two two BMW Junior drivers. Row 4, it's all Porsche affair with the MRS GT Racing GTX number 987. That's the 7th place car, and Veely Motors by EB Motors on the outside of row 4 in 8th position in the number 955. Then it's the Huracan Super Trofeo Lightbet Motorsport in 9th position on the inside of row 5, with the second of the MRS Porsches alongside. ST Racing, Samantha Tan, Chandler Hull, John Miller Hill start the car, Nick Whitmer and Dryson Morris down there. They are the top GT4 category car. Alongside them, the Lion Speed by Car Collection, Jörg Wieban starting that car. That's the car that has Patrick Niederhauser, Patrick Kolb and Jose Garcia alongside. That's 11th and 12th on row 6. Row 7, RPM Racing, Tracy Cron, Nicholas Jonsson, Patrick Heisman and Andy Lally. Well, names to conjure with there, and all know these American tracks in the Porsche number 907. Rentec Motorsport is a GT4 AMG. This is the Ducati family outing that you heard Nick talking about. David Chapman and Wayne Ducati, pro driver Cal Marcelli from up north in Canada, Alan Metney joining Porsche refugee, lost out on the Porsche Carrera Cup North America Pro-Am Championship in the last race at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, literally 7 days ago. So he'll be looking for a bit of redemption here. On the inside of row 8 in 15th position is the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of Heart of Racing team. This is the 423 car. Ian James and Roman De Angelis with Alex Riberas. Absolutely normal and usual drivers for the Heart of Racing team. Gray Newell jumping into that car as well, but a GT4, remember this one. Vortex have their V8 on the outside of row 8. It'll be Philippe Bonnell who'll start the 701 in 16th position. On row 9, Nola Sport, bit late on parade today. They had they ran out really late in their Cayman Club Sport in 17th position for the 470. It'll be Jason Hart that starts that car. Josh Norman will start the Tanger Associates 421 team ACP BMW. They had an accident at Sunset in the free practice that didn't bring out a red flag, but we did have a full course caution. Well, actually we didn't. We had a code 60 full course purple here, and remember we will be running code 60s here in the USA as we have done in the past, so something for you trackside particularly to listen to here. I know that you're listening to us on the PA here. Oh, I've only got to talk for another 6 hours, that might be a problem. On the inside of row 11, it's the pole position TCR, therefore TCE part of the race. This is Autorama Motorsport by Volv Power Racing. This is the Golf GTI. We've seen these before in the States, and there's 2 of them side by side, 112 and the number 1. Not seeing them so much this year in the Pilot Challenge, but it's nice to have them back. 188 is AC Motorsport with Mathieu Dutrey, who will be starting the car that also has Rick Breukers, Matthew Taskin, the Canadian, and Stefan Panin, the Frenchman, in it as well. And rounding up the 24 is the 226 Nordschleifer Racing. This is the Ligier GS2R, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Behind them is the Red Candle Racing Jordan's TCR. Well, we know that's not there, and they're trying to get another car into the race, but we do have the Ginetta G55. This is the blue and black car. Colin White, Jean-Francois Bruneau and the rest of the team, they will be starting that car. And I've raced a Ginetta G55. It's a brilliant, brilliant car. Peter Mackay is alongside me, John Hindhoff, in the global broadcast booth. Sebring in November, in the wet, and 24 hours straight through, Peter. A fool's errand or exciting? You be the judge.
Definitely the latter, John. Definitely the latter. As soon as I saw this on the calendar, I had the same questions that you mentioned when we came into the top of the show, going, surely it can't be 24 hours straight. Surely not. That's a ridiculous idea. But this is, of course, what the teams are about to go through is something that was very much the exclusive playground of, you know, the Audi factory team of the mid-2000s, a 24-hour test at Sebring. But a competitive race is just going to be fantastic. And I cannot think, apart from maybe the 24 hours of Nürburgring, a test of a racing car and a team of drivers than this.
You're absolutely right. I joked in Midweek Motorsport this week over on RS1 that I hope they've all got good dental plans, but in point of fact, all of the big teams, all of the big factory teams in the LMP1 and the LMP hybrid days wanted to come here. They said that 12 hours of Sebring was harder than 24 hours of Le Mans, and they did 24 or 25 hours here straight through. Audi, Porsche, all of the big teams came here, and down through the years this has been a massive test of man and machine. Mario Andretti, when he came here, and remember this is also, we go back to 1950 here, and we'll talk a bit about the history in a moment. Mario Andretti said here it was a little bit different then. The first thing about Sebring is working out which way you drive, because it was just almost the bare runways back when Mario was racing, and if you spun off you had to wait for 2 or 3 cars to go by to work out which way you had to rejoin. The history of this place is outstanding. It was originally Hendricks Field, which was a training base for B-17 crews, and the first race was run here on New Year's Eve in 1950s. Why is it called, in 1950 rather, why was it called Hendricks Field? Well, First Lieutenant Lane Woodruff Hendricks, who was a native of Jacksonville, Florida, just up the coast a little way, well, depends how quick you drive, was a graduate of West Point and a qualified B-17 flyer. He came over to the UK, and not 5 miles from where I live, he was here to instruct RAF pilots on what was then the B-17C, which was the RAF Fortress 1, and 3 days after he got into the UK, he was killed in a flying accident at Polbrook, RAF Polbrook, which is literally not 5 miles from my house. It's the 70th anniversary of his death. He died on the 28th of July 1941. I was up there in the summer to go there and pay my respects, because Sebring has been such a big part of my life, and it's extraordinary to me that back in the UK, Sebring and where I live is almost absolutely inextricably drawn together. We've got darkness. We will have over 13 hours from sunset to sunrise, and we have got 24 cars on the grid for the first Hankook 24-hour race that will be a full 24 hours straight through. We're going to take a second formation lap for the point that we see in European racing quite a lot, is that we have not had any wet weather running. So everybody's getting the opportunity to warm up the tyres. We'll get a shout up from Nick Damon in the pit lane about who's taking the wets, but I think, Peter, looking at this, that pretty much everybody will have gone on wet tyres, because that is too dry for me, as a very conservative with a small C racing driver. I think that's too wet for dry tyres. I think everybody will have started on the Hankook wets.
I think that's a very wise call. I mean, any race at Sebring is a matter of survival, but particularly 24 hours. And like we say, a lot of the teams have never raced here before. They've all had a big rush to get the cars ready. And yeah, I mean, you would be very bold to go on anything other than a wet tyre right now, the way the conditions are. It's very shiny on the kind of concrete surface. So I think this is wise for all concerned. Now, just notice the RPM, the Krone Racing Porsche Cup car going quite steady in the train. Now, I don't know if it's found its position back again, but was dropping back in the order there, John. That's odd. I don't know if you saw the same, but
yeah, I did. I wonder if that will.
Line.
They might get that back together. Hello to Race Car Nerd, Trackside. Hello to Jerry as well. Gerasimos. Jerry was at turn 8 earlier on. There are crowds here. There are spectators here. I suspect that some of them will be taking to their cars at the moment, but we're on the PA. If you're getting back into your car, don't forget you can tune into us on RS1 at player@radiolemans.co, and that will get to you. Radio Le Mans, player@radiolemans.co. Then you can stream the audio as well if you can't hear us on the PA because you've got your car window wound up. Great to see the crowds here in Green Park, down by turn 10 on the inside of Fangio, 8 and 9, the Fangio chicane, and Cunningham at turn 10. It's a 3 3/4 mile, or just over 6 kilometre circuit here. In terms of lap records, well, we're not going to see that kind of pace with this dampness, but the GT3 lap record, it's our top class here, that's Pat Long, set this year in the IMSA race at a 2 minutes .808 in a GT3R for Wright Motorsports. The Carrera Cup record, albeit a 992 Carrera Cup car, that was set in that same meeting at a 2:02.999 by Seb Prio. In GT4, again in that same weekend, guess what? Another Porsche, this time a GT4 Cayman Club Sport, Jan Helen. Again for Wright Motorsports, 2:10.899. DCR record set by Denis Dupont in an Audi with a 2:14.799. And I'm hearing from Nick Damon that we did in fact lose at the end of the first formation lap, the number 421. That has gone into the pit lane. That's the Team ACP Tanger Associates, Catesby Jones in the BMW M4 GT4. So that has gone into the pit lane. That's the car that was crashed at Sunset, turn 17, in the free practice session. So we're lining up behind Marcus and alongside Marcus Winkelhock. It's 2x2 down the Ullman straightaway, named for Alec Ullman, the man who came up with the idea of racing here in the first place. So Rutronic and Marcus Winkelhock and Charles Espenlaub, Audi, Mercedes, Porsche and Lamborghini behind for Herbert and Leipert. 18, 85, 91 and 10. And as if it wasn't going to be difficult enough, it is now raining a little bit harder. The Chevrolet Corvette, how appropriate is that with America's sports car leading the field round, has disappeared and will pull off right into the normal IMSA pit lane. That's the one that we're using, and we're ready to go racing for the first ever full flag-to-flag 24-hour race from the 24-hour series powered by Hankook here in the United States. 24 hours on the clock and we're racing, and the spray rises on that historic concrete that Sir Jack Brabham pushed his car to the checkered flag in the Formula One race, the original home of the F1 Grand Prix here in the US. Jack Brabham pushing his car, of course, across the line here back in the day, in the sports car race rather, not the F1 race. But what a great start at the front of the field. It's all pretty clean so far. The Porsche's coming through, the 710. Leipert Motorsport, Kenton Cook, he's raced here before. Multiple Mazda scholarship winner. He's driven just about everything and every class in IMSA competition, and he's working his way through these conditions. Surely will hold no worries for him. The BMW, and out comes the 438 from the pit lane, the Samantha Town Racing John Miller car. Now that started on pole position in GT4, so that car's back in the pit lane. Also making up ground, the 499, the Lion Speed by Car Collection. That now leads GT4 for Jörg Wiebahn in the Audi. So there's been a few teams deciding maybe that was tyre changes, maybe there were some people on slick tyres. I'm just checking through to see who started BMW's new M4. It was Max Hesse, part of the youngest team ever to compete in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Well, Peter, it seems to me that one or two people have dived in. I wonder if they were trying to take a chance on tyres and they've realised that that wasn't the way to go.
It's actually quite a smart play, in fact, to take the risk and, you know, look at the track and get an idea for it around the 2 pace laps and thinking, okay, no, we'll give back our grid position and then we'll put the right tyre on, because if it had paid off, then of course the potential payout is massive and the fallback, the kind of downside isn't as much. But straight away, Marcus Winkelhock and Charles Espenlaub were actually getting a little bit door to door on the run down to turn 1. So they're playing for keeps already at the front, and we know that Marcus Winkelhock very you know, very quiet and softly spoken, but when he gets behind the wheel, he morphs into a kind of incredible Hulk of a driver. But you need to watch out, I think, for that that Lamborghini, the Leipert Motorsport machine of Brendan Leach. What a great start. And also huge props to Sabino De Castro, a late entry for Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors. Clearly racing in Brazil makes you quite good in these conditions, using the rear engine layout of the Porsche 911 Cup car, and he's carving through the pack up the front.
Hello to Mark Whiteleg, who's tweeting us at RSL Studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us. RSL Sebring 24 is the hashtag if you want to use that. Mark says, just a great shout out to everyone at Creventic to get this show on the road. Fair play to the lovely ladies and gentlemen. Pat on the back when their backs were up against the wall. Can't wait to see how this goes. And by the way, all of the authorities at Port Everglades, how they offloaded and cleared the containers as quick as they did. A fewer than, 15 hours ago. Ian McCarthy has only an hour of Saturday left in Europe, but he's officially extending his birthday till midnight Eastern Standard Time. Seems reasonable, he says. Calling it now. Best birthday present ever, and tuned in. As is Larry Lee, currently watching via YouTube on the Apple TV. At RSL Studio and Radio LeMans.com. We've got the streaming video on there. We've got all of the timing via 24hseries.com, and it's John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay taking you through the first quarter of this event with Nick Damon and Andrew Marriott in the pit lane with Nick Damon. We'll talk to those guys in a moment. Still no start for Red Camel in any car whatsoever. And the Rutronic Racing Marcus Winkelhock driven car leads now by 0.8 of a second down the back straight to turn 17. It's bumpy on the way in, it's bumpy in the middle, and it's even bumpier on the way out. Respect the bumps is what the hashtag is for Sebring International Raceway. And hello to everyone trackside. Thank you for coming down and joining this. The number 18 Audi, excuse me, heading down towards turn 1. The almost flat out corner, down 2 gears for Marcus Winkelhock in this wet weather, from 5th down to 3rd as he turns in left-handed and fights that R8 now in towards through the kink of turn 2 into 3, 4 and 5 Christensen corner, turn 3, then turn 4. Turn 5 always seems to catch people out. It does tighten just a wee bit. You can't drop your right hand. Hankook's into the dirt there. Now the run down towards the hairpin. The safety pin, as it's now called. It was changed in 1999. Should have looked that up, shouldn't I? It used to go straight on to the longer version. But frankly, if you lost your brakes there, you were going to have to show your credentials to get back in again. And now through the Fangio corners 8 and 9 and up towards Cunningham at turn 10. This is a classic circuit, Peter, and it rewards good drivers. It's pretty flat here. It's in Florida, so there's not much camber on any of these corners, so you really do have to feel out the grip, particularly in these conditions.
Well, that's what makes it even more tricky, and that's where track knowledge just is so important, because you're absolutely right. The general topography of the land is very flat. I mean, airfields kind of have to be, don't they? But that's what makes it so much more difficult to handle the bumps, because if you're not used to the circuit, they can give you a real shock. I mean, Marcus Winkelhock is one of the best GT drivers in history. He's won all the big races. He's won the Nürburgring 24-hour on 4 occasions. So he is pretty much the first person you'd want in your car in such difficult conditions, just wet. It is still just about daylight, but wet, slippy, and coming through Sunset Bend particularly. I actually lost count using my hands and toes of the amount of times Marcus Winkelhock had to correct the steering. And it's just, you need someone with that almost telepathic ability to feel what the car is doing, and also the reactive ability when it does something that you don't expect. This is absolutely spellbinding, these GT3 guys at the front at the moment. Incredible. So Jim Gray, our executive producer up in London, is getting us to the world thanks to Nils Zweizai, Heinz and Flo, along with Natasha and the rest of the team who've been up all night to
rig to get these pictures to the world. Audio on RS1 via radio-show.co.uk. Great to have your company and fabulous to see these cars on the track. Still spray coming from the back of the cars at the moment. Leipert Motorsport has gone through into second. Brendan Leach in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the number 10 car. Then Herberth has gone through into fourth. Marco Seefried, Porsche factory driver, has gone by CP Racing. So Charles Espelab doing what he needs to do, keeping out of trouble in that number 85 car. And don't expect to see any big moves in these opening laps of the race. The windscreen wipers are going. That tells me, Peter, that the rain is falling actually a bit heavier than perhaps we even realise in the commentary booth, because racing drivers really dislike having to wipe the windscreen. They like to use the hydroponics on the windscreen and the tear-offs rather than wiping the windscreen. If they are using that wiper, that means it's raining a bit heavier than we realise.
Absolutely. Of course, it's a biker thing as well. You've got Rain X on your helmet to get it to spray off the either side. Yeah, that's definitely an indicator. Marcus Winkelhock hasn't decided to use his just yet, but of course he is at the front of the pack, so he's not got the spray to worry about just yet. He will, I'm sure, in the short amount of time when we get into the endless conveyor belt of traffic. Of course, with just 24 cars on the grid, that won't be as bad as it normally would be, but certainly will cause an effect. Also, the tyres off the back of the Hankook wet tyres, particularly looking at the back of the Leipert Lamborghini, quite a lot of water kicking up back away as Brendan Leach goes a bit wide through Sunset. Just taking it a little bit steady here as well. This is not the time where you want to make a mistake and put the car on a wall, because there is no coming back from that. But Marcus Winkelhock now getting really into a rhythm, now getting into the 2:18s. He was over 2:20 to begin with, and really getting into his groove now. And the Porsches coming to the fore, both of the Herberth Racing Porsches of Marco Seefried and Robert Renauer, 92 and 91 respectively. They're, we always know you can count on Weissach for a car that works in the wet.
Thanks to Big Train 45, Jack Brabham did push his Cooper across the line to win the first US Grand Prix. Yes, I've confused myself there at the opener of the show. Thank you, Big Train. At RSL_studio, use the hashtag RSL Sebring 24. Good to have your company. Gasoline Alley Cat, loving the Sebring coverage. Might just pop round the corner from Fort Lauderdale to take a look as a fan. Oh, come on. What's that, 3.5 hours? If that. Get in the car. All day tomorrow as well. Well, come on. Got to be doing this. First ever 24 hours. Yasmin Preissig, who is driving the VW Golf GTI TCR with the DSG box. Can't get the sequential box on those. We don't see them too much here in the US. Got them in the first season of TCR and the Pilot Challenge, but haven't seen them for a wee while yet. It's a wee while now. It's AC Motorsport Mathieu Detrey who leads in TCR at the moment in the number 188 Audi. Then Autorama Anti-Birdie for Volkswagen. That's the number 112. And then third in the TCE category is Colin White. Missions out. It was Colin White that started at the G55. I wasn't expecting him to start that car. Now we've got some penalties coming through here, so let's go through. Peter, you were asking about people dropping places at the start, and there's a couple of cars. The 101, which hasn't started yet, that's the John's Ray Camel car. The 278, the 701 and the 710. 710 is the Vortex, 278 CWS Engineering, and what was the other one I said? 278. That is the that's Colin White car. 701 and 710. At 7110, the Leipert car, they had to drop 3 grid places on the start for not covering the minimum of 2 timed laps in free practice and qualifying. So, those now have been have been assessed and have now been served. The 101 has had its penalties listed as served as well, but that car's still not out on the track, the Red Camel Audi. So there's your answer to the question of those cars dropping back on the formation laps, Peter.
Aha, so that's good news then. That because normally when you see a car slow on the pace lap, you think, oh no, here comes the earliest possible bath to the race. So that's good then. It's just a case of, and it seems that obviously there's a lot of cars that have fallen foul to the not getting the minimum number of laps in practice. But I think in the circumstances, if we've mentioned the difficulties involved pre-race, I think that could be understood. But the pace really starting to hot up now, and we've not got too many GT3 cars in the field, but my goodness me, have we got quality in the GT3 field. And at the moment, both of the Herbert Porsches are going quicker and quicker all the time. Last lap around, Robert Renauer a 2:17.488, so going even quicker than our race leader Marcus Winkelhock. So it's starting to squeeze back together then at the front of the pack as well. So I think we're going to have a real cracker of battle in GT3, and as always, it's not going to come down to who's quicker of a battle in GT3, and as always, it's not going to come down to who's quicker.
I was talking to a young driver,
or silver.
I was talking to a young driver on Midweek Motorsport, young Josh with United. He will be the youngest driver ever to have taken a start at Le Mans. He said, I don't have to be the fast driver, I just have to be, you don't have to be the fastest driver in LMP2, I just have to be the fastest bronze driver. And I thought that was really interesting. So, you know, you're absolutely right there, Peter. This is all about consistency and not dropping it onto the grass. This is an old school circuit. You won't hear us talking about track limits here. Possibly at the Jean de Bihan bends at 15. There's a little bit of hard standing either side of the tracks there. But otherwise, if you're off, you're in the grass, and if you're in the grass, probably in the wall. And therefore, track limits police the grass, you're probably in the wall. And here, and this joint effort between, we've had 15 minutes, here's how it stands. Marcus Winkelhock leads for the number 18. We've had 15 Tronic machine. They Audi by Lightbert Motorsport, black and yellow number 10 in second, that's Brendan Leach. Black and yellow number 10 in second, that's Brendan Leach. Then Herbert Motorsport with the GT3 Rs. Engine at the back, the 991 Gen 2, still my beating favourite GT3. Not that you can get hold of a 992 GT3.
Let's wait till it gets dark before we have that chat.
Well, don't. Let's not go there. CP Racing with Charles Esplanade. I'll tell you off air another time. CP Racing and Charles Esplanade for Mercedes AMG GT3. 20 seconds off the lead in 5th position. That's your top 5 GT3. GTX. Leipert Motorsport. Now, this is a Super Trofeo car for Leipert. It's not a GT3 car, but man, they're fast in a straight line. They don't have quite the aerodynamic downforce of the GT3 cars, but they have all of the power and a bit more. And that's why they're very quick, and Kenton Cook knows this place very, very well. He leads GTX. 991 class, Sabino De Castro in the 955 leads that for VD Motorsport by EB Motors. In GT4, it's Nola Sport and Jason Hart in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, that's the 470. In TCR, AC Motorsport are leading Mathieu Detré in the Audi from the Autorama. No drama, it's Autorama. Antti Burri about 3 seconds further back. That's the class leaders stand at the moment. Oh, I missed P4, of course, which is how the class leaders stand at the moment. Oh, I missed P4, of course, which is competition debut here in the US for the new BMW M4 GT3. We'll see that in IMSA. Come on, if you're watching, great to have you. Thank you very much if you tuned in from the US. If you're watching, great to have you. Thank you very much if you tuned in from the US. We'll have no breaks in this first race, so tell your friends, tell your IMSA pals, get on the IMSA fans. We've got a lot of IMSA drivers and some in here as well, and you can watch it right the way through as well, and you can watch it right the way through the night if you're Global Broadcast Centre for Radio Show Limited at RSL_studio. Good to have you tuned in. Hello to Charles. It's nice to see your coverage. It's nice to see your coverage for you. Hello to me live for you. Hello to Marcel. Hello to Martin. Martin McFly's watching from Boston, Massachusetts. And back here at Sebring in the spring, hopefully. Let's chat racing cars and aeroplanes. Oh, I'd love to. Mike Nash says top. Also top job from the 24-hour series to get the live streams up and running. Big Train 45 is Jim Casey. Oh, mate, how you doing? Are we going to tell any stories about the deluge of 1965? Jim, I really, really hope we don't have to get into this or the tragedy that was 1966 at this place. Those of you who know your history of Sebring, and there's a fantastic history of Sebring book as well, which I've got here, but it's not in my reach at the moment. But we'll talk about that when it starts getting dark a bit later on. Not that far away from getting dark at the moment. Rob Chalmers, interesting how few cars wet line, but he says concrete normally smooths out and polishes with use. You think the drivers will be going offline to find the more coarse concrete for grip. Rob, this is concrete that is historic. If this was in the UK, it would be a grade 1 protected building. Trust me. Absolutely extraordinary place this is. Been down since before 1950. Bianca Leppert saying a 24-hour race on a bumpy old school track like Sebring, probably one of the hardest for the car. And if you watch the onboards and the hands of the steering wheel, it seems to be crazy for the drivers. And Ryan Carey says, how many kilometres do you travel in the year with all the commentating you do? You seem to be everywhere. Well, in the last couple of years, not so many because of the global issues. But suffice to say that before that, I think in 2019, which was the last few years that we did, I think I did 48 long-haul flights in 52 weeks, individual segments, not returns. One of my frequent flyer things came back and said that I'd actually been around the world twice in 2 trips, but I think I've been around the world 4 times. I'd actually been around the world twice in 2 trips, but I think I've been around the world 4. Keen on flying. That wasn't great, but it's first world problems because I get to talk about and get excited and talk about motor racing. Great. Good to have your company, everybody. Hello, Polaris in the US at the moment. We'll work on the audio issues. If you're struggling with the audio, don't forget you can always, on the video, you can always try RS1 on radiolemans.com, and everything else is waiting, says, watching from San Fran, as long as IMSA doesn't bring the safety cars. We don't have safety cars in this. You will see if we have any problems. Full course purple, not full course yellow. Peter, this is something that Creventic and the Hankook 24 Hours have pioneered down through the years. Code 60, which for multi-class racing really, really helps get us back to green flag racing much quicker because it freezes the field immediately.
I seem to remember you're a big fan, John, of the Code 60, and of course it's, like you say, it's been something that's really grown across the sport. And I did notice actually, I had a little glance into the YouTube chat before we came on air. Hello to everyone watching on the 24H YouTube page, if that's how you're consuming this great race so far. And a bit of debate. Some people who thought Petit Le Mans this year was a super race, and some who didn't. And I thought that was interesting because, of course, our wonderful friends over at IMSA have a completely different way of dealing with issues. They don't have a full course code 60. They put everyone behind the safety car, and you can pit stop and do rate buys, etc., which allows the field to stay very close together and gives us these, I mean, Petit Le Mans this year, what minutes. However, there is an argument that, of course, you can have problems early in the race and still not be out of it. And if you've driven cleanly all race, that can sometimes be seen as unfair. We could debate this until the end of the race, couldn't we? Two different ways to do it, but I think in terms of absolute unity of competition, I think it's the best way.
Well, the issue is, Peter, and I've said this many times over, is a safety car is fine if you've only got one class of cars. The moment,
yes, of course.
moment that you add in additional classes, what you have there is a potential for ruining somebody's race, and it doesn't matter. What you have there is a potential for ruining somebody's race, and it doesn't matter whether it's because it's over the FIA's limit for having multiple safety cars, or in tracks like here at Sebring and IMSA where you only have one safety car. If the safety car comes out and gets between, right, let's say that you, Peter Mackay, are in second place in your class in GT Daytona in IMSA, and the leader's just gone past you, and you're in second place, and you can see your class leader is another 100 yards up the road, but as the leader goes past you, the safety car comes out. Your leader then disappears all the way around to the back of the safety car train, and from being 100 yards behind him, you're almost a lap down. So you have to have mechanisms in place to be able to mitigate the influence that having to neutralise the race has. And that means you've got to have a wave by or a pass around. You have to close the pits to make sure that the nightmares don't happen where somebody dives at the pitch before the safety cars pick them up, and we've seen that lately as up as high as World Championship racing. Let's be honest, that was used for an excuse in Bahrain, which in point of fact doesn't stack up because the regulations don't say that. But anyway, that's I'm off on a tangent. But you have to have processes in place to mitigate those problems, and that's what IMSA has to go through, because they had 5 classes at Motul Petit Le Mans. Now, do I like it? Do I not like it? Doesn't matter, because you have to do it if you bring out a safety car. Otherwise, and you and I have seen this at Le Mans and other places, whereby the top 2 get separated by half or 3/4 of a lap, and it can, because these cars now are so reliable, the teams are so good, you get half or 3/4 of a lap of somebody, you might not get that back in 12, 10, 8, 24 hours, to be quite honest. And that's why that has to happen. It's different horses for different courses. Jeremy Shaw and I, my great colleague on IMSA Radio, don't agree on everything. He likes safety car because it bunches everything back up and it gets everybody back in the game, and you get a wave by and you can make laps back. And let's be honest, the fairy tale of Mazda at Petit Le Mans, nearly 4 laps down, that wouldn't have happened without safety cars and wave bys last weekend.
Wayne Taylor Racing, Daytona 2020 would be a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
Briscoe stopped plus 60 with 2 hours to go and still wins it. God, how did he do that?
Yeah. Listen, it's the American way. Now, IMSA are involved in this event. This is in cooperation with IMSA and Creventic, but it is Creventic Sporting Code. So we will not see safety cars, we will see Code 60. So if you're trackside or you're watching this in the US, you'll get the chance to see something else. Out on the track at the moment, 278, Colin White is leading the TCX class, and he's got the Vortex. Now there's a car you won't have seen in the US before. Bright orange, the 701 car. This is the Vortex V8, Philippe Bonnel, French driver. This is effectively a purpose-built space frame car with a V8 in it. Vortex have built various things down through the years. Some of them that look like saloon cars or GT cars. Some of them that frankly look like they've been, well, they should be mounted on the hard point of a B2 bomber, but and the Vortex 1.0 is one of those. Smashing little thing, very quick, sounds fabulous, hasn't been the most reliable down through the years. Is this the day, with the wet weather, possibly, and the lesser speeds that we're seeing here, with just coming on to half an hour gone, it might be their day to day. Rutronic and Markus Winkelhock lead by 4.5 seconds, but we're only half an hour into this, and it's been clean and clear so far. Sigh of relief for everybody, including us, Peter.
Absolutely, that's what we like to see. I think the driving standards have been super so far, and at the front of the GT4 pack we've got an absolute cracker of a battle going on between the Noller Sport Porsche of Jason Hart and the Rentec Motorsports Mercedes of Kyle Marcelli, and really superb. And watching them on our live feed at the moment, the variation in racing lines is incredible. And we mentioned the karting line earlier on. Well, there's karting line and there's what's been going on the circuit, but that Sebring, it evolves, it lives. It's almost, it sounds ridiculous, but you know, you look at, if you go to watch the Chili Bowl, great example. You know, Chili Bowl, very short oval, sprint cars, and over the course of the night, the circuit evolves because obviously it's dirt, and parts of it get grippier and parts of it don't. Here at Sebring, it's like the tarmac equivalent, or it's the concrete equivalent, if you like, because even you talk about it in the 12-hour race, you hear about the track evolving all the time. Over 24 hours, this is a step into the unknown in competitive circumstances, and I have to say, it's what a privilege this is to be part of. Well, this is a bit of history, isn't it? Because I think Alec Ullman would have approved of this, I think.
Oh, absolutely
great.
And fantastic to see the new BMW out there. We've got the BMW M4, the ST racing car. Now, they came in very early, but they are now back out again. And the number 438, John Miller, driving that car. It's sort of dark blue, but it's got a lovely livery on it if you can get close up to it. Sitting at the moment in 5th position in GT4. I like this. Rob Chalmers has said, seeing how we're in the US, shouldn't code 60 actually be code 37.2823? Get your
That's my quote of the day so far.
Yeah, right, that might be tweet of the weekend so far. John Mayer, hello John. Oh, nice to see you, that you're tuned in. Like to see IMSA adopt, well, he says SRO style for full course yellow. Creventic have been on this for a very long time. We see full course yellow, what F1 called virtual safety cars, in this type of racing for, I don't know, getting on for a decade now. He said, I'd like to say IMSA go to this to immediately neutralise and make the track safe for marshals and medical personnel, instead of them working as cars stream by to form the safety car train, and then keep the pits open, then 2 or 3 laps in currently how it happens to form the safety car train, do the wave by, etc, etc. The advantage is you do get to leave the pit lane open with full course 60, code purple, if you like. New leader, Marco Seefried, has gone through, and it is a Porsche that leads in the Hankook 24 hours. Marco Seefried has gone through. Markus Winkelhock, for the first time in however many laps we've run now, that would be a 12-lap run at the lead of the race for Rutronic and Markus Winkelhock. Herbert and Marco Seefried have gone through. Herbert in 3rd with Robert Renault, one of the Renault Racing twins. It's just another second further back, and then it's Leipert Motorsport in 4th position. At RSL_studio, it's good to have you wherever you are in the States, where we are live, free and without block, or further afield, also no blocks. Good to have your company. 188, the black and purple AC Motorsport Audi, looking good for Mathieu Dutré at the moment. He's got about a 1.5 second lead as he leads in TCR. Number 710 is leading GTX. That's Kenton Cook for Lamborghini Huracan. Great to see the tall fella doing well here. And the 907, good to see the 907. RPM Racing, Tracy Cron. It is in Cron Racing Green, the oil magnate from Texas with the mellifluous voice. Good to see Tracy back racing on an American circuit. Cut his teeth in IMSA, of course. Raced at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship. Nice to have him back. And the 92 goes through in the lead through turn 1. Wondering when, Peter, we're going to see the new 992 GT3R, which is the... Everything in Porsche speak is GT3, so I know it makes it difficult. But the GT3R is the Formula GT3 car, if that makes sense. It's been testing already at Monza. Been talking to Frank Stefan Walliser, who is the man at the head of 911 and a former head of motorsport. They're very excited about the 992 Cup car, which we've already seen here in the US and in 4 other markets. And I believe that the next one we will see will be the GT3 car. All wide-body cars, those new 992s. A phenomenal piece of kit for the 8th iteration of Porsche's venerable 911.
It just shows you think they can't possibly get better, and they do. Every new model that comes out just raises the bar further and further. And of course the GT4 Cayman, it seems the venerable Cayman GT4 of course received an update with the GT4 RS road car. More chance of driving one on the PlayStation than in real life, but anyway, there you go. But you've got probably more chance of getting a hold of a race car version of it actually than the road car version. But yeah, very, very, very cool indeed. Now we do have a change of the lead in GT4. The little mistake for the Nola Sport number 470 Porsche Cayman and Jason Hart, that allowed Kyle Marcelli to get through. That was at the safety pin, hairpin at turn 7. A part of the circuit where Sterling Moss was actually handed a bottle of Coca-Cola from a photographer during the race, during the 1957 race, drank it on the way around and then handed the empty bottle to the photographer when he was finished with it. Which is one of my favourite Sebring tales.
I've got a little bit of Sterling Moss on an old Riverside Records vinyl album talking about this place.
Oh, wow.
It's absolutely extraordinary. I'll again, something you and I can talk about the next time we see each other. Let's head down to pit lane, where Nick Damon is recovering from his awesome Damon grid walk, and of course you're having to get used, Nick, to not having any garages behind you.
It's very strange. So if Seb comes round here, we have a big concrete wall, and then back here there is just the odd tent or a golf cart, unless you're the BMW team who's got a second Pratt perch. They've double Pratt perch of BMWs. One thing you will notice, actually, of course, is it's now quite pleasant. The rain has stopped. We've stopped for about 10 minutes. It's quite warm, so I expect the track will start to dry quite quickly. It's dry very irregularly because it's a very different surface. You've got the concrete, because anybody who knows has been on the M25 holds water, all the time. Then it's got some quite new tarmac that should be good at clearing water. You've got some old tarmac that actually looks like British main roads when they've dug up for the cable firms and the gas firm and the electric firm within the last 3 weeks, which who knows what that's going to do. But yeah, to be honest, being at Sebring is, as I said before, is an absolute bucket list for me. And simple things said like the list of previous winners, the 12-hour. It's just so evocative, and the track fantastic. I was lucky enough to get out on it both day and night. So when it's dark, John, I will give you an idea how much the Kia. I know exactly how much I could see around the circuit.
Thank you. I'm indebted to John DeGeese, Sportscar 365, who's tuned in and listening. I don't know if you're here at the track, John, but if you are, please let us know, and we'll try and get a chat with you with Nick later on. He reminds me that the new 992 type GT3R will be released to customers globally in 2023, so only another year to go. Seems that the waiting list for that is even more difficult to get onto than for the GT3 road car. I'm just leaving that out there at the moment.
And all the heads we need to drop, John.
No, mate. Listen, I've got to say thank you to Matt and the rest of the team at the Leicester Porsche Centre, which is part of the City Group in the UK.
Owned by Mr.
Talking to those, owned by Roger Penske. Absolutely. I've not spoken to Tim Cindric or Roger Penske about it, but those guys have been great about it. But those guys have been great. Their feed, their Insta feed, and been talking to those guys. It's impossible to get new cars in the UK at the moment. If you're not aware of this, if you're outside the UK, waiting lists are, even for a 992 Carrera 2S, are a couple of years, 18 months to a couple of years at the moment. It is really, really hard. Semiconductor issues, the fact that Porsche shut down for a while and they're having to catch up on everything. And there's a massive pent-up demand for cars at the moment. So cars on your wish list might have to stay on your wish list for a wee bit longer. We are already into, well, beyond the gloaming now, and into the darkness. It was official sunset at 5:33, which was 7 minutes ago. Nick Damon, how dark is it now at Sebring? Hello, Nick, can you hear us? Yes, I can.
You could probably play the last 2 holes of an 18-hole golf course in this sort of light, I should think, quite easily. Obviously, it's very difficult to tell with cameras, isn't it? Because they boost the light. One piece of news I do have, and I was been walking up and down trying to find if I can get it from a horse's mouth, but the Red Campbell's car is not going to be taking part. There's too many problems. I'm hoping to get word with Evo at some point, but the reason the TCR was scratched was because there was an issue with the braking system that they couldn't solve. So they actually had a problem with the ABS system. It was apparently Evo, in a very sort of panicky way when I spoke to him, he said it was wired up the wrong way round, which sounds very strange. Hence the reason they tried to get a new car. So that was their problem. That's why they needed a new car. Apparently, I saw Luke, because Luke Broikers was in the car with Evo. Of course, Rick's got a different car. Rick was in a different car entirely. He's in one of the other TCR cars. Luke was there, and he just gave the shake of the head and just said there's too much to do. But hopefully we'll get the whole story from Evo if he ventures into the pit lane.
Nick, in terms of quite a lot of the cars, if not everybody, started, I think, on the Hankook wet weather tyres. Yep. It hasn't rained for a while now. How dry? You've got a better view from where you are than from us here in the global broadcast booth. How dry is the concrete now? And there's a number of people, Alan Prosser included, saying he's looking at the back end of some of these cars, and the rear tyres in particular are looking pretty slick. They're going through these wet weather tyres.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, of course, that this is an American circuit, so what I can see is the running lane of the pit lane, which hasn't had any cars going over it. And that has a few puddles and has some areas which are beginning to dry off. Of course, the track, which has got cars running over it, is going to be significantly drier. My guess is that they'll just try and stretch out the first pit stop, which for a GT3 car is what is within 15 minutes or so now. Actually, they've obviously got a full tank, but they're probably coming in at the earliest possible point where they can fill up and still make the 2-hour drive time. Yep.
You are going to get the Nola Sport Porsche 718 Cayman coming in any second now. It's been going slowly. Jason Hart, who was running well, is now, I think, in the pit lane with you.
Yeah, he's just going to, there's a couple of garages past, well, not garages, a couple of perches past me, so I'll just meander up. Yes, it's one that you can't, obviously, because the running lane actually see the track itself, but I would think that everyone will be changing tyres when they come in for their first stop, and they'll have to decide whether they need to shorten that stop based on both the performance relatively to the track and the wet conditions, and of course also, John, to what's going on regarding the actual tyre wear. This is a service, and we are getting slick tyres putting onto this Nola Porsche. Drivers staying on board at the moment, so it does look like this is just, we've had enough, we're going to change tyres. Well, there's a good reason for that, because the rear right is flat. So they've had a puncture on the rear right. That's about to come off now. I think he was driving slow to protect it. He's done a pretty good job. There's an awful lot of tyre on there. Just now having to try and clear away the cords from that rear right wheel arch. That's been done quite successfully. So a forced pit stop, but not the end of the world, because of course they need to change those tyres anyway because they're the wrong type. Been to see what sort of times he can do. Down, and is he away? He is. I shall now keep my eye out to see if he pulls in for fuel, because fuel is at pit exit.
Yes, Nick, we need to explain that, particularly for viewers who aren't used to it. If he goes into the right-hand lane at the end of pit lane, he's going to pull out of the pit lane, but he's not going behind the wall for mechanical service. Explain to everybody how this works and why we haven't got people in fireproofs in pit lane.
It's basically what it is at the end of the pit lane, you've got a choice. You can rejoin the track by going left, or you can go sharp right, which will take you into the rear paddock. You go behind, and there you can work on the car, or you can go slightly to the right, and that will take you into the fueling area. Now, that is a traditional Creventic fueling system, which probably, I said, the people of the USA wouldn't be very au fait with. In fact, it's quite interesting. I had a chat with one of the turn marshals on Wednesday, and she was asking me, why is there a fuel tanker parked there? There's never been anything there. So I explained that there would also be some petrol pumps, obviously, once the containers arrive. And so, yes, you have, I think, 8 pumps up there, dispensing normal fuel with a normal nozzle. All now, of course, do you remember, they have a little kind of insert, so they throttle the same amount. So there's no best pump anymore. They've evened them all up, so they haven't got to tie them up. And obviously, at this point, they aren't full up. Sometimes, of course, you can have too many cars going under a Code 6. With 24 cars, that's less likely. So, yes, so you've got 3 options at the end of the pits. Go racing, get fuel, or go to the back and repair the car.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon in the pit lane. Peter Mackay with me, John Hindorf, in this first 6-hour slot tomorrow when we get back to racing, when it becomes light. We'll be racing all through the night, and if you're tuning in worldwide, we will still have the onboard feeds throughout the evening and throughout the nighttime hours after 11 o'clock local time. When we come back in the morning, it'll be Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden for their first shift, and then PMAC and I will take back over. Some changes, of course, PMAC, as we have had the pit stops, but the Herbert cars staying out there, the Porsches seemingly a bit lighter on their loafers.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Retronic the pole sitter and former leader Marcus Winkelhock come into pit lane, taken service by way of tires, and now filling up with racing fuel and we'll get back out onto circuit in a short. Basically, Winkelhock was definitely the quickest at the very end, and then his pace faded. However, the Herbert Porsches were the other way round. So what does that mean does that mean that the Audi of Rutronic of Marcus Winkelhock is put more, probably, okay, there we go.
It's a spec tyre, and you've got a wet tyre and a dry tyre.
Okay, so then it would be a matter of conservation then, in which case the 92 and the 91 Herbert Porsches looking very good for them at the moment if we get mixed conditions throughout the race.
It's a fantastic tyre. The Hankook tyre used in the Hankook 24-hour race series has to cope with front and rear and mid-engine cars from GT3 down to TCR. Now, obviously, there are different fitments and different sizes through that, but Hankook do a cracking job with their racing tyres. Let's not forget they were tyre suppliers for DTM for a little while. They're in the open competition at the Nürburgring. They've supplied tyres for some very, very competitive teams as well. And they also do some single-seater. They also do some single-seater racing as well. Now, I've got limited experience on the Hankook tyres, but I can tell you, and their consistency, which is so important for drivers who have little or no talent like me and don't get behind the wheel of a car very often like me. That's what you want, and their feedback. The key thing, even in my limited driving experience on Hankooks, when I did the 24 hours at Kota, is that you have to bring them in gently. they have such good grip that the temptation, Peter, is to go hell for leather from the first lap that you put your new tyres on. And clearly the teams are balancing the starting pressures with where they want them to be when they are hot, and that brings the pressure up. There's so much grip that the temptation is to just attack. And if you do that, like any tyre manufacturer, you're going to take a lot of the performance out of it, and you're going to struggle to the end of the stint. They can double stint these tyres. I don't think we'll see them doing that, but in these conditions I think they probably could double stint them. On the GT4 Aston Martin, I did a stint and a half, no problem, on mine at the Kota race in 17. God, is that 17 now? It was 4 years ago last week when we did that race. So they are very, very good tyres, but they are a single compound, and the constructions vary slightly for the different classes and sizes, but effectively it is the same tyre, so that it's as within the different classes, Peter, it's as level playing field as you can get.
That is an extraordinary brief to hit for a tyre manufacturer. I mean, that is exceptional. I mean, yeah, incredible. I mean, it's days of when, you know, in the days of proper confidential tyres. I mean, as you know, I'm riding out the Porsche RS Spider at the moment, and yes, the one comment I'm getting from car drivers that own the cars now compared to those who drove it in period, all of them say is if you could get hold of the tyres from those days, it would be a very different car to drive. But that's one thing. But to create a brief configurations of cars we have, I mean, bravo Hankook and bravo Herbert Porsche, because they have really managed it just that quite a bit better than the Retronic Audi team, and could that be a factor throughout the day? We shall see. But at the moment in GT4, which I think is going to be one of our most exciting classes, the number 499 Line Speed by Car Collection car of that one at the moment is being driven by Jörg Wieban. Well, I say it's being driven like Ari Vatanen at the moment, just slipping and sliding all over the place. Fantastic. And I did notice it has an iRacing sticker on the side of it, so our friends at iRacing obviously chipping in to sponsor for that car, which is cool. Yeah, and Drew Adamson was at Road Atlanta last weekend taking in some real live IMSA racing. IMSA are a partner with this event, and the iRacing IMSA Pro Series and Challenger Series continues for next year. Nick Damon out of third position as it was. Brendan Leach came in the Lightbert Motorsport car. I think the Australian stayed in the car. Nick?
Hello. Have you got me now?
I'm not sure you're on air.
There
you are.
Yeah,
there
we go. There's a button not being pressed. So basically he came in, got full service, 4 tyres, and stayed on board. I mean, obviously their performance is dropping off slightly more than the Porsches. You've been talking nicely about Hankook. Something you need to realise is that the Hankook guys also pulled a massive all-nighter, because up until the cars arrived, they had no rims to mount any tyres on. So they've mounted all the tyres, both wet and dry, for I think 6 cars were here already, or were Americans. So for 18 cars, they've had to do all their tyres, which normally they do over a very staged over 2 or 3 days where they're here. So they've actually worked their socks off as well. So it's like no one's had a break. And just one final thing for Peter, obviously this is his first Creventic race. iRacing and VCO are series sponsors. So every single car has an iRacing sticker on one side and a VCO sticker on the side, both two of the fantastic partners of RSL and great friends of mine personally, because I love a bit of iRacing. I've done thousands of laps around here, and I can tell you it's unbelievably accurate. So because of course there's both both an iRacing series for Creventic, which is for everybody, and a esports iRacing championship as well. So there's a very tight connection between the iRacing and VCO teams and iRacing, and I think we're about to get a plethora of cars in, John.
Thanks, Nick. I've got to ask you, Nick, in this first 50 minutes or so, has Sebring, and the couple of days you've been here beforehand, this was one of your bucket list tracks, has Sebring and the Central Florida region, has it lived up to what you were expecting?
Fantastic. Honestly, I absolutely love the place. it's been a disaster, but we got so much track time yesterday because they laid on taxi laps. So we had 3 hours, about an hour in the afternoon, just driving around. It's fantastic, and I knew the track really well. It is. I now believe this is the best track in the world without elevation, by a long chalk. Having driven it both virtually and really, and the fans have turned up. You know, they want to know when's it on. They've turned up. Florida itself, I mean, is an interesting place. I love the Floridians. I love the place. I hate their roads. They have terrible, terrible roads and terrible, terrible traffic delays. And frankly, it's terrible. But everything else, brilliant. And we have
Guess
the
who
other.
got stuck coming out of Orlando last night?
And on the way up, and I'm sure that's going to Miami
and everywhere else.
Yeah. So
Nick, you say there's. Here's a stat for you. You say that there is no elevation here, but if you add up what the shock absorbers on a car are doing over, I think, 1 lap. Michelin gave me this, and I accept this as an IMSA sponsor, so I apologise, but I got this from our friends at Michelin earlier on this year, and I think it's something like 6 feet of suspension movement in a lap.
I think there's a lot more than that, John. I mean, even in my softly sprung Kia Optima, the thing was being knocked out of line in certainly set 17, and there's a fabulous bump in turn 1. I must admit that actually sends the road car sideways. Some of the rest of the track was quite nice, but one thing I will say, if you are racing this virtually, in reality, there's a really nasty sausage curb now, yellow sausage curb on the inside of the hairpin that's not there in the model. So watch out for that if you ever come here for real.
Really?
Yeah, it's a yellow sausage curb.
Turn 7.
Yeah, into the hairpin in front of the hotel. So yeah. Still not quite dark, by the way, John. So there's still a little bit of ambient light.
Wow.
And actually, when you get out, and they have got a number of floodlights, not all of them pointing in the right direction last night, which are pooling light around, so it never gets to be pitched like it was perhaps at Brno or even out the back of Road Atlanta before they up the lighting there.
We've got the Porsche number 91 in with Robert Renard just going into fuel. The 92 has been in and out. I think this means that CP Racing might go through into the lead. Marcus Winkelhock, who stayed in his car, is absolutely flying at the moment on what I presume they put dry tyres on that car. Everybody going on to dry tyres is what Nick is telling us. We're coming down to 55 minutes. We'll do a full update for you on the hour, but for the moment, it is, well, Peter, it's drying very, very quickly indeed, isn't it?
It's almost back to full dry conditions now as well, and Marcus Winkelhock right now right behind the number 92 Herbert Porsche. However, in fact, yes, this is for position because they've both taken their pit stop. So there you go. If you think all of that time in the pit, they've come right back together again. And Marcus Winkelhock, well, he is an Audi driver after all. He is absolutely standing on the headlight flasher at the moment, but it is not perturbing Marco Seefried whatsoever. But brilliant battle at the moment, which will be for net third position once everybody's done their pit cycles. But yes, full dry tyres now for the drivers. Marcus Winkelhock at 205.9 last time by, which is within that sort of 4 or 5 seconds from his outright pole time. So with a full tank of fuel on board, we're right up to pace again.
It's Peter Mackay with John Hindhaugh in this first 6-hour run for the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. First time we've had a Hankook 24-hour race going through without a break here in the US. A couple of times that we've been in the past at Kota, we've had a break during the nighttime hours, which in some ways is very civilized. Gives everybody the chance to have a little bit of rest. So at the moment, Winkelhock right up the tailpipes of the Herbert Porsche. They're going through Big Bend now, down towards turn 7 in front of the hotel. good opportunity for outbraking there. The headlights blazing as they go down. There's a nasty little change in tarmac, rocking area. And now as they head out through 8 and 9, the Fangio bends towards Cunningham at turn 10, just more than 90 degrees. It's all about rhythm through this part of the circuit. Green Park on the right-hand side. Coming down to 10 now, is that number 92, Robert Renard, holding on to the position at the moment with Marcus Winkelhoff. Both these drivers been in the car since the start of the race, through Collier Curve and then through the little kink at 12, down towards Tower Turn. Still an active airfield to drivers left there. Still being used as the Sebring Municipal Airport. Now the fast run down through Bishop towards Jean-de-Bihan Bend at turn 15. One of the only places that's got a lot of run-off round here, and down to turn 16. I was going to say relatively recently, renamed Le Mans Bend, and onto the Alec Ullman straight, the long back straight, the WEC pits on the right-hand side. We're not using them this weekend. We're in the IMSA pits. And it's Marcus Winkelhock, the only platinum driver in the field this weekend, as Peter reminds me. Down into Sunset, long past that now. Under the bridge and the big bump, and there's a car right in front of them at the moment, which I think is the 470. Yes, it is. That's the Nola Sport Jason Hart driven Porsche that's going to be eaten up by the leaders and has been into turn 1. Oh, I remember standing on the outside of turn 1 and watching Marco Andretti in the Acura, the open-top Acura, in testing for Sebring. Absolutely flat through there, 4 laps in a row. That was a thing to watch.
He was next level
Jason
in that car.
Oh,
he
mate,
really was.
he was.
Oh, my word.
Mate, I count myself. Johnny Molam and I were talking about this at the weekend when we were in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre for the Petit Le Mans race, and Johnny and I just basically realising how fortunate we were to be involved in IMSA in the early 2000s. There was no WEC, there was no FIA World Championship for sports car. There didn't need to be, because we had IMSA, we had the American Le Mans Series. My goodness, that was something very, very special indeed. And the way I think now that I feel privileged actually to have been around to see those cars in their pomp in the same about Group C, and I feel envious of those people. Oh man, it was outstanding. But the tracks, Peter, you know, here at Sebring, I was talking to Tom Christensen about it a few weeks ago at the Royal Automobile Club, and congratulations to Tom. And I was talking to Tom Christensen about it a few weeks ago at the Royal Automobile Club. Book of the Year for Bucks Under Field Club. Book of the Year for Book. Just had a spin actually. BMW. The invitation BMW Motorsport car. Oh, he got hit. Down in entry BMW Motorsport car. Oh, he got hit. Down into the...
That's the GT4, the car collection.
It was indeed the car collection, normally running in white and blue, but that's the alternate colours. That's their away strip, if you will. And that was down at turn 7, and there's a big chunk out of the diffuser on the left rear of that BMW, running for Max Hesser and the rest of the team as a test for that car for next year. Great to see it, but my goodness, that was a hard hit, Peter.
That was, and I have to say, Nick will back me up on this one. That is the sort of incident that you just have nightmares about if you're on iRacing on a regular basis, where someone brakes about 200 meters too late and drills into the back of you. And I have to say, I've been on the guilty end of that as well. And of course, this is the cool thing about that BMW M4 GT3 machine, which is running as a prototype. Because it's not been homologated in GT3 spec yet. It will be in time for Daytona. But yes, it's actually been on the iRacing service as a prototype for most of the year, so it actually feels like it's been around longer than it actually has been as well. But wouldn't be the first time that a GT car, really, a production-based car, won or went for a win at Sebring. Do you remember 1973, Hurley Haywood and Peter Gregg, they actually borrowed a car. Dr. Dave Helmick, they borrowed his only yellow, or the last yellow Brumos machine to ever race, and it won Sebring in 1973 because they needed a car and they ran it as a prototype.
I love your knowledge, Peter. You're a real student of the sport. Let's go to Nick Damon, because that BMW has actually come into the pits under the auspices of BMW junior driver Max Hesse. Nick, down in the pit lane, how bad is the back of that car? Nick? Hello, Nick?
Yeah, no.
Just waiting for you to get punched up, Nick. There you are.
Oh, there we are. Right, so with my new rule of not going over the wall, obviously it's on the far left, so it's quite hard to see what the actual issue is. Oh, hang on. There's no cars here. So yeah, it's basically, it's taken out the left-hand side mount of the rear diffuser. The actual damage, when the boys push it back together again, it actually looks aerodynamically quite okay. So it's not taken a strake out. There's a couple of exiting pipes, there's some breather pipes that come out there, but my guess is actually that if they find a way of remounting it, because it's been snapped on the left-hand side, so I think some quality tape could fix that, but perhaps they put a drop link in. They're leaving it, which is odd, but they're going to take the car out. Looking at it, it's gone up higher now, but if they can make it work, it won't be too bad on the actual loss of downforce, but they're going to need to patch it up, I would think, to get the full downforce back, because otherwise it's just obviously, because it's not mounted on the left-hand side, as it gets the downforce, it just drags the piece of carbon fibre onto the ground, rather than actually dragging the car down. So my guess is they've looked at it. They're not in the race as such, even though they are racing, if that makes sense. So what they'll probably do is they've looked at it.
This is a test.
They'll go away, they'll work out their... See what they're doing? There's 4 of them are getting into a very nice BMW RLL top-tastic golf cart. It's beyond the golf cart, whatever a golf cart plus is.
It's going behind the wall.
So they're going to take that... I just see, yeah, that's it. They've decided to fix it. So I thought what they might do, and I think what they would have done in Europe is they would have got to work out how to fix it and brought it in again the next lap. Of course, with this behind the wall and different pallets, they've got to send it back. The mechanics are all trundling off down the way now, as you can see. It should be a reasonably easy fix, but the question is, will they patch it up as you would if you were trying to win a 24-hour endurance race, or will they fix it properly to make the test more relevant but lose more time? And by the way, it is also raining mediumly here.
So just over the first hour, here's how they stand with pit stops ongoing, and we've had a sort of a pit stop rotation, but not everybody came in at the same time. It's CP Racing and Mercedes from second on the grid. Charles Espinal lead, and the Mercedes-AMG GT3 has beaten the guys. Just said he's got waterproof pink fluffy slippers on. He's getting some kind of laps underneath it. Has not yet stopped, and there's 27 laps underneath those tyres, and it's starting to rain again. Marcus Winkelhock in second is a minute behind. He's got a second on Herbert Motorsport, Winkelhock from Seafried. So Marcus Winkelhock has just gone through into second in the Audi number, why can't I see that on my timing screen? 18, and the 92 Herbert is next up. Then it's Leipert Motorsport for Brendan Leach, and he's another 3 seconds or so further back. So that we're starting to stretch them out at the front of the field. This is down to what's been going on mainly in the pits. Then it's Alfred Renauer, who's taken over from his twin brother Robert. How do we know? Could be the same guy. There might be 6 of them. We're not sure. The 91 car, Herbert Motorsport, the 991 Gen 2 GT3R. That's another couple of seconds further back. Then the first of the GTX cars is Leipert and the Lamborghini number 710, Kenton Cook driving that one. He's got about 9 seconds on Antti Burri for the first of the TCR cars. TCX is Colin White. That's a hell of a drive through the field from Colin White in the Ginetta G55. They were right the way at the back. Tracy Cron next up for Porsche in the 991 class. That's another class leader. And the other class leaders, well, despite being behind the wall, Max Hesse and the BMW, they're still leading their class. They're the only car in class. And in GT4, it's the Rentec Motorsport Kyle Marcelli 489 that is leading for Mercedes. And I'm just hearing from Nick Damon that Jorg Wiebahn has just taken the lion speed by Car Collection Audi behind the wall. That was the other car that was involved in that Bish Bash Bosch down at turn 7 in front of the hotel. That's how it stands with just over an hour and 8 minutes completed. Peter Dower, wet track drying, but my goodness me, have I missed the fact that CP Racing are towing a fuel Bowser around with them, or are they getting in-flight refueling?
Well, maybe they've got a B-17 bomber to fly along beside them
Very
and refuel
good.
them at the same time. Absolutely, incredible. Do you know what's funny? You and Johnny during qualifying earlier. It was very enjoyable. And I thought with Charles Espenlau's lap in qualifying, of course, qualifying second, he was not far away from Marcus Winkelhock. And as we said, Marcus Winkelhock is a platinum graded driver with the FIA, and they do not hand those out for free. That means you are paid by a car manufacturer, world champion level, best of the best. And Charles Espenlaub is classed as a silver, which is obviously a couple of grades below. And he was very, very close on time. And I thought, that Mercedes is going to be in there. And of course, as Nick, of course, told us on his grid walk, that Charles knows this circuit absolutely inside out. And if what the number 85 crew need right now is a dump of rain, because they can come and make their pit stop and put wet tyres on while their rivals are stuck out there on dries, which they've just come in to change already. But even if not, they are right in the hunt here. The only issue is that he's lapping 15 seconds slower than Marcus Winkelhock at the moment, so he will need to come in at some point, will Charles Espenlaub. But of course, we have gone over the magic hour, so we're already into the point where this number 85 Mercedes of Charles Espenlaub may already be in position to save a fuel stop and save a pit stop compared to the rest of the field.
Well, we haven't heard from any of the drivers who started the race yet. Let's put that right. We're live from Sebring International Raceway for the first ever flag-to-flag 24-hour Hankook 24-hour series race. Robert Renard out of the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche is with Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
Robert, only a short stint, but that must have been quite an exciting 45 minutes of running.
Yeah, it was a good stint for us, for Marco and me. We tried to take care of the tires because we know it was drying up and we need to survive for nearly one stint. Then we decided to pit because Winkelhock was 10 seconds quicker than our pace with wet tires. So in the end, we will see if it was a better decision because the CP Autosport stays out. Depends what happens in the next 30 minutes. For example, maybe it start rain again, maybe not. So we will see. It was gambling.
So, how long did you go longer than you would normally do on the wets? Because obviously it was drying out the whole time. Or was it a case where you went on the dries too early? Where were you on that crossover?
I mean, we were waiting for maybe more rain coming, but then we decided to pit because if you lose 10 seconds per lap, then there is a point with no return. And yeah, we took, we drove with both cars to the pit at this moment. So in the end, I would say at the moment it was the right decision, but we will see.
Now I take it, are you the only one of the team who's driven here before, or has Alpha been there as well?
Well, from our lineup, I was the only driver. Marco was here on the 92 and Jürgen Herring as well, but yeah, especially my brother and my teammates, they need some experience here for the race, and that's good. I'm sure we will improve the pace.
Just for extra fun, it started to rain as well,
Sorry?
Just for extra fun, it started to rain, make it harder for all of you.
I mean, especially for them. If they're new at the track, then for sure it makes it not easier.
Well, thanks very much. Thanks a lot. So that's the battle, of course. But CP Racing, who are, I think the thing to remember also about CP Racing is they're almost certainly in a different subclass of GT3. So they'll have more fuel when they refuel the car, which they're doing now. They'll also have less weight on the car. So they'll be normally entering at least GT3 average, sometimes in GT3 advantage. I need to check that out. Obviously, some of the information flow has been stymied by, of course, the quick turnarounds. What's proving very frustrating, John, is that it keeps starting to rain and stopping to rain, and poor Seb has to keep putting on the rain cover and taking off the rain cover and putting on the rain cover and taking off, and I've never seen him so grumpy, but I'll put that down to lack of sleep.
All of the TV production crew, 021, have had, I think, about an hour's sleep since yesterday, because they were up all night unpacking the containers and rigging. And in fact, Natasha is telling me she's had no sleep at all from the truck at the moment. We salute every single one of you, Natasha, Flo, and the rest of you have been rigging all night. CP Racing in out of the lead have been serviced, and just before he came in, Peter Mackay, Charles Espinlaub set that car's fastest lap of the race on old worn wets before they came in and went to fuel. They've lost the lead now, obviously. That was a stunning stint from Charles Espinlaub.
Absolutely superb. Yeah, this has been a day to remember for Charles Espinlaub as well. Of course, a driver who's well familiar with the Sebring International Raceway, but to take part, I'm sure it'll be quite a meaningful moment for him to take part in the first 24-hour race here, and to qualify the car the way he did, and like you say, to make the car last. I mean, that Mercedes is a big girl. It takes a lot of wrestling about, and to have old wet tyres on a dry circuit requires immense car control. And even as you mentioned, coming into the last lap, was still improving on lap times. I think that tells you a lot about the durability of a Hankook tyre as well. But yes, back at the front now, Marcus Winkelhock has resumed his position now that the pit stop sequence is complete. But that CP Racing car, if they have a clean run for 24 hours, do not write them off for an overall win.
Let's go down to Nick, he's doing the Bradley thing, isn't he? Patrolling the pit lane and trying to get us some technical insights of the tyres that came off, the Hankook tyres that came off the CP Racing AMG, which, honestly, if you could see the outside part of that, Nick, you'd think they were fine. Description, please. Nick?
Hello?
Hello, Nick.
Have you got me now?
There we go.
Yes, you have. So
yes.
Basically, if you think about a wet tyre, it should have tread the whole way across. Well, the first three blocks are pretty much as they should be. Then the fourth block's really unwell, and the rest of it is slick. And in fact, the difference actually of height and therefore circumference is probably about half a centimetre, three-quarter centimetre. Now, the reason for this is, of course, that the tyres are cambered. So they don't sit on the ground like that. They sit like this. So therefore, because what that does, it gives you a much better grip as you go around corners. Because if you think about it, the centrifugal force will push the car that way. So in the corners, you get as much tyre on the ground as possible. We're doing the straight. We don't need all the grip, because these cars are very grippy anyway. You have an angle. So what happens is this is sitting at like this angle, so it wears it all down. This is hard. In fact, this is virtually unused, but it's by far the quickest way to run for the cars in the wet. Now, of course, the ideal camber setup for the wet and the dry is different, but they will have taken a compromise based on the weather forecast. So that's what the tyres are looking like, and that's why it's so much grip.
Brilliant stuff, Nick. I tell you what, though, Peter, from that description and the pictures that we can see in the Global Broadcast Centre, and I'm sure that many of our viewers can see, if you do have to move around, by the way, or you're a little bit bandwidth challenged, you can get our audio on RS1 via radiolemans.com. How durable, I told you those Hankooks were durable. That was a slick on the inside and a full wet on the outside, and extraordinary that the balance of the car was still good enough for Charles Espinlaub to do his fastest lap just before he came in. I mean, for those that know, that looked like a half and half tyre, not a full wet tyre.
If I were to describe, and a lot of dog owners will understand what I'm about to say, my father's lovely golden Labrador Dolly. That's when she gets hold of the remote. That's kind of what the tire looks like. If you can imagine a tire with a Labrador with about 20 minutes with the tire, that's what that tire looks like if you're listening on audio. Deformed, but it just shows you that what was left of the tire was hanging on. I mean, that was definitely an MOT failure, that tire.
Do you think?
It depends where you go for your MOT, I suppose. But yeah, anyway.
Yes, if you have an MOT examiner who's motorsport friendly, he would just look at that and say, track day for that one before you get rid of it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So we have almost gone through another 15 minutes at RSL_studio. Dave Alcock thoroughly enjoying the racing from Sebring. Track looks great at night. Hello to Race Car Nerd. This might just be part of a beautiful event, even with the delay. Be the start of a beautiful event, even with the delays. We're loving this. Bring a few more cars in that 12-hour weekend. And that's exactly right, to be honest, Greg. That's what it's meant to be. Alexander Orkin just tuned in. It is 6:20 in central Florida. That means what? Just on 11 in the UK, 20 past midnight. Happy Sunday for those of you in central Europe. Hopefully this is the start of a great relationship. The Creventic management have been talking to IMSA for some time about a cooperation, and this is the fruit of that. And it probably would have happened maybe a year or so ago had it not been for the world events that I'm not going to go through again. Sunday in Australia too. Hello to Miss Jax, who's looking after the social media for us here on RSL, at RSL_studio, hashtag RSL Sebring 24 if you want to get in touch with us. I really do hope, Peter, this does take off, because we've got a great mix of the Europeans. We've got a few Americans. I think, you know, it's the week before Thanksgiving, and let's understand that. It's the week after Petit Le Mans, let's understand that. But saw it quarter a few years ago. Next year there will be more US-based. I'd love to see this race take off. I do think it's vaguely bonkers, if I'm honest, doing 24 hours on the most car-crushing track. Never mind Killer Kielder. I'll have to think of something alliterative for Sebring. But I mean, it's an extraordinary thought to do 24 hours straight through around here. Previously, only been the purview of works manufacturer teams who've been trying to break their cars. I've been trying to break their cars. I think this is it. As I say, it's brilliantly bonkers, I think, and hopefully we'll be doing it again next year. And hopefully we'll be doing it again next year.
Oh, so do I. At Sebring, can't get enough of it. But of course, it really with the 12-hour Mobile 1, 12 hours of Sebring, it's kind of, that's really our fill for the year, isn't it? So of course there are little bits and pieces in through the year, but we don't get to see race cars on this wonderful circuit that often. So to get it for 24 hours, it's absolutely fantastic. And yeah, big props to the 24H series crew for putting this together, because even without a tropical storm, logistical exercise to behold, but with the difficulties that have been thrown in, I think it's just exceptional. And with what we've got in the motor racing, ecosystem coming up in the next few years, where GT3 racing is only going to get more important, particularly coming to racing this event. 3 cars, particularly as Marcus Winkelhock just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 2:03.1, my word, in the dark. In the dark, so we're right up to pace again. Hoistman is at the wheel of the Patrick Hoistman is at the wheel of the Krone Racing Porsche and goes full driver ever in Porsche's Super Cup history. 4 championships, more than any other driver. And the Dutch drivers have been quite good in the Porsche Super Cup. The years, of course, Jeroen Bleukemullen won it a few times, and of course Larry ten Voorde has won it the last few years. And I was speaking to Larry on Friday. I was interviewing him for the Porsche Sport podcast, and I said, do you fancy having a go at Patrick's record, which of course was 4 consecutively as well, not just 4 total, 4 in a row. And he says, well, he says, the crazy thing is he's from the same village as me, said Larry. He says, so I'm not even the most successful Super Cup driver in my village.
Very good. Couple of tweets, then we'll go down to Nick, neon green and purple lightning, the interior of the number 18 with Marcus Winkelhock. The Audi looks like something from Tron, something for the older members of the audience there. Thanks, Rob. And Ian McCarthy, darkness an hour into a 24 must be a mental challenge for those teams used to starting these races at lunchtime. Phantom tiredness here. He says, hello to, shout out to the behind the scenes crew, Gasoline Alley Cat, for getting it all together. Fantastic stuff. It's been a great work, and going to be a long day for us Brits, where it is, what is it now, 25 past 6, that's 25 past 11 in the UK. Adam Wareham's going to stay up as long as he can. And the real James says, good evening, gentlemen, ready for a great evening of racing, chilling in from Murrayfield, Minnesota. Kuiper Hoffman, nice to see Nick Damon patrolling the pit lane, and Nick is on the pit lane right now where the TCE leader has just come in. Nick?
Yep, the 112 joined us on the pits and hopping out of the car, the man we spoke to briefly on the grid, Antti Burley. So Antti, you were hoping for a clean first session. You certainly got that. Talk us through your first hour.
Well, yeah, it dried out and I had to stick with the wets all the way. In the end was quite tricky. I think we should go on earlier on slicks, but we were looking for the Code 60 or some yellow flags, you know. But anyway, it was a good stint.
And were the drivers being sensible because of the conditions, do you think?
Yeah. Everybody was taking easy, you know, it's a long race, so no need to make anything on the first stint.
There's lots of different surfaces. You've got the concrete, you've got the old tarmac, you've got the new tarmac. How different is the grip on the different surfaces?
Yeah, there is some, but I think the bumps are the worst. But the touring car is quite soft, so it's handling pretty well.
Thanks, Antti. Antti Burley there for 112. Roberto Ferri has taken over the car, but they dropped to third on pit stop strategy. But you know, they were running to a time rather than running to grip. Let's see how that pays off in the future.
Nick, before, if we can just talk to you again, people joining us all the time, I accept jumping in to the broadcast both on RS1 and the video broadcast as well. Just give us another look with Seb behind the pit lane, because for Europeans and European teams this is absolutely alien territory here. Yes, there's a pit lane, but there's a pit building, but there are no pit boxes there behind pit lane.
No. Follow me round, Seb. Well, I'll show you. Okay, let's have a look at a typical bit of a pittage. Right, okay, so this is what you understand as the pit lane. Pit lane, same as everything. Now, what you would normally have is not this big bit of concrete. You'd have some more tarmac, and then you would come into a pit box. So here, Seb, I've lost you, there'll be a pit box. There's not a pit box, there's a Pratt perch. It's called that. I don't think Pratt's quite as bad as word in America as it is in the UK. So basically, all the kind of the computers you'd normally see at the back of a garage are up on these very, very intense structures. You see the same things in NASCAR, you see the same things in so these big areas where both the drivers and the other team managers can all sit and they can wait to get going into their car. This is the Krone Racing one. Now, what you have to remember is that if you look around behind the car, where you think, oh, this is where we're going to have some sort of garage. No, you've got an open area. It is covered, which is just as well because of the weather, but you've got a bit of a tyre store, you've got a coffee area, but really nothing much you can do. If your car breaks down and you can't actually mend it. You can't get through that big concrete wall. You can't put the car down here. No, you have to drive right to the end of the pit lane, or push the end of the pit lane, or get towed to the end of the pit lane. You turn right, and then you go way back over there to where the World Endurance Championship pit lanes are opposite the Ullman Straight, where you have your awning properly set up with all your service areas. So effectively, quick repairs in a European sense. So remember how we see cars rolling into the pits, getting a bit of duct tape, or having a quick bit of changing. They come out and it's 30 seconds. No, once you go back behind there, you've committed to 2 or 3 minutes. So perhaps the repairs are going to be more substantial, but way more costly here. Clean running in this American way of racing is so much more important even than clean running in European racing.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Nick, before we cut away from you. First of all, a number of people asking about your jacket, the Creventic lightweight jacket.
I am
can we have a little bit of a modelling of that? And
yes.
Are they available from the website? A lot of people asking about that on @RSL_studio.
I think these are crew only, to be honest. I'm going to do a striptease, because you need to see the striptease, because I have a new polo shirt as well.
You're not going to make your money.
I know what I'm doing now.
Oh, 24-hour series.
And look.
Just in case you forget what you're doing there.
Yeah, I know what I am. So, it's great. I must admit, I was a little bit disappointed because most of the other people all the rest of the Creventic crew have got this new kit as well, but they've got their names. So, I might get a bit of tape going. But I know it's kind of, there's many of us at many different places who do that. But yeah, so that is it. And obviously, amazingly, because normally, whenever in the past I've received a coat from any series, it guaranteed it wouldn't rain. But Creventic, they even laid on rain for me to enjoy my new coat.
Right, so Pete Reporter is what we're going to be calling you from now on, because your name's on your left breast there. This question from actually from Peter. The Herberth Porsche stopped for about 30 seconds longer for fuel. Why is that? Because it's allowed more fuel? Then we've got to remind everybody, you don't fuel in the pit lane. You've got to go to the fuel station, which is at pit out. Have they got a different fuel allowance because they're in one of those different categories, Nick?
30 seconds longer than who? The Rutronic car.
Than the teammate car.
The teammate car.
That's going to be an anathema, because the teammate car is normally ranked lower than the main car. So that's either going to be an error, or it's going to be that because don't forget the initial fill of these cars is bigger than their refill amount is allowed. So they all have like 120 litre tanks, but often they're only allowed to put 95 in. So it may just be that they put a bit more in. The others couldn't top right up because they hadn't done the full run, or it may just have been there was a little bit of a kerfuffle. But certainly the Rutronic car may be in a different class. I need to find this. I need to get this information during my 2 hours off in a minute to find out what class they got into. But I can't believe the 92 is not in the same, if not a more advantageous class than the 91.
Okay, super dupes. Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon, live from the pit lane, just underneath the pit building, which isn't a pit building, of course. It looks like a pit building, as he's just explained. So new things for the European teams, Peter Mackay, to get used to. Winkelhock leading for Rutronic by just about 6 seconds at the moment from Marco Seefried. They've both gone across the line. Seefried in the first of the two Porsches. That's the 92 Herberth car. And the 91 is Alfred Renard now. He's about 2 seconds ahead of Brendan Leach, Leipert Motorsport. Leipert Motorsport, excuse me. Leipert Motorsport actually 4th and 5th now as Kenton Cook is doing a really good job in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. 18, 92, 91, 10 and 7, 10 your top 5, top 6 made up by the Pole City number 80, number 85. Still showing Charles Espenlaub behind the wheel there of the CP Racing. He's done a cracking job in that car. The other class leaders then, well, Brendan Leach is leading for Leipert in GTX. In GT4, it's Rentek and Kyle Marcelli in 9th position, the 489 Mercedes. In TCR, therefore leading the TCE category, AC Motorsport. Rick Breukers has taken over the 188. That's the black and purple AC Motorsports. Not that you can really discern colours in the darkness here. And in TCX, it's Jean-Francois Bruneau for CWS Engineering and the very lovely blue and black Ginetta. Change of colour scheme for that car. Colin White started the 278. They are in 18th position overall, and those are your class leaders. The car that we haven't seen for a little while is the Max Haase BMW. That is actually leading its class. It's in a class of its own as effectively a prototype GT4. This is the new BMW M4 GT3. Sorry, prototype GT3. It's in a P4 class. This is next year's GTD Pro car from BMW Motorsport. That 82 car got... I'm trying to be diplomatic, but there's no way to say it, Peter, other than saying it was rather abused by the Lion Speed car collection Audi, which is also behind the wall. I think we might send Nick on a golf cart to their area of the paddock in a little while to see what's going on there. Good to see the Ligier still running around. That's a car that we haven't seen here in the States before. The GSP2, the 226 car. GS2R rather.
507, Peugeot 507 PSE Engineering rear lights on it.
Have a look and report back. We can't do anything live there at the moment, okay?
That's an incredibly
okay, thanks, Nick.
left field influence.
They run a Ligier series which has supported Creventic in the past, and it's been fantastic. Johnny and I did a couple of commentaries of various races throughout the season, and particularly at Barcelona I think we had 3 really good races, and then again they supported the European Le Mans Series in their final race in Portugal, which was another great win and a great event. Another fastest lap at the front of the field, Peter.
That's right, yeah, Marcus Winkelhock is really starting to turn the screw now. 203.0 on the 2 laps ago. Really impressive, but of course I think he's making up for, well, not making up for lost time, but he's trying to put in as much of a gap as he can because he's got to get out of that car soon. Of course, there's a 2-hour continuous maximum drive time, so he will need to come in for a pit stop in the next 26 minutes. So maybe trying to make hay while the sun shines, or this is maybe going to be our golden hour for lap time. Actually, the circuit is relatively dry, it's nice and cool, and you've got your hot shoe in the car. So a good opportunity for Retronic to try and lay down the law a little bit at the moment. Their gap at the front, 9.3 seconds from Marco Seefried, the super sneaky silver that he is. Undercover agent Marco Seefried.
Good to see Heart of Racing here. Heart of Racing, who've had a brilliant 18 months or 2 years. They've just gone through turn 1, and they're in close company with that Ligier. They've got one of the 718 Cayman Club Sports going through as well. That must have been who in the Cayman? That must have been the Jason Hart in the Nola Sport car. Yes, it was. But Heart of Racing, brilliant run in the IMSA WeatherTech series over the last 18 months, 2 years. I say they've barely been off the podium in their GT3 Aston Martin Vantage. They're on a GT4 here, and Heart of Racing, because they have raised millions of dollars, millions with an S on it, for the Seattle Children's Hospital that specialises in cardiac for paediatric patients. It's a fantastic piece of community, I suppose, community responsibility, raising money and not just a little bit of letting people know what's going on. It has raised money as well. They were racing over in New Zealand. They've got a drift car out there as well. Some of their team got stuck out there when the worst of the lockdown hit and have only just come back. So it's nice to see that they are here supporting this event. Meantime, Nick Damon is standing by the BMW Motorsport North America awning in the paddock. The floor and the rear diffuser is off the BMW number 82. Not sure if you can talk to us from all the way back there, Nick, and I'm not even sure if you can hear us back there, but I know that you're watching that going on. See if we can speak to you. Nick Damon, can you talk to us? Hello, Nick. Maybe not. We'll give it a go. Let's see if we can go to Nick in the paddock. And he's managed to get there without going by one of the burger stalls and being slowed down. Nick, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me back there. But Seb has got the camera, and that car, there's still a lot of work going on the rear end of that car. Maybe we can get a look at the work that's going on the back end, even if we can't talk to Nick, but we'll speak to Nick in a moment. At RSL_studio, just over an hour and a half, coming on to an hour and 35 minutes of this race gone. Still 22 hours and 20 minutes to go. So plenty of racing to go. Here's what's happening throughout the rest of the evening. We started at 5 o'clock Central Florida time. We should have been finishing not long after that, and because of the problems with the sea freight, it's been a big scramble for everybody. Well done on that, and we've pushed it back. We will get the full 24 in 5 o'clock Sunday here in Central Florida. We'll go through till 11 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Then our colleagues at 0:1 get some well-deserved rest, which they haven't had for, well, it'll be almost 48 hours by that point. But we will leave you with some onboard pictures and then be back at 6:30 Eastern time Sunday morning. That's 11:30 in the UK, midday 30 in Central Europe. Do the rest of the arithmetic yourself. And then we will go through uninterrupted to the end of the race. No blocks on any of this and no ad breaks either, but we will have to take a break during the night to give everybody the chance to get a bit of a snooze. And if you're not sure what those times are, if you go to radio-show.co.uk and scroll down to the bottom of the page, if you look at the RS1 broadcast times, that's our parallel and synchronous audio feed. If you're a little bit bandwidth challenged or you have to move around throughout the race, then you can take the sound with you on that on your smart device. And that schedule on there will auto correct to whatever browser it's set on your device. So long as you're in your local time, that'll tell you when we leave and when we come back, and that works with all of the events that we have here on RSL. Charles Hall asking how the caffeine level is in the Worldwide Broadcast Centre. Good? No, good. Water at the moment. I've got my Forge Line Yeti insulated cup here with iced water in, but we will be going to Sacred Cafe. We've brought Sacred Coffee. We've brought our own. And are you on pods? Peter, have you got your pods with you? Or are you going for beans later? Of Sacred.
I have to say, that is one on the wish list to get a proper bean to cup machine. But I'm on the pods, and the Sacred Coffee is very, very good. The coffee of motorsport. I actually noticed. Oh,
hang on a second, Peter. We've just had a spin.
Yes, Brendan Leach
in the Leipert Lamborghini went around at the Le Mans corner, turn 16, onto the back straight. Looked like there was contact there. Now, has he got that car going again? Thanks to Tubbs and the rest of the Sacred Coffee team. Look them up, they're brilliant. They've kept us going at all of the long races down through the years. Now, waiting to see if Brendan, he's due round any second now in the number 10. And don't see him coming onto the front. I think he's gone to the pits. Let's just check to see if he's gone into the pit lane. He's not crossed the line yet. He's missing. Through goes the 226 red and white. Ligier still with the G55 Ginetta behind it. And the 10 has now gone through and is just heading up to turn 3 now. So a spin, but without any, it would seem for the moment, lasting damage on the Leipert Motorsport. That's the leader, of course. That's the fourth place car, of course, in GT3, Peter.
Yeah, and that was Brendan Leach, the Kiwi driver. 12 seconds he lost there. The lap times in GT3 have been so close. Everyone in the 204s. But yes, that is quite a costly mistake there for Brendan Leach. But if you're going to spin anywhere at Sebring, you mentioned it earlier, John. Normally we don't talk about track limits for obvious reasons. It's normally grass wall as quick as you can see it. But if you're going to spin anywhere, Le Mans Curve or Kinderby Bend is the place to do it, because that's one of the only places on the circuit where there's actual runoff. So he picked his moment there, I suppose. But it did look like there was a bit of a tangle in traffic there for Brendan Leach, but I'm sure each team will have a couple of these moments over the course of the 24 hours. But yeah, it's the main thing is to make sure that they're only just a scare, not a full-on incident. That's the main thing as well. But I think I've got to give a huge shout to Castro, like Marino de Castro, like I mentioned on it was a late entry to the number 955 Porsche Cup car. They lead quite convincingly in the 991 class, Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors. And Subino, particularly in the wet conditions, using his local experience of racing in Brazil, where I'm sure racing in the wet is about as regular as it is racing in Knockhill. That experience definitely played. But in that 991 class, in fact, Sabino de Castro is ahead of all the 992 Cup cars as well, so justifying to the car's owner that it doesn't need to go for the new model just yet. Haha.
At RSL_studio, hello to Nick Sloan Royal, who a few weeks ago was here at Sebring driving in a 24-hour race, which we think might have been the first ever 24-hour race here. I'm just checking through. Oh, I forgot to go and pick the book up, didn't I? Still out of my arm's reach at the moment. The real James, says, how soon do you think we'll see the Corvette GT3 competing in World Challenge Europe next year, within 2 years? Well, there's no Corvette GT3 at the moment, and there won't be one before 2024, James. The plan, and actually we're going to have a chat with Laura Klausner-Wantrup on Midweek Motorsport in the next couple of weeks, just about that time scale. But what we've been told by Chevrolet Racing is that next year the C8R in full GT-LM or GTE specification, one car will go to the WEC and run the full season. The other car will be backwards engineered to try and get it to something near to a GT3 pace in IMSA competition for the WeatherTech Championship. Now that means different electronics, including ABS, and they've tested all this already actually in IMSA competition, albeit when they didn't have any competition, when they ran at Belle Isle at the Belle Isle Grand Prix at Detroit earlier this year, and they were in as a invitational stroke demonstration class. They were testing traction control and GT3 style traction control and ABS, which of course that car doesn't have normally, and they'll also have to turn that car down quite a lot, and there's a potential for it having to change some of its bodywork as well. The planned customer GT3 Corvette C8, based on the recently introduced Z version of the C8 street car, not due in customer hands until that 2024 season, which is when the new GT3, we're calling them GT3 regulations. Stefan Rattel probably wouldn't want us to call them that, and I understand why, because they aren't anything akin to the regulations that we see these GTs. It's a completely new concept for this level of GT racing, much more technically based, and with the opportunity for factory cars potentially, although the fact that Corvette aren't talking about a factory team at all for that is, I think, quite important to mention. The ACO and the FIA don't want factory teams. SRO have said down through the years they don't want factory teams, but of course we're moving into an era in a few months' time where IMSA are having factory GT3 teams, albeit under the current regulations. Try and pick the bones out of that, James, if you can. Now, we've got some penalties coming in, Peter, that you're keeping an eye and an ear on the Race Control channel.
That's right. Yeah, of course, the incident that took the number 82 BMW M4 GT3 out of action, still in the pits getting repairs at the moment. Quite a few, lots of laps down, shall we say. It's jumbling through my timing screen at the moment, but yeah, they're not here to go for the win. They're here to do testing, so clearly wanting to get the car fully repaired before going out. But of course, the car that had the collision with that 82 BMW, the 499 Audi blind speed by car collection car, which is also, it's actually showing as out rather than in the pit lane, so actually looks like that car may have retired. But anyway, they've been kind of inconsequential now, but they've been put with a 20-second penalty for that incident.
Now again, this is something that we have to explain, as we've got a yellow flag at T16 at Le Mans Corner again. That is where we had the spin for Brendan Leach. I think see anything out there, I'll keep my eye on it. That 20-second penalty isn't a stop and 20 seconds. That is a 20-second within 3 hours at the discretion of the team, and you can serve it as you're coming into the pits for regular service. There is a penalty box at the entrance to the pit lane. You can even serve it when we have the race neutralised and under full course purple, but it is doubled at that point. Meantime, we're starting pit stops again. Nick Damon is down at CP Racing and has the number 85 AMG GT3. Nick, how's it going down there?
Well, the services start. They came in ahead of the others. Charles Esplanade has got out. Shane Lewis has got in. 4 tyres have been put on. Just up the way, Alfa Renau has come in 91. He is staying. No, he's not. There's a driver change as well for Renau. That's kind of a late decision for a driver change there. Looks very tall and Yankee. I'm not sure whether that's Robert getting back in again. I think they're trying to keep the other drivers away, but it might be Ralph Bond, to be honest, because Ralph's also quite tall. I don't think it's famous last, but I don't think it's Daniel Alleman. Obviously now everyone is coming in.
I don't think Bond likes to drive in the dark, to be honest.
May well be.
By the way, sorry Nick, it is the Ginetta that has gone into the tyre wall. The 278 Jean-Francois Bruno has gone into the tyre wall, and that's why we have the yellow flag at T16.
So we've
Code
got
60.
And in fact, we've just gone full purple.
Yeah,
We've gone purple.
So you'll have to look at the timing and scoring and tell me who came in under code purple, who came under code normal. We've got the Rutronic Aldi is also in as well, the 18, and the 92 car went past a second ago. So most of the top GT3 runners have come in. Not sure whether they all managed to get in and take a full set of fuel. Not sure about that. The 18 goes past from second. Also coming in is the 188, the leader of the TCR class. They've definitely come in under code purple. Are they going to stop for fuel? So when of course, within this regulation, the pits do not shut just because we're under a code 60. The pits stay open the entire time. There's no wave bys, no wave round, there's no yellow flags. You can come in, you can do anything you want to do to the car. You can change the driver, you can change the tyres, you can take fuel, or you can just take fuel. But when you take that fuel, you can only take half, because every single car, depending on its class, depending on its make, and depending on what subclass it's in, has a maximum amount of fuel it's allowed to take on. Like for the GT3 cars, some can take 100 litres, some can take 95, some can take 90. But under code 60 rules, if you come in, that's when you pit entry. If you cross pit entry under the purple flag, then you can only take half that fuel. So therefore, you can only take 47 litres or 45 litres. If it goes purple whilst you're trundling down the pit lane, that's fine. It means you get a super benefit because you get to do your pit stop quickly and you can take all the fuel. The other thing you can do under code 60 is serve your penalties. But the penalties are doubled. So a 10-second penalty becomes a 20-second penalty, and 20 becomes 40. Now, interestingly, because normally a code 60 lap is more than twice the length of a full speed lap, it actually makes sense to take your penalties under code 60. Tactically, it's sometimes a good idea to come in and take half tank of fuel, sometimes not. It really depends where you are in your overall stint, as the fifth place overall car 710 comes in. So those the kind of the machinations of the code 60. Obviously, most of the teams here, being Creventic regulars, know what they're doing. There's a few who'll be sitting around scratching their heads thinking, what do I do? I'm not quite sure. But not everyone's taker there, so I don't think we managed to fill up the 8 pumps. Some have gone round. Of course, they may have seen the accident and know it's going to take 2 or 3 laps to fix. Now, the other thing you have to worry about as well is whilst there are various drive times for various types of driver, the one thing that's the same for every single car and every single driver, the maximum amount of time any driver can be in a car for a stint is 2 hours. However, that 2 hours does not include any time in the pit lane or in the fueling, but it does include any time you're following round round at 60 kilometers an hour for code 60 on the track. So if say you do 3 laps at code 60, that could be 17 minutes. That still counts your drive time. But as soon as you hit the pit lane, if you come down the pit lane, have a full service, do the fuel, which can take anything up to 5 minutes, that doesn't count your drive time. So it's really a case of trying to get as close to that 2 hours and on the fuel and on the tyres, and that's what you see a lot of the cars were working their way back from. And that's why many of the cars stayed out longer in the first stint on the wets than they would ideally do, because the changeover to make that 2 hour drive time didn't quite work. We've got a second set of cars coming in now, which seem to be mostly the standard Porsches. The 987 comes past me. Looking to my left, I can see the hunched shape of a Lamborghini. That's the GT3 Lamborghini, so they're a bit later than the others, but we're still under code 60, so it's fine. Only half a tank of fuel. And the other thing to remember is, if you have a code 60, it turns up at the point where you've got quite an empty tank. There's nothing to stop you coming in, taking half a tank, doing another lap, coming in, taking half a tank again. So you can come in, you're allowed to come through twice, 3, 4 times and take up to half a tank, not half a tank, half your allowance, because most of the cars have tanks significantly larger, at least 20, 30 litres larger than their maximum allowed fill. I think that's code 60.
It's a lovely... Yeah, well done, mate. That's good stuff. Nick Damon explaining code 60. There's a super amount of strategy. We've got the recovery teams over at turn 16 for Jean-Francois and the 278 CWS car, one of the course vehicles just going out of the pit lane as well, as they're heading out there to see what the situation is. There's a tyre barrier rebuild, we understand, that's going to have to go on there as well. Peter Mackay with me in the Global Broadcast Centre, and this is flawless. what are we away? 5 minutes when this came out, 6 minutes
John,
away from 2 hours.
Charles Espinal about the CP racing car?
That was absolutely perfect for some of the drivers who were in from the start. We'll talk about that in a moment. Let's head back. We'll take the opportunity to say, first of all, thank you to all our volunteer marshals and everybody who's helping out here and giving up of their time, whether it's here at Sebring or at any motor racing circuit around the world. If you're part of the Orange or White Army, thank you very much indeed. If you've been punching tickets, parking cars, thank you. We can't go motor racing without you. Let's go down to the 85 pit again. This is CP Racing. Shane Lewis has just got into the AMG GT3, which means the starting driver, Charles Esplanade, can talk to Nick Damon.
Well, Charles, I think you used every second of your experience of this track in that first hour or so. Taking it easy and then pushing as it dried.
Yeah, it obviously Sebring's a place you got to respect a lot. Love being here again. It was an interesting start, though. We were kind of looking at the radar, trying to gamble on how long we could run those rains, and if we got that little bit more rain, we kind of slowed up on the pace a little to save the rain, and it looked like we should have gone to the slick a little sooner. But that's racing.
I think you put your fastest lap in on the last full lap on those wet tires.
Yeah, right. The car's working really good. The CP Racing guys gave us a great car, and 24 hours at Sebring's going to be interesting, and we're excited to do it.
So the GT3, I mean, obviously you've driven a lot of stuff around here. I mean, is the GT3 the stiffest thing and therefore the most susceptible to bumping you around?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the most physical car I've driven around here. We've driven some GT3 stuff here in the past, but it's amazing how the progression of technology has come in the last 5-6 years since the last time we were here with the GT3 car. So yeah, it's pretty intense. Been around here in some old Trans Am cars with 800 horsepower, and it's still much more fun in this GT3 car. It really, really sticks good.
And it's now full dark. I mean, I noticed they have put some lights around there, so it's actually quite well illuminated around the track, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a bit different. We did the 24-hour WR race here a couple weeks ago, and that was the first time I got to see the permanent tall lights in, and it's changed it quite a bit. It used to be really, really dark out there. I know some of the guys that haven't driven here before are saying, man, it's really dark, but it used to be pitch black out there. So it's a big improvement for everybody. But yeah, definitely a lot more light than there used to be.
Charles, thanks very much. Enjoy your rest.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Charles Esplanade there talking to Nick Damon. All the teams tuned in down the pit lane. Wherever you are in the world, it's good to have you at RSL_studio. And Peter Mackay, you've noticed a car that's come back from behind the wall.
Yes, the number 82 BMW M4 GT3, now driven by Verhagen, is out on circuit. So the Rahal Lederman Lanigan team have been hard at work getting that car fixed after shall we say, a collision with another driver, and now back out and can start turning laps here at Sebring at night, and really couldn't get a better way to get a car ready for its first competitive outing on United States shores at Daytona. I think I saw a thing yesterday. It's 70 days to go until the Rolex 24. So yeah, that'll come round very quickly indeed. It must be said. But good to see that car out and running, and indeed the number 499 Lion Speed by Car Collection GT4 out as well.
So it's time to take a look at the results. Perfect opportunity with the purple flags out and running under full course, 6 kilometers an hour, 37 miles an hour or thereabouts. For those asking, by the way, that is the same as the pit lane speed limit. It's a little bit slower in the fueling area. So if the fuel pumps are full, then you can just basically drive through without losing too much time. Here's how it stands. Then let's start with GT roundup. It's Rutronic Racing Elliot Earhart leads for Rootronic in the number 18 Audi. Ahead of Herbert. Forget about the gaps at the moment because we're running slow, of course. Felix Neuhofer is behind the wheel of Herbert Motorsport, number 92. Leipert in third is the third of the GT3 cars. That's Leipert in third is the third of the GT3 cars. That's going to be Tyler Cook who's just taken over that car. It is Ralph Bunn who got into that car, the lanky figure as Nick described. Well done. Leipert in fifth position is the first of the GTX car, and having driven from the start, the starting driver's just got out now, and Craig Gorski has got into that machine, having taken over from Kenton Cook. The 85 CP Racing, Charles Esplanade out, and that's now Shane Lewis who's in sixth position. In seventh, Vili Motors by EB Motors Porsche, and that is now being driven by Fabrizio Broggi. Behind that car, still in the fuel at the moment, Geronimo Guzman in the 989 Porsche. Both of those GT3 Cup cars, one a 991, one a 992, or 3 Cup cars, one a 991, one a 992. Oh, we need to see those two together. Robert Lonsdale, should I say, in the MRS car. That's Robert Lonsdale, should I say, in the MRS car. That's a former Porsche driver. I know him as a Porsche driver. Alan Metney. He's driving a Mercedes this weekend for Rentec Motorsports. He's in 9th position in the 489. The first of the GT4 cars, the first of the GT4 cars, the second place is the bright yellow GT4 Cayman Club Sport. Then it's RPM Racing, that's the Tracy Cron green car, and that is Patrick Heisman behind the wheel of that. They're in fuel at the moment. Omar Balixson has taken over MRS GT Racing number 987, the GT3 Cup car. That's another 992, the latest iteration that's been running in Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. In 13th position, Alex Riberas has just taken over the Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin. 14th for ST Racing. Now, who's just got into that car? That's the GT4 car. John Miller started that car, but he will have had to get out of that car. It's Chandler Hull who's taken over that car. And then it's the Vortex V8. That's the Sebastian Lajeux driving that car. Just having returned, the 82 car is down in 17th position in GT, and Neil Verhagen, another one of the BMW Junior drivers, has taken over that car. That's come out from behind the wall after the beating it took by the Car Collection Audi earlier on, and that is now back out as well, with Patrick Niederhauser behind the wheel. So both the cars that were behind the wall are back. We're back to 23 cars again, as the Audi of Red Camel did not take the start. Let's have a look at the TCE runners. Two separate races and championships, of course, running here. And top of the shop in TCE is the TCR AC Motorsport number 188. That's the Audi Rick Breukers behind the wheel of that 188 car, the black and purple car. Autorama VW Golf GTI by Wolf Power in second place. That's Roberto Ferri who took that car over. Third in TCE is their team car, the Emil Heyerdahl Autorama Volkswagen. That's the number 1. Fourth for Luca Ayari Nordschleifer Racing in the Ligier JS2R, the red and white low slung coupe. And who else have we got out there? Jean-Francois Bruno is back in the pits. One of the things I must mention is that not only is outside assistance allowed, it's positively encouraged to get the cars back to the pit and get them fixed. The CWS Engineering Ginetta, the blue and black car, that's in the pits, and if they can repair it and get it back out, that's absolutely fine. And that holds fifth position at the moment for Colin White and his teammates. Hopefully John Francois is all right. Matt Rivard, Joe Burris and Warren Dexter still to drive that car. We didn't see the 101 Red Camel TCR and Dexter still to drive that car. We didn't see the 101 Red Camel TCR car. 22 hours to go. Right, let's just take stock of what we've seen, Peter, in the first couple of hours. Apart from the pretty decent racing, to be honest.
Yes, I mean it's been very, very impressive indeed. The driving the driving standards in general, because we have to used to watching the mobile 12 hours of Sebring. If you're used to watching the mobile 12 hours of Sebring, you're looking, most of the drivers in this field have never seen the place before. In fact, I would imagine that things like would be could be a very valuable tool to learn the circuit, but of course it's never quite like the real thing to actually, especially somewhere like Sebring, which is so unique. But I think given the mixture of conditions that we've had, I think that the drivers should really be quite proud of themselves in these early stages.
So first 2 hours in the book, and it's been a busy few hours on the 3.74 mile, 6.02 kilometre circuit of historic Sebring International Raceway. 6.02 kilometre circuit of historic Sebring International Raceway. Ginetta 278. So the remedial work continues out at turn 16, and I think we've gone back to green. Yes, we have. Oh, good news. We have gone back to green flag racing. So the safety cars have gone, the safety workers have gone back behind the wall at turn 16, so that's perfect. Everybody's had a pit stop during that. Jean-Francois Bruno and the 278 CWS Ginetta is still behind the wall, and the BMW M Motorsport number 82 car is back in the pits as well. We'll try and find out whether that has been just getting some relatively sensible and planned maintenance, or whether that's had to go behind the wall. But let's welcome to our broadcast on RSL in sound and vision, Pit Lane Andy. It's Andrew Marriott joining us. Good evening, Andrew.
Good evening, John. It's great to be down here. 2.5 years since I came to Sebring, working with you guys at the WEC race. And look what I've found next to me. A 2 times overall Le Mans winner is Manuel Reuter. And Manuel Reuter is working with the Retonic team. Great to see you. Well, you won Le Mans first back in 1989, of course, in the Sauber, and then later you won in the TWR Just Open car. Before I ask you what you're doing down here, tell me about those victories. Which was the favourite one of the two?
I mean, like you mentioned, if you're looking back now, and especially the win with the Silver Arrow now, more than 25 years back, was a major achievement, and was also the last time without the chicane. At this time in quali we're doing over 400, so crazy times. But yeah, I'm in the end of the day, I'm proud that I was driving these cars in this area, and yeah, now nearly 35 years later, I'm standing here in Sebring again, which I also, I think, raced with Jös in '93. At this time we were fighting against the Toyotas and the Nissan, and I think we were also leading the race, and then unfortunately it was also tricky conditions, like now it was dry, wet, and we lost it, but yeah, nice memories in the end.
So what's your role here at this team?
No, I'm sporting director for road running racing, and yeah, so I try to bring my knowledge, my experience into the team, into the drivers. But I mean, if you see like Winky have done the first 2 hours nearly perfect job under these difficult circumstances, and now we have to survive the night. I mean, here Sebring is quite challenging in 24 hours with a GT3 car. It will be in the end reliability, speed, and yeah, a mix.
And of course, you also won the ITC DTM Championship, and then after that, we used to sit next to each other in booths because I was doing the English commentary, and you were doing the German one next to me.
Yeah, exactly. I did. I think 7 or 8 years commentating DTM, and yeah, good times, and getting a little bit elder. But in the end of the day, I still love this sport. It's my passion since 30, 40 years, and I'm happy that I'm here. And at the moment, we are fighting for the victory, so at the moment it's nice.
Terrific. Manuel Reuter then, a double Le Mans winner I found. And that's one of the great things, isn't it, John, about coming back to a circuit like this and meeting up with old friends when you haven't been around for a little while. So I'm really in my element down here, and I'm going to be running up and down the pit lane for you for the next 2 hours, and looking forward to it. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Also, I noticed Nick saying that this was on his bucket list. Well, it was on my bucket list the first time, about 30 years ago, the first time I came here. And I was a bit disheveled straight off the plane. I was walking down in the middle of the circuit, you know, and there's lots of crazies around and people are partying, and this truckload of girls came past, all obviously with beers and having fun. And one of them shouted something at me, and I've got to paraphrase this, but she basically said, "I'd like to make love with you if you were a lot younger." And that didn't go, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, to be honest.
It is after dark. It's after dark. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. And it is Andrew Marriott, whose book, by the way, is due out anytime soon. We'll have a chat about that, I'm sure, at some stage. I'm sure at some stage. 1989 Sauber Mercedes, and I'll get shouted at by Andrew and May if I get this wrong. I think we're first, second, and fifth, with the Yost Racing Porsche 962 on the podium, and the first the Jaguar was in fourth. And it was Manuel Reuter was with Stanley Dickens and Jochen Mass, and I somewhere have a black and white photograph of me, the trophy, and some of the rest of that year's Radio Le Mans team, because we were in what is now the tyre paddock in those days, right behind the main paddock, P5, and I think it was Stanley and Manuel in the picture with me. I don't think Jochen was there. Maro Baldi, Kenny Atchison, and Brancatelli in second, I think. And the other Mercedes Sauber C9 was the all-French crew, wasn't it? I think. I should really have looked that up before I started talking about it. At RSL_studio after dark with Andrew Marriott, John Hindorf, and Peter Mackay. You don't get this when you work with other people, Peter, do you? You don't get that kind of entertainment. I thought at one stage he said women with beards.
I can't wait. I can't wait till this book comes out. I'm going to be in line at Waterstones or whichever good bookstore, no doubt. If they're not stocking it, they should be. I have to say, I take the moment. This is an absolute privilege. It's obviously a privilege to work alongside you, John, but I love studying old IMSA races and some of the old speed broadcasts, actually, with Andy on it. So to have him here with us in the booth is a real privilege. And that was that was an all-star Andy Marriott segment straight out of the gate there. So if he's going to be like this all night, then we're in for a treat, that's for sure. But Yeah.
Yeah, no wheel spin there. Drop the clutch. He's off, mate. He's gone down towards turn one already. That was a quality getaway, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Straight in there with none other than Manuel Reuter as well. I mean, what a find from Andy as well. Now, I wonder if he could find Andy Lally, who is of course racing in this event. He's not quite taken his turn behind the wheel of the RPM Racing Porsche Cup car, but he's of course been on the podium. In fact, he was second overall here in a Porsche back in 2008. Here in a Porsche back in 2008 in the Spider with Dyson.
Ryan Walker, thanks for making. Ryan Walker says at RS. Hello to Ryan Walker. Thanks for making. Ryan Walker says at RSL Studio. A few people saying that including Kevin Poole. A few people saying that including Kevin. Get back to the pit lane. Get back to the pit lane and take a deep breath. The lawyers are on Spindrew Marriott. We're live from Sebring International Speedway for the 24 hours. Andrew. Andrew Marriott. We're live from Sebring International Speedway for the 24 hours.
Seb is my hard-working cameraman. It's off to have his dinner, so you won't hear from me for a little while, just while he does that. But just to tell you, before I came on pit lane, I went and had a look at the work going on the factory BMW, and I tell you, it took a massive hit from that Audi, because there's a rear, I don't know if this was explained earlier, but there's a rear metal frame, and that was very badly bent. There's also a radiator, an oil radiator at the back there. I don't think that was damaged, but it took a big hit. I also had a look at the Audi, which hit it, and that had a new radiator already finished. Maybe it's back on track yet, I haven't checked it out, but that BMW really was hit probably by about 30 miles faster than it was going. So let's give Seb a little break, and then I'll think up some more stories. But Peter, thanks very much for your kind comment, and I'll tell you all about the book later, but it's going a bit slower than I'd like, to be honest, but it will be out in a couple of months, I think. But I'll be back in about half an hour.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew Murray. The 82 BMW M Motorsport. This is the US competition debut for the M4 GT3. The new car. Neil Verhagen is back. He's behind the wheel of that car. It did come into the pits, but it's circulating again. So that car is moving. So that's good news for them in this run out. It's not running in the GT3 class if you're just joining us, because it hasn't been fully homologated. It's not quite finalised for its spec, and it hasn't run the BOP tests either. The Audi Lion Speed by Car Collection, that's the red and white car, the Swiss flag car, Hop Swiss, as my late mother-in-law would always have me say. Patrick Niederhauser in the 499 also back out. So both of those cars have been repaired and are back out on the track. Elia Earhart leads for Rudtronic. The gap 13.5 seconds back to Felix Neuhofer for Herbert Motorsport in the number 92 Porsche. Tyler Cook in the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini position. But good, Peter, to see the 499 Lion Speed Audi and the BMW back out on the track.
Absolutely fantastic, because as Andy said, it was a proper thump. You're coming down into turn 7, you're going from top gear to bottom gear basically, so to make contact in that braking zone is a big one. And these cars, I mean, they, of course, the manufacturers now, particularly brands like Audi and BMW, they're not just making race cars in, you know, the batches of 10 or 20, they're selling into the hundreds of these models, and these are seriously specialized pieces of kit, but they've just perfected that art now. And if you buy an off-the-shelf GT4 or even GT3 car, you're getting a car that's just so well refined and had so much data and input put into it that it's really you really are getting the best. And the variety of machines you can buy as well is extraordinary, particularly in GT4. Now, one mention I should make, Ryan Ryan Walker, who just tweeted into us a moment ago. Ryan is one of my esports commentary pals, and we actually, when we commentate together, we've actually got our own we've got our own brand. We're called Double Scotch, and no one can understand us. when there's just two Scots in the booth.
I'm sorry, what were you saying now? I didn't understand a word you said.
Very good. Yeah, very good. That was a cheap one.
No, well, listen. Well, my home is much closer to your home than it is to the capital of England. So yeah, you know, I have no issue, and my Scottish relatives would be giving me a lot of grief if I was really complaining about that. Good to have you on, Peter, and thank you for being with us this weekend. We've still got 3.5 hours of this segment of the race to go. It'll be Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden who take over at 6:30 Eastern. That is 11:30 UK, midday 30 in Europe. But even though they won't have any full picture coverage for you, there'll still be some onboards for you. And they'll go from 6:30 Eastern all the way through to the end of the race at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. No ads, no blocks, no fees required. If you're having trouble at the moment with the video feed, don't forget you can drop into us on RS1 rather at www.radio-show.co.uk.
honest, ran it with the lights on pretty much all the time, to be honest. That was just lazy. And I was like, when are they going to brake? And they just kept going. They're probably still...
I've got the same with my driver is the 968, and I run that with the side lights and the fog lights on all the time, so it doesn't have... And I run that with the side lights and the fog lights on all the time, so it doesn't have day
you're not one of these, are you?
Otherwise, it's invisible. And I don't want to pop the headlights up, because obviously they pop up like frog eyes, which makes me giggle every time I do it. And I think they've been in since the car was new.
Just the front, though. Please tell me you don't run around with your rear fog light on, because these people should... Oh God, they should have their license snipped in half. Oh my God.
Only when I'm reversing it into the drive, and I need to see where the posts are and Eve's Boxster. I don't want to run into the 981. I get told off there. No, absolutely. I think that, and that's got 100. So that's a 94 car. They only built that model in 94, being a sport, and I think those headlights and all of those bulbs have been in since. I've just lost one of the two number plate license plate lights. That needs a replacement now, and it's got 100, and I think it's just turned over 112,000 miles on that, and it's all right. It's still going. Pretty good lights for a car of that age, to be honest. Works well.
Absolutely. Built to last. That's the thing.
Yeah, well,
there's a theme here, isn't there? VW Golf, Porsche, yeah.
I part of the same group now, of course.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. That's a story and a half, isn't it? My goodness, there'll be. I wonder, has there been a book written about that?
No.
There could that would make a Hollywood movie. The Porsche. You know what? Let's not go there. Porsche. Yeah, the stocks between Porsche and VW, then back again, and then. You read the financial reports of that era. They make for fascinating reading, I have to say. Anyway, before we get cancelled, anyway, move off that one. It's an Audi at the front of the field, number 18 Rutronic Elliot Earhart, 2:08.1 last time by. But again, Felix Neuharfer, he's the man on the charge. A 2:05.4 last lap, John.
That's pretty decent, isn't it? And you've got to say that the times are looking very good at the moment for this time of the evening. There's no reason, of course, and drivers will tell you this. Some drivers like driving in the dark, some don't. We've talked about this before in both esports and real world racing, haven't we, Peter? There's a bit of light here at Sebring, but the lights on the cars still are having a big effect. And by the way, if you're trackside, thank you for supporting this event. Hopefully we'll be back again supporting this event. Hopefully we'll be back with you because I don't think it's going to get any smaller in the next couple of years. This has been a big effort by IMSA and Creventic to get this together in a great partnership. But there are some drivers who don't like it. There'll be one or two who won't want to do much driving. The problem is with the official sunset at just on 5:30 and sunrise not until 10 minutes before 7, that's more than half of the race that is going to be in either twilight or darkness or sort of emerging light, Peter. That's a lot of the race. A lot of the race.
Yes, and then you kind of have to pay the invoice at some point, as we say.
Yeah.
You could say that in each car there are the hot shoes and there are the less experienced drivers, shall we say, and any successful endurance racing team balances that mix as effectively as possible. In fact, nowadays I would say it's one of the most important parts of having a successful endurance team. And the thing is, if you run your hot shoe through the night hard, they've used up all their driving time, and then you've got to do all the heavy lifting to the flag, and that can come with all sorts of problems. I saw that now when of course the year 2019, when the Ford GT of Ben Keating and Felipe Fraga and Jeroen Bleekemolen crossed the line for the win, of course won on the road and was later disqualified. But if I seem to remember, John, they ran Felipe and Jeroen all the way through, and then Ben Keating carried it for the last few hours, but that was very much a strategical thing rather than not wanting to drive at night.
Yeah, absolutely right. Thanks to Flip and the rest of the techs at 021, as well as Kerry and Tim in London. Still, bear in mind that literally, how far into this race are we now? Literally 4 hours ago, we were still setting up the TV broadcast equipment, so a phenomenal job being done. So we haven't had free practice and qualifying to test things out, so one or two little goals have been worked out, so well done to everybody. And we are talking to the world on their Radio Show Limited network of channels. On your bandwidth compromised, or you're moving around, don't want you looking at pictures when you're driving your car, thank you very much. Just use the audio on RS1 via radiolemans.com, hit the player button, select RS1, and pair your smart device up. One moment. If you're sitting down, and at the moment, if you're sitting down and you've got access, radiolemans.com, there's a link on the front page, or via 248series.com, where, by the way, you'll also find some outstanding timing and scoring. Thank you very much, as ever, to the team at Get Race Results and Time Service.
Super tracker.
Really
good
right.
tracker. All these little M&Ms, good
Right.
tracker. All these little M&Ms going around Sebring is brilliant.
So either. So that means I can tell you that the leader is heading down towards Cunningham and through there at the moment, now through Collier at turn 11. What would normally be Green Park, just now to the left and slightly behind the number 18 of Earhart in that Rootronic 8. In traffic at the moment. And crossing the line again.
Incredible the amount of advancement in modern. I mean, of course, the BMW M4 G3 is the most to-date GT3 car, of course, now about to go to homologation. The level of tech inside the car, of course, the wheel, the steering wheel, you can get an exact, it's not even a replica, it is exactly the same thing. You could take this wheel and put it onto your Fanatec Direct Drive Sim wheel, and it would work. And your wheel off the sim and put it on the car, and it would also work. It's exactly the same. The first time it's ever been done. You look at the tech.
Doing that
this
with
is like
Bentley as well, aren't they? As well as the M4, they're doing it with Bentley Continental as well.
Yeah, and you look at the level of detail, level of kit in this BMW M4 GT3. This is like the proper glory days of the real unobtainium factory Pratt & Miller Corvettes, which are a GTLM car, very much a grade above in terms of cost.
I was talking to Johnny Morland last weekend, and I've been talking to a few teams about the new GT3. We had a question about that earlier on. Hopefully help sort out what's going on with Corvette racing. Still very much involved in IMSA. Backwards engineering that GT Le Mans car performance, and we're running GTD Pro next year, whilst the other car stays in its current spec and heads off to the WEC. They hope for two cars at Le Mans, current spec, and heads off to the WEC. They hope for two cars at Le Mans. But certainly GT Le Mans cars. GT Le Mans cars are extremely sophisticated. The GT3s now are more expensive to run than an LMP3 car. That's Johnny was telling me that Red River Sport is his organisation, and he looks to get the best deals for his clients to progress their motorsport careers. And I was shocked to hear that, to be honest. Very shocked to hear.
And of course, Johnny runs Ferraris, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
or did anyway.
Done, yeah.
And now, I'm not singling out any particular brand, but from what I understand, there was a brilliant piece written by Kilby on dailysportscar.com about the relative costs of Stephen Kilby on dailysportscar.com. What surprised me, John, was how it can actually be there's quite a lot of disparity in cost from one brand to another, which did surprise me. And I won't say which is the cheapest and which is the most. I won't say look for yourself. I'm not saying if you can look for yourself. I was actually quite shocked the difference brand to brand.
The purchase costs are very similar, but they're quite different. And even down to GT4, there's a difference in philosophy between GT4 cars. You'll have an AMG GT4, which is effectively a GT3 car that is, I was going to say downgraded there, and that's absolutely not the right thing to say. It's a GT3 car, a lot of it is GT3 bits, a lot of it is GT3 and bits. It runs in a GT4 version, and therefore it's still got a lot of bits on it, racing bits on it, sport race on it, which means they're quite expensive to replace. Whereas the Audi GT4, the R8 GT4, that's much closer to its street and road going base car, which means parts are less expensive. I'm not going to say cheaper, less expensive, but of course they are not meant to be pounded around Sebring for 24 hours. So you know, you literally pays your money and you takes your choice. And by the way, I've spoken to teams, some of whom run both of those particular cars I mentioned, and of whom run both of those particular cars I mentioned but I use those because they're probably at the two extremes. I've spoken to teams who will give you chapter and verse about why one or the other is better for a particular type of driver, and ultimately it's going to come down to who's paying the bills, which tends to be a gentleman driver in that case, Peter, and which one they feel, and there's no wrong answer, and there's no wrong answer in GT4 or GT3 as it stands right now, which is why it's been so popular.
Well, absolutely, and I think also the brand heritage, the marketing behind it, what the brand image is, has a huge part of it as well. I mean, what brand you maybe drive on the street, from what I understand, it might change now, but the existing 780 can be serviced at your local Porsche dealer, because it's so close to the road going car. That might be different now, but it certainly was.
Well, and the new GT4 RS has just come out. And as a race car, the follow the engine now up over 500 horsepower, or close to 500 horsepower. I had a GT4 street car last week, actually.
What did you think?
And there's no Porsche I dislike, like in every Porsche. I'm not sure that one was my cup of tea. It is a race car for the road, there's no doubt about it. They're racing the Visit Cayman Islands Porsche Sprint Challenge in the UK, and there's not much needs to be done to them. This had, as it was a GT4, it had all the caging. If I'm very honest, I've always thought that the Cayman looks slightly less elegant than the Boxster. There's something about the line of the roof at the back that doesn't make the best of the curves of that car. And even with the roof up, I think the Boxster looks better. And there's an odd resonance that the coupe has that the convertible doesn't. And there's an odd resonance that the coupe has that the convertible engine in that car. And it's not the same 4-litre normally aspirated as was in, or is still in, the GT3 992, it's actually a stretched version of the 992 3-litre twin turbos with the turbos taken off, and it's got 1,014 horsepower more. And it's a very different character of engine. Delivers its power and its torque very, very low down. Has a really odd non-flat six like tick over idle, which really caught me out. Not that you can see the engine, because of course it's the mid-engine and buried, but what a weapon. And course, mid-engine and buried. Driver, that was the question we were trying to fix. We've got a real-world road test coming up on it soon. And that was the daily driver, that was the question we were... And I think it still probably is. Because I did go and do the weekly shop in it, and it's still got the practicality of having 2 luggage areas, one in the front and one at the back. And all one at the back, front of the car. I didn't even have to use the back. It was interesting, very interesting car. It was a PDK, which I wouldn't pay the extra £2,000 for, if I'm honest. I'd stick the extra £2,000 for, if I'm honest. I'd stick with the 6-speed. I'm not sure. A cost option on that car, and also which I'm not sure, unless I was doing a lot of track work, I'm not sure I'd use mine. Goodness though, they were good. Ceramics, which I'm not sure, unless I was doing a lot of track work, I'm not sure I'd use mine. Goodness though, 92 grand to 911 as far as I'm concerned, and 92 grand to 911 as far as I'm concerned. And I've got a soft spot for the 911. If money was no option, even if money was in, and a Carrera 2S is probably still, I think, the best car, dollar for dollar, pound for pound, that Porsche build. Now I'm biased because I've got a 993 2S, and to my mind there's not much with the 2S, and to my mind there's not much. Here's the thing, Peter, that GT4 Cayman is 200 kilos heavier than my 993. Now, it's got 150 horsepower more as well, but 200 kilos heavier.
That's a lot, wow. Yeah, that's a lot to get it. You've got to have a lot of fancy suspension to get around that.
It was good.
I have to say.
So they don't actually run full, maybe 20 or 30 horsepower more in these. They just run a little bit leaner in terms of a little 1 or 2 fewer horsepower. At RSL_ fewer horsepower. At RSL_ studio on RS1 and. It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff here, coming up to 10 minutes before 8. So what, coming up to 3 hours of racing. So, good to have your company, wherever you are in the world.
It's quite a bizarre thing to get used to, of course, with this being the first ever 24 hours of Sebring. Normally we're used to the tail end of the Sebring 24 hours. I've normally had a couple of glasses of wine by now at this point in the Sebring race, but obviously that's not the case at the moment, you'll be pleased to know. This is, I mean, for the drivers who have got experience, of which there are a few of the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring, this is going to be a long old night for the teams. They'll be glad to see the break of morning.
There was a 24-hour race here a couple of weeks ago for Race WRL, but the first time that the Hankook 24-hour series has been here, and also the first time in terms of Hankook 24-hour series that were contiguous full 24 hours. Contiguous full 24 hours. In the races that we had at the circuit, I think it was 10 and 14 the year that I did. I think it was 10 and 14 the year that I did. 14 and 10, wasn't it? The year I did it. And we had about 6 hours off in the middle. So it was 14 and 10, wasn't it? The year I did it. We had about 6 hours off in the team. Marshals the opportunity to get a break as well. Volunteer marshals the opportunity to get a break as well, because by the time I got out of there, finished my driving, got an RV. Because by the time I got out of there, finished my driving, got out of my race suit, chilled out a bit more, and then got to sleep. It was almost time to get back up again. Got a shower, went to sleep, got up, cleaned my teeth, jumped back in the car. Now, in fairness, I didn't have to be there for the restart because I wasn't taking the restart, but you kind of want to be there, don't you? And, you know, support your mates, and you never know if somebody might trip over and twist their ankle, and you do have to get in earlier. So there's pluses and minuses. We had 4 drivers for that. I think that's just about right for a 24-hour race. I know that it's Daytona now. You're allowed up to 5 now in IMSA competition for the Rolex 24, and 4 here at Sebring for the Mobile 112. If you're trackside, by the way, thanks for supporting us, layering out over the PA, which is great. Thanks to all the technical staff here at Sebring International Raceway and 021 for getting us on the PA. Great to see that we have got some fans here looking at some different motor racing. You've already seen a bit of Code 60, the different pit lane regulations with refueling all done at a single fueling area, which means less investment from the teams in terms of fuel rigs, and also you don't have to wear the fireproofs in the teams in terms of fuel rigs, and also you don't have to wear the fireproofs in the pit lane because the guys that were doing the fueling down at pit out, they have to do that. So what's your impressions so far, Peter, as we've got 10 minutes to go to so what's your impressions so far?
Well, it's been absolutely fantastic. You don't need to convince me anymore about Sebring. I mean, it's such a wonderful, wonderful place. And like I said, if the cracks in the concrete here could talk, they would have some story to tell. And this is just adding to the legacy. Sebring is endurance racing as well. They have, and as you mentioned earlier, of course, the first ever US Grand Prix, but actually the organisers, the kind of forefathers of the Sebring International Raceway, they did have their alliance with Formula One or Grand Prix racing was brief. They didn't have it back again for mainly fiscal realities. Actually, the times change and sometimes they don't. But yeah, this is whoa! As the vortex just has a huge spin coming out of turn 5 towards Gurney back 701. Oh dear, the French Daytona prototype is a bit of an issue.
Sebastian Leger behind the wheel of the bright orange machine. Turn 5. Well, anybody who's driven Sebring either in real life or on any of the platforms knows just how easy that is to do. Oh. Just take a tiny bit too much speed through from 4 into 5, which then tightens on you, and then you're just turning a little bit more to the left and pinching yourself down because that blue and white curb comes up on the right hand side so quickly, and all of a sudden, well, normally for me, I'm backwards into the tyres there. So Sebastian's actually done a really good job in that Vortex V8, just to loop in a really good job in that Vortex V8, just to loop the car. Me there was how easy it was for him to turn it around to the grass. So that rainstorm that we had earlier on hasn't wet the grass as much as I thought it might have.
Yeah, I guess the ambient temperature must be relatively high for this time of day. Of course, the ambient temperature must be relatively high for this time of day. Of course, and Andrew Marriott sporting their Creventic 24H series polo shirts. So clearly it's not that cold in pit lane, so maybe that's helped to moisture a little bit. But good to see the Vortex carrying on with the big American V8 in the back of it. It might be built in France, but it has an American heart beating through it. It's work going on in a pit lane at the moment. I think that's the ST Racing BMW M4. Yes, it is. Samantha Tan's car in for service. They're very much out in front in the in the championship and will be in place to seal up the GT4 title. But just filling up with fuel before going in to pay the bill and get your club card points and back out on circuit again.
Yeah.
Other supermarket loyalty cards are available.
Are available, yeah, absolutely. I'm a nectar man myself. Alametni are available, yeah, absolutely. I'm a nectar man myself. Alametni is right in front of the press room. And down into turn 1. Get as close to that left-hand wall as you dare, then drift all the way over to the right. And a nasty little kink here. Easy to drift off the track if you're not concentrating. And turn 3 comes very quickly indeed. Late turning, clip the curb on the left-hand side. And turn hand side. Tony Green 5. Tony greedy on the throttle here, boy. Patience. Under the relatively new double-sized bridge now that crossover bridge, and through Big Bend. Under the Mobile 1 bridge, and then look for your braking point into turn 7. It's just about where the surface changes on these cars. Try not to run off the track on the left-hand side. Then you're through Fangio and turn 9 towards Cunningham. First half of the lap there.
The ST Racing BMW at the moment still in the pit lane, and as one of the Lamborghinis comes in, I think that is, and car Tyler Cook bringing in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Now we've got 2 Huracans. We've got the GT3 car and of course the Super Trofeo, which leads the way in GTX at the moment. With the second place car, MRS GT Racing, Robert Lorndale in that Porsche 911 Cup 992. 911 Cup 992.
Going on again. Oops. Going on again. With the white LEDs over the header on the right hand side.
Oh no, it's the line speed by Car Collection. Oh, Car Collection Audi really pushing with Patrick Niederhauser really pushing with Patrick Niederhauser, or just coming out of turn, manages to gather it all back up again, just about. A very close one there, coming down towards Gurney Bend.
It just goes to show what comes
towards
all the time. It's in fuel at the moment. It's Tyler Cook in the Lippert Motorsport 3rd place Lamborghini.
Yeah, their 3rd stop of the race. I'm still waiting for the 3rd stop for Retronic of the race. I'm still waiting for the 3rd stop for Retronic Racing of Ilya, having had the gap cut down to well below 10 seconds for the lead overall. Having had the gap cut down to well below 10 seconds for the lead over, getting the hammer down in that Audi. And
coming up to the hour for that car, so it won't be too long. Expect it in the next couple of laps. It's done 25 laps. The last stint was 31, but did have a little bit of full in the next.
should we say, the time, and a local, should we say, play factory Lancia in the Sebring 12 Hour in the next year.
Waiting to see if the Retronic car comes in this time around for Elliot Earhart. Out on the track at the moment, number 1, Emil Heyerdahl for Autorama. Emil Heyerdahl for Autorama. It's just on the far side start-finish line as we come down to the 3-hour mark. And just a moment or two ago at the hairpin, the number 701, Sébastien Lageux, going straight on in the vortex, and then on Sébastien Lageux going straight on in the vortex, and then across the ground there on the old circuit and turned right to the old hairpin and not had to risk going across the grass and whatever terrors might have been in there.
Question. Sorry, John. A question come in from, funny enough, Drew Adamson from iRacing has said, why is there 2 lanes on the exit of pit lane? That's an excellent question, very pertinent to what's going on right now. The number 710 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo is in. So unlike in regular IMSA competition, for example, where the refueling will happen at the pit stop where you're doing your tyres, etc., there's a separate refueling area, but you don't, it's not compulsory to refuel. So if you're just taking tyres and you're not refueling, you just go into the left-hand lane and off you go back to racing again, if I'm explaining that correctly.
No, absolutely right, and this follows what we were saying earlier on. There's no refueling at your pit stall, so you don't have to have your own fuel rig. The majority of your team don't have to have fireproof overalls because there's no hot pit, if you will. And what we have down there is a big fuel tanker, big VP Racing fuel tanker. They're the supplier for this. Big fuel tanker, big VP Racing fuel tanker. They're the supplier for this, being IMSA's official. I'm over in the containers, half a dozen or 8 what look like normal gas station, petrol station fuel pumps with the pistol grip hose on the end, and they're parked just on the other side of the pit wall. And I think we've got 6 double-sided ones, 8 double-sided ones. I might be wrong, but I think there's 8 there. You could fuel 16 cars at a time. They've got nice long hoses on. Normally, when we're in Europe, actually we did this at Kota as well. You went out towards the pit lane exit, and there was a corned off area, and you actually went into the paddock, did effectively a big lazy U-turn, and there were the fuel pumps, and so you have 2 members of your team down there, normally with walkie-talkies, with RTs down there, and when you're ready to come in, your car manager, your team manager, car controller will get you on the radio, ask you for your fuel number, and say, okay, right, we're close enough now. Right hind off, come into the pits now. So we're leaving you in the car, go down for fuel. So you come in, you hit the pit lane speed limiter, you go in, and then you go down to a secondary pit lane speed limiter or walking pace, and you drive in, and then you turn the engine off, and they fill the car up. And it takes ages because it's filling at the normal rates that you would when you were getting petrol or gas at your local fuel stop. But it does save a lot of money because it's the series who've invested in all that, and the teams don't need to. So that's what that lane is there. That is effectively the fueling lane, as the 701 has made it back to the pits for Sébastien Lageux. His eventful last 10 or 15 minutes is over. New set of Hankook tyres, and the doors come open. It looks like there's going to be a driver change there as well. It's the Hankook 24 Hours series, and it is the 24 Hours of Sebring. Good to have your company. Sebring International Raceway, live coverage from the RSL team. It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh with Andrew Marriott in the pit lane. So standard service going on for that Vortex V8. I'm right in saying, Peter, I heard you say this earlier on, that runs an LS3
That's correct.
GM motor, doesn't it? Yeah.
That's correct. It reminded me of, people might have been confused with what I said. It's when I was looking through the spec of the car, it's like a French take on an old Daytona prototype. It's got a space frame chassis, it's got a big nasty V8 in the back or in the middle, and off you go. It's relatively simple, but a proper race car all the same. And it's I would love a go hint in one of these. In one of these cars as well, and of course it's got lift-up DeLorean-esque doors as well, so a proper cool piece of kit.
Not unlike the styling of the KTM Crossbow, although that of course has that really fabulous the Gumpert Apollo, yeah, absolutely. The KTM of course has that clamshell lift-up front end, which is very space age. Producing a GT4 version of that. They are producing a GT4 version of that car now.
Oh,
which
yes.
we've seen in Creventic competition.
What a company they are, KTM. I mean, engineering is, and they've never gone into any form of racing and not won. Everything they've set their mind to. MotoGP, dirt bikes, everything.
They've expanded their two-wheeled empire as well, of course, buying up some other brands. Austrian, and this KTM we're talking about, not the Vortex that's coming out the pit lane, is going into the right-hand side, which is the fuel lane. So their team members will bring it in, and the fuel hose will come over the wall with the standard pistol grip filler on the end. I think they possibly weren't quite ready for him, actually, if I'm honest, because they haven't yet got him connected.
Yeah, it's actually one of the
they're
lightest.
soaking up a penalty. That's the penalty box. Excuse me, Peter. That's the penalty box. They've been soaking up a penalty there on the 701. So let's see what we think that was. Not respecting flag signals. So that was a 20-second time penalty, and that has now been served. So that's only the second penalty in the race. We had the 499 Audi for causing a collision. I'm not sure that's been served yet either, if I'm honest. That car's still in the pits, of course, as is the 278 CWS Engineering Ginetta that had that incident earlier on. So having served the penalty, the Vortex is now in the fuel part of the lane, so that's fine.
And of course, this Vortex machine is one of the lightest cars in the field. It weighs pretty much dead on a ton, which is quite a lot lighter than the GT3 cars, for example, about 250 kilos lighter. And so it may well be running by a big old over 6-litre V8, but actually with that light weight, it should be okay on fuel consumption, I would think, with the Vortex. But you're right, the 499 Audi by Car Collection has not yet served the penalty. However, is in the pit lane now and may well be about to do just that.
Kevin Poole asking about that 278 CWS car. Just over an hour it's been in the pits now. Andrew is in the pit lane for us with Seb. We'll set them that task immediately. Problem is, of course, it isn't in the pit lane. I'm pretty certain it's behind the wall, because they can't work on it in the pit lane, and there aren't any garages next to the pit lane. So Patrick Nieder has in the Lion Speed by Car Collection. That car has also, shall we say, not been on the track for quite some time. And the 278, that was the car that caused our full course yellow, full course purple, should I say it. And that was quite some time ago now, wasn't it? That was that ended ended an hour ago. So there was an impact with the tyre barrier at turn 16 for the 278 Ginetta.
another penalty being issued.
We've got. Go ahead, Peter. Sorry.
Sorry, John. Another penalty being issued. Car 987. Now, this is what you're mentioning
Porsche.
earlier on. Car 987, Porsche Cup Car 992 spec, the newer spec, exceeding maximum refueling amount during a code 60. So just a trip up of the rules there. That's the MRS GT Racing car being driven by Omar Balkasoun at the moment, but that's a 30-second time penalty. That's so there you go. If you 30-second time penalty for going over your refueling amount, but if you run into the back of somebody, just 20. So there you go. Shows you how
well, it's about advantage though, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Shows you how important that is. It therefore has a relative penalty.
With everybody else slowed down, and therefore you're getting a quote-unquote, if not free, certainly cut price pit stop for your fuel. It's like blowing the pass around rules when you've got the safety car out. You get a really punitive penalty for that because you should know better, frankly. Rudtronic leading. Elliot Earhart with 22.5 seconds now. Felix Neuhofer for Herbert in second. The first of the two Porsches, the number 92. Then the 91 is Ralph Bourne in the sister car. And Elliot doing a very, very good job indeed. That lead did come down quite a lot, down to about 8 seconds. Leon Super Cup, a title that he won back in 2011. Been around in competition in Creventic for quite a while. Porsche off the circuit at turn 4-5 again, and that was the class leader, Fabrizio Brogi for Vili Motorsport by EB Motors. That is the GT3 Cup 991 Gen 2 car, in 6th overall and leading the 991 Cup class. Now, in fairness, second position is a ways back. It's Andy Lally behind the wheel of the 907 RPM Racing, but you don't give Andy Lally a sniff of anything, because he needs absolutely no second invitation to push, and any small advantage that he can get, he will take. Also in the pits, by the way, Alex Riberas has brought in the Heart of Racing Team Aston number 423. That will be that's a pretty standard stop. Alex been out there for an hour and 10 minutes, or if you prefer 29 laps. He took over from Gray Newell, so he can stay in for the better part of the next stint, and he can't stay in for another hour and 4 minutes. This is what we were talking about earlier on. Maximum you can spend in the car in any one go is 2 hours. Now that 2 hours doesn't include the time you spend in the pit lane or being fueled, but any time you're not in the pit lane, whether it's green or purple or indeed any colour under the sun, that still counts towards your drive time.
Yes, you've got to be on circuit basically is to
correct. If you're on circuit, you're on time. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Your clock's ticking, mate. It's like it's if you're a HGV, if you're a truck driver, and you've got the
tachograph.
You've got the old tachograph, the spy in the cab going. And if you're running on track, that's it. It's ticking over. Your 2 hours are counting down. If you're parked up and fueling the car up, or you're having a chat to your team, or you're getting a new set of Hankook tyres, you're off the clock at that point. You can have a cup of tea.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it seems like the 955 Willie Motorsport by Erby Motors car, Fabrizio Broggi, has got back going again, recovered from that spin again, kept it out of the wall. But as we mentioned, Andy Lally taking over from Patrick Heusman, so they're really dragging that number 907 RPM racing car back up into contention. And in fact, the class leader, the 955, does owe us a pit stop as well, so that could be very close in the not too distant future. And with somebody like Andy on board, I mean, for those who aren't aware of, or maybe aren't aware of Andy, maybe more fans of 24H series, Andy is an American sports car all-star, really. Legend. I mean, he's Watkins Glen 6-hour wins, 4 of them, 4 Daytona 24-hour wins, 2 Grand Am titles, Sebring win, Petit Le Mans win. Overall podium here at Sebring as well, as we mentioned earlier, and a very keen skateboarder and jiu-jitsu artist as well. Race car driving is the safest thing that he does with his time.
Downhill,
luge, is it not?
Luge. He's mad as a balloon. A bit of drama, which is unusual. No, we normally say no drama, Autorama. Both cars in the pits at the same time. The number 1 coming in first from the lead of the TCR class, and therefore the lead of the TCE part of the race. This is not a standard stop. There's some work going on in the 112 footwell on the passenger side, or is that just a new driver being bolted in? Roberto Ferri perhaps getting out, but it looked like there was something going on in the passenger footwell, maybe some electronic issues. Not able to talk to Andrew at the moment in the pit lane, so can't give you any more than that.
Stint-wise, I think it's okay, 41 laps, so for Roberto Ferri, so certainly on cue, and that, yes, looks like it has been a driver change there. And we'll find out who to when the car comes over the timing beacon, or the, what's it, RFID reader?
That's it, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Very clever technology. Oh, I like the fire suits for the Autorama team. They've got what look like they've draped Christmas lights just sparkled around them with their yellow jackets. I like those. You wouldn't miss them in a hurry.
It's a good idea, just having them dangle them around your neck. It's very good. Very good. Andrew back in the pit lane now, Peter. Here's some noise from his mic. Let's see if we can pop down to Mr. Marriott and see if he's got an update for us on the number 278 Ginetta. Andrew, welcome back.
Thanks very much. Well, yeah, Seb took a needed break, and he hasn't been to sleep for about 48 hours, so he went and had a little bit of dinner.
No, that's fine, absolutely.
Yeah. So just waiting here at Herbert, and the youngster who was going so well in that Porsche is getting his crash helmet off now. And oh no, it's Ralph Boner. Sorry, I just ran up. Ralph. He's extracted the earplugs. How was that session for you then? Hot.
Oh, yeah, not so hot. It was okay. The track is clear now, so no issues with the water. And now it's time to find my rhythm. As there was not so much training, but it's fine so far.
What's great with you guys, the four of you have driven so many times together this championship over 5 years. I mean, you all know each other and where the strengths and weaknesses are.
Well, we not only know each other, I think we are friends, and maybe that's the solution.
I think it helps a lot. Now, yeah, the other thing about this this team from Bavaria is they're very, very clever. It's not a flashy team, is it? It's very much an engineering-led team you have here at Herbert.
Well, Robert and Alfred both are engineers in the end, and so they are drivers, they are engineers, they are team managers, they are friends, so they are everything. So we learned a lot from them.
I've got to ask you, can you tell the two twins apart? Do you know which is which?
Mostly I know, yeah, mostly, yeah.
Well, go and take a well-deserved break, but I think you're going. When it comes to the end of this 24 hours, we always know that Herbert is going to be right in there.
Please, once again.
We know that at the end of the race, you're going to be right in there at the sharp end.
Well, let's see. It's a long way to go, and we will manage over the night and see who will be the one to drive over the finish line.
Excellent. They are a very good team. Why is it not called Renault Racing? Why is it called Herbert Racing? Because, in fact, the twins took their name, Herbert, from the mother, not from the father, who was sadly killed, actually, in a road accident when he was 55 years old. And he was also Alfred, like one of the twins, and he set up this whole organisation, and they are absolutely one of the great stalwarts of this championship.
And a very, very, as Andrew said, well-organised team. I think of everybody in Creventic, they seem to be able to make the best of when the Code 60s come out, Peter, down through the years that we've watched them. At one stage, I think every 24-hour race they entered for 1 year, they won. And there's just something inherently organised about them. They've had a not great run of form recently. More cars coming in for fuel, by the way, including the second place number 92 car with the red running lights. That's Felix Neuhofer now behind the wheel of that car. Zach Anderson is there for the Nola Sport, the yellow 470 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Those are the two Porsches in the pit lane. But you see Herbert name on an entry list, Peter, you think, yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that car or those cars, because you just know they're going to pound around with the monotonous regularity of a Porsche, and they'll take every possible advantage they can find, as Neil Verhagen, by the way, comes in for BMW in that new M4, very purposeful looking car, M4 GT4. As Andrew said, quite rightly, Peter, Herbert, they're there or thereabouts pretty much all the time. Never count them out.
Absolutely, and I think what Herbert have done over just the last season, particularly, going to run a car at Le Mans, that's a big deal to do that, and not only that, going from the GT3 up to the RSR as well, and running at lots of other races. I mean, I think it proves, and you mentioned how this Sebring 24-hour event can grow. It proves that the 24H series is a fantastic place for any race team to come and compete, because, well, Herbert, they really have risen to that other level, but they've done that, like you said, by just learning how to execute a 24-hour race perfectly in this very championship.
It's Peter Mackay, and a busy fuel stop at the moment. You can add now the MRS GT Racing 992 Cup car in there. That's the number 987, Omar Balkison, and I think Jim Norman was coming in there as well in the BMW M4 GT4. That's the 421 for Team ACP, the Tanga Associates car. So a couple of BMWs and a whole plethora of Porsches. Oh, and the race leader's in as well. The race leader, Elliot Earhart, has come in for Rutronic Racing by TECE, sneaked in the darkness. So that was after that was a good old long run, that, wasn't it? That was a 36 lap run, couple of Code 60s laps at the beginning, but that's nearly an hour and a half there for Elliot. And I would, well, that hasn't shown us a changed driver yet, but I would expect that car to have changed its driver. Don't see the point of leaving Elliot out for just another half an hour. So let's see who's going to go through. Lightbert's going to get one lap back. Felix Neuhofer will get out before Rutronic, so he'll be on the lead lap the next time he comes round. So the timing and scoring looking a bit odd at the moment.
I think it actually takes a while.
Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
I think the car needs to fully leave the pit lane for the RFI. I think the RFID reader must be at the end of pit lane, because there's a lot of only when the car goes back out on circuit do we know who's in it by that point. So Herbert have changed over to the 92 car to Bobby Gonzalez, and Sven Herberger has taken over from Elliot Earhart. But not only a long stint there from Elliot Earhart, but his fastest lap only 1.2 seconds off Marcus Winkelhock's best. Now that is mighty impressive, because like we mentioned earlier, Marcus Winkelhock is a platinum graded driver, the top grading possible. Elliot is a bronze. That's the sort of, we do not see that level of normally the gap between a platinum and a bronze is much bigger than that.
Alan Metney's been doing a nice job moving over to AMG GT4 Mercedes from his normal Porsche Carrera Cup North America. First year of the Carrera Cup North America this year. We've had GT3 Cup Challenge in the past, but new tyre supply this year, putting it on the same footing, literally, as the rest of the world, and the new 992 Cup cars. Just 5 championships for that new 992 GT3 Cup car this year here in the States. Carrera Cup Asia, which I was doing some commentating on. Very exciting series that. Went down to the last race of the year. Carrera Cup Deutschland, unsurprisingly. Super Cup, of course, that supports Formula 1 most times. And Benelux as well was the 5th one. Had to think there.
I mean, whenever the British Touring Car Championship come up to Knockhill, to my local circuit, everyone stands back from the fences when the Porsches come on to the circuit, because they're just so fast. They're faster over the lap than the touring cars, and that's the 991 spec. John, I cannot fathom what these new 992 spec 911 GT3 Cup cars are going to be like when they arrive in the UK next year. A scary thought.
The lap record around here was set by Seb Prior at 2:02.999 in a Carrera Cup car. In their first test, they were running pretty close to the old GT3, GT Daytona lap record, and that was after being told by Porsche Motorsport North America, guys, don't bend the cars because we've got no spare shells yet. And they still went out and got pretty close to the old GT Daytona lap record.
It's a frightening thought, isn't it? I mean, I guess the tyres would be different, a sprint tyre and an endurance tyre, but even so, you think of the relative costs. It's there's a question for you, John. Could you think you could effectively, I guess Porsche would rather they didn't, but you could effectively balance a performance a 992 Cup car into GT3 nowadays, but they'd rather sell you a proper GT3 car, maybe. I don't know.
I think the new GT3, so the R effectively, that car is going to be very much based on the Cup car. The Cup car's a lot more sophisticated than it was, and here in the States, they took the option of running it with ABS, which is quite unusual. There's only ever 1 year of Carrera Cup. The first year of it would be the first year of the 996s. They had 1 year of it. And then, as I say, it's a very sophisticated car. Right, Andrew is down in the pit lane, live here at Sebring International Raceway. Where are you, Andrew?
Well, I'm at the entrance into the pit lane. I draw your attention to this sign, firstly. No one under the age of 18. What about poor Bryson Morris then? He's in the ST BMW. He's only 16, so I wonder if they let him in. I think they did. But then, look at this, no shorts. Now, you know Seb is a very, very dexterous cameraman, but can he show us what he's wearing? Seb's cheating. He shouldn't be allowed in the pits. Disgraceful stuff. I'm off to see which drivers I can find. I have to tell you, it's really quite breezy now, but I think all the rain has gone for the night now. It feels much cleaner and clearer now. But I'll come back to
Andrew.
you in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, Andrew. If you could, Andrew, we really update with on the 278 Ginetta, which has been in the pit lane for getting on for an hour and a half now. If you can do that, that'd be super. Thank you.
He's Andrew's clearly missed the sign that says no BRDC hats.
Very good.
You can be sure that he'll not only will he find out what's happened to the Ginetta, he'll find. I reckon he's going to find Patrick Dempsey on his way, or he'll find Hurley Haywood or somebody really famous. They go, I'm here with Hurley Haywood. That's only Andrew Marriott can find these characters.
Twenty and a half hours to go. Getting into the meat of the race now. Taking another look at our class leaders. Well, Neil Verhagen's back out on track, turning laps again after that quite serious incident, it appears, with a subframe, bit of subframe damage from what Andrew was saying on the BMW M4 GT3 on its competition debut here in the US.
Ooh, that's not the work of a moment.
No. Well, you know what? They turn it around pretty quickly, and yes, this is an extended test, Peter, but you've got to work under pressure and find out how serviceable these vehicles are. It's not the sort of thing you're going to think about. Oh, might we have to change the left rear subframe?
Well, I mean, look at a great example would be the Rolex 24 at Daytona this year, when the number 79 WeatherTech Porsche, of course, running as an independent car rather than a works car, albeit with a lot of work support, is hit up the back on the pace on the green flag lap, and the amount of time spent in the pits trying to sort that out really did thwart any chance of getting back on the case again. And that's these sort of lessons you'd rather learn them in before you're going into the championship than on the first day of the championship, and I guess that's the reasoning behind it. I think this test or this race is going to put that BMW M4 GT3 in such a good place for the opening round of the IMSA season. I think, and that is what a great selling point to many other teams in North America to come and take part in this race next year.
Yeah, I hope this is going to be a regular feature. Really do. Done really good work to get everybody here.
But interesting now with the cars with just a little bit more fuel on board. Sven Herberger a 210.2 last time by. Tyler Cook in the Lamborghini Huracan 209.9. So Leipert Motorsport Leipert have leapt up the order. They're now into second place. And again, don't forget they've got their hot shoe Seb Morris waiting patiently in the pit lane. The Herbert cars now in third and fourth. Bobby Gonzalez in the 92 and Daniel Alleman in the 91, with Charles Putman now driving his CP Racing Mercedes in fifth overall. And Leipert Motorsport with their Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo leading GTX sixth overall. And I tell you what, John, only 3 laps down on the leader. If the GT3 cars hit trouble in any great number, that Super Trofeo car could be on the overall podium, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely agree. They do seem to run, and it's very quick in a straight line. I mentioned this earlier on. Doesn't have the same kind of aero, so it's not as draggy. It doesn't carry so much speed through the corners, but there's a couple of very fast spots here at Sebring. Tyler Cook bouncing through turn 1 in the Lamborghini for Leipert. Sven Herberger in the 92, Bobby Gonzalez in the 92. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3: Audi, Lamborghini, and then Herbert Porsche. Herbert in 4th position. And at the moment, let's see where the 92 is compared to the leader. Yeah, that's off the lead lap at the moment, but just by round about, well, leader coming to turn tower, 92 just coming up to turn 10. So a couple of corners behind it. So just off the lead lap for the better of the 2 Herbert cars.
I tell you what, Rentec are having a really strong in GT4, long run in GT4. Our lead 489 Mercedes AMG GT4 been running pretty much uninterrupted. Since Nola Sport have recovered to second. The Seoul Porsche Cayman with Roman De Angelis driving the Seoul Porsche Cayman with Roman De Angelis, the young Canadian, the sole Aston Martin in the field. Always good to have an Aston Martin in the entry event to make sure that Sarah Rigby has a car to cheer on. Very important. Sarah, one of our most loyal fans here at the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And also Ryan Walker, who we mentioned earlier, the other half of Double Scotch, he's a big Aston Martin fan as well, so he'll be happy to see the art of racing involved. So great to have so many of you joining in here on YouTube stream for this 24 hours of Sebring, a real historic event. First time 24-hour series have come here, and yeah, to double the length of one of the world's most fearsome endurance races is quite a test for both machine and driver. And we've got 2 cars in the pit lane. We've got number 226 Nordschleife Racing Ligier, the TCX racer, TCX leader, come into pit lane. The Ligier JS2R, kind of silhouette GT car. It's quite an unusual looking car, but very, very pretty thing actually. Of course, it's a Ligier, it's got to be a looker. But not a prototype like you would see that, for example, the very popular Ligier LMP3 car, if you're used to those in the European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup. It's Ligier not like you. At the moment, we have the in TCR at the moment. We have the AC Motorsport at the moment with the 2 Autorama Golf GTIs in Autorama number 1 by Fabian Danz, and Autorama number 112 run by Kari Peck at the moment. Excellent. At the moment. Here in the 24H series, amazing variety between the cars as well. TCR, GT4, GT3 as well. Whatever you've got to race, they'll find your class. Very similar to the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, where we see that wonderful variety of machines taking part. And that's been a big part of also racing at Sebring as well. There's been a big part of international sports car racing since 1950. Of course, the first Sebring 12-hour run in 1952. The brainchild of Alec Ullman and Briggs Cunningham. And a race and a series and a race and a racetrack came prominence very quickly, and by the 1960s was a huge part of the international racing calendar, and remains so. Remains a race that every driver in the endurance racing world wants to pick up their list.
Thanks,
And
Peter. Just going to jump in there for a second because we've got one of the real legends of American sports car and GT racing, the most successful IMSA driver in terms of numbers of wins. He's standing by in the pit lane with Andrew Marriott. It is, of course, Bill Power, Bill Oberlin, BMW, through and through, Andrew.
W through and through, Bill. Bill, this new car, obviously, it's taken a big hit. It seems to be running okay now.
Yeah, everything is fine. It got hit from the back quite hard and spun him out. Hurt the diffuser, hurt all the mounting for the diffuser, the rear deck lid. But the guys real quickly put it all back together. Now we're out there running. We've been here since Tuesday running this car, and it has been flawless. It's an amazing car now. From the M6 GT3 to this car, it's like stepping into the space shuttle. It's incredible. So I think the potential of this car is going to be immense for the future to come, and I can't wait till we finally get to do this in anger and go racing.
You'll be racing this in the season with Turner, I guess.
Yeah, we'll be racing it. We're going to go testing in December in Daytona with our car that we get, and we'll put some other tires on it that we race in that championship, and we can't wait for the season to start. The season just ended in Petit Le Mans, and I'm already like frothing to go to Daytona.
Bill, what's it like? You're racing with two guys that you're old enough to be their father.
Oh my God, father, like their grandfather. This junior team is history in the making again, right? If we look back to what Joachim Nierpasch did way back with Eddie Cheever, Mark Schurer, and all those guys, they're recreating again. These guys are just great, and they come from all different disciplines of racing, and they're fun. Fun to hang out with young kids, watch how quick they are, and they're really nice.
You just mentioned Joachim Nierpasch. I've seen him here this weekend. It's great to see Joachim back on the racetrack.
Did you see? Okay, so he's here. You know, I've never met him. I've raced BMW forever. So I've only seen him in books and history. So I went up, I introduced myself, and then a jacket from the 70s. Did you see this thing?
I saw it.
Oh my God. And I said, I would buy this off you for any price. I want to put it in like my museum in my shop at home. And he's like, no, I will never sell it. I'm like, that figures. But piece of history here with BMW, and he's going to recreate it again.
And Bill, oh yeah, I'm just being reminded by the famous John Hindhaugh, who I can hear in my ear, that you've never won Sebring. That's a one racetrack got away from you, really.
Wait, I've won it 3 times.
3 times. Now, did you hear that? Yeah.
So I won it. My dad only race win was in 1985 here. Then I won it in a Porsche in 1995. Then I won it 97, 90, and I've won it the sprint races like a ton of times. So yeah, I love this place.
I'll talk to you about something else. You build some rather extraordinary motorcycles, don't you? I read about something that's got 400 horsepower or something, is that right?
Yeah, so I used to run my own race team when we raced the Mazdas back in the day. So I love tinkering and building and designing and making anything. Like my thing is anything that I could get, I want to make it faster. So I don't care whether it's a motorcycle, whether it's a boat. I built a motorcycle, a V-twin. We turned it into a 2.8 liter. I put a turbo on it, paddle shift, or push button shifting, automatic blipping on the downshift, traction control. I took everything that I had out of my race car and I put it in that. And if you just touch a button, it starts, it drives really nice. Then I started getting in the boats. Now I have a boat that we just have going over 191 miles an hour with twin 1600 horsepower motors. That's like my tinkering away from here, and it's really fun.
Bill, great to speak to you now. In my upcoming book, I've got a chapter about good and bad interviewees, and I said who the best interviewee is. I'm crossing all that out. I'm going to put Bill Oberlin as the best interview in the pit road.
He's been brilliant. We're one of the first people I ever met when I went to the States. Him and his dad. His dad is a very talented photographer. Met them out in San Francisco to start with. And Bill took me under his auspices, and I learned an awful lot in that first trip, an awful lot. And in fact, that first trip
Russell, and down in the pit lane, we just talked about Jochen Neerpasch. Here is Jochen Neerpasch, former boss of Ford Motorsport, former boss of BMW, and the architect of the famous junior team, Jochen.
Yes, I'm very happy that we are here again after a long time. We have a little bit of bad luck because Max was driving and now we are racing 24 laps behind. He's doing a very good job. He's doing times like the leading cars at the moment.
Are you enjoying being back at Sebring here?
Yes, I enjoyed it. I did race here more than 50 years ago.
And are you giving any advice to the young guys? I mean, you back in the day, you gave advice to people like Eddie Cheever, of course.
That's right, yes. This is the second BMW Junior team, yeah.
Well, it's wonderful to see you, and this is the famous jacket that Bill was talking about there. Jochen Neerpasch, ladies and gentlemen, great to see him here. Okay, yeah, Andrew talking for London. Andrew here. We're not hearing you all the time, by the way. We're only hearing you sporadically. So I don't hear you all the time. Yeah, no, I know, but I Okay, well, Andrew down in the pit lane here, and having just interviewed Jochen Neerpasch, and before that, of course, wonderful interview with Bill Oberlin, such an eloquent man, and oh, what a fun character he is. Just feeling that the temperature probably is about 70 degrees down here, and the race, of course, well settled now. Let's just have a look at the current positions, and still the Herbeth 18 car in the lead at the moment, and just seeing where that BMW is, and just check that out at the moment. So I'm still talking for you, and hopefully you'll be able to link up with London again in the near future. In the lead, then followed by the number 10 car in second place, and we still haven't seen Seb Morris in that car yet, so I'll be interested to see if he can row it along quickly. Lap times, well, fastest man out there at the moment is indeed the number 10 Lamborghini, and who else is going quite a bit quicker, the number 907 Andy Lally. Andy Lally really pushing that Tracy Crone owned Porsche along, and also Patrick Policeman in that car, the former Porsche Super Cup champion from all those years. I think he 4 years in a row did Patrick Heisman. He did his stint, and I think it's Nicholas Johnson who is in that car at the moment. So just going along to the ST Racing pit just to see who's going to climb into that car next. Indeed, Samantha Tan is all helmeted up, and we'll see her getting in the car in a moment. Canadian driver of Chinese heritage, of course. And do you want me to still keep talking? So ST Racing getting ready for their pit stop. And Samantha just discussing things with her dad, Kenny. Seb, just show this. Are they getting your pictures? And Andrew here. Hoping that London will pick us up in a little while. Currently, I don't think London are hearing us. Just hopefully they'll be reconnecting in a while. And I'll be heading off for the hotel. So you're getting pictures of Samantha Tan.
See one, but I think, yeah, I mean a GT, and I think it will be a while till we see one, or if we see one. But I think, yeah, you've got lots of, I'm sure there'll be lots of up with that, and yeah, fingers crossed. But I think everything that we see at Lotus at the moment, there's no bad news stories coming from there at the moment.
No, totally will be the last car with an internal combustion engine from Lotus, is what we're hearing. Through goes Sven Herberger and Tyler Cook. They are now just 4 seconds apart. If you're just joining us on RS1, apologies for the lack of pictures on the video feed and 1 or 2 connectivities from the TV compound here at Sebring International Raceway. Our good friends at the production company O221 trying hard. Now I think we can still speak to Andrew Marriott, who's down in the pit lane, and he's down at ST Racing with their BMW M4 GT4, one of, we think, 2 that they'll be running next year. The 438 just got up into 12th position. That's 3rd in the GT4 class. Chandler Hull behind the wheel. So do you have the team principal and owner with you, Andrew?
Well, Samantha has already got her helmet on. Her father, Kenny's here. Kenny, look at the camera, please. We want to see your face. You must be so proud of your daughter and what she's achieved.
Yes, very, very proud.
How much have you had to do with this team? Are you the brains behind it all, or is it her?
Well, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. So it's, you know, I do it for her. So I don't know whether, you know, I mean, I just go with the flow, and you know, we're here where we are because she's basically progressed in the racing, and yeah, we just continue on.
It must have been a huge move to decide to come and race in Europe with the Creventic boys this past season, and such fantastic success. Was that a surprise to you?
Well, it was a lot of work. You know, the European teams can kind of feel what we were feeling going there with all the problems that we had with logistics, with the COVID restrictions and everything, and we had to do it like 5 times. So yeah, no, it's amazing that we actually were able to do all those races.
So the car's just coming to the pits here, and she's going to get into the car. Yeah. What are your feelings now? I mean, do you worry about her at all?
Well, there's always a little bit, yeah.
Did you do racing before her?
No, no. I only do track days.
Yeah, well, it's a great outfit you've got here, and you've got a young man driving the car as well, and a very interesting group of drivers.
Yeah, no, he's also very good, yeah.
Very good. Well, let's see how you get. A long way to go, Kenny.
Yes, a long way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Marriott down in the pit lane. Well, sometimes the stories that's going on behind the scenes, Peter, are even more interesting than what's going on the track. And that team has worked very hard. They've built themselves up, got the new GT4, and from what we're hearing, they could have a couple of them.
And as well, I certainly, Samantha Tan, she has already tested the M4 GT3 as well. She flew over to Europe to test it, and I putting 2 and 2 together from social media posts, I think they may well have their name down for one of those as well, possibly. I don't know if that's in addition or what, but yes, certainly, certainly lots of things happening. But they're racking up the trophies, are SE Racing.
Yeah, and going about it in a very sensible, structured way. And I think anybody coming in, it's easy to say, well, let's just throw a whole load of money at it and buy such and such a car and find somebody to run it for you. But they've done it. They've built the team up themselves. They've learned. They started in relatively modest way, and they've done well. Big problem on the far side of the track. This is the Vortex, the 701. Steve Brooks behind the wheel, and the right front has a problem. It is grazing the ground in a shower of sparks coming through the fastest part of the circuit, down through Bishop and towards Jean de Bienne. Now onto the Alec Ullman straight, the back straight here, just being passed by the 989 Porsche. That was Ralino Kreis Jr. Is that car going to make it back to the pit lane? Whether that was accident damage or there's been some kind of tyre drama. 955's gone past it as well now. Sergio Nicolay, who's been driving very, very quickly indeed, quicker than Andy Lally. Yes, I did just say that. And they're on slightly different parts of their fuel run and therefore their tyre life. Waiting for the Vortex to come round at a much reduced speed. Still sparks coming from the right front, presumably from the alloy wheel scraping the ground. In the pit lane, the 710, Greg Gorski, Lightbird Motorsport GTX leader. That's the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Andrew is down there watching that stop. And any moment now, Andrew, and a new drinks bottle too for Greg Gorky. Any moment now, Andrew, you're going to get a very sparky right front on the Vortex coming towards you. Stand back, because it might be showering everybody with sparks as it comes into its pits. 2 or 3 pits back down the pit lane from the Lightbird car.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually with Greg Gorski now, and Greg, I want to sort out fantastic crash helmet of yours.
Hey, thank you very much. That's all part of a theme that we had with Smoke Buddy Cares. One of our charities, we give away $1,000 a month to a different charity.
You've been doing double duty here, haven't you? You've been racing a Radical as well?
Yeah, we just finished up the Radical Cup season. It was a really great season, a great event, and it was really worth coming here and getting all the practice on Sebring, because it's a tricky track and it's our first time here.
Greg, how difficult is it to switch from a Radical to a Lamborghini? A very different race cars.
Yeah, the Radical is only a 1500cc car, and this one is 700 horsepower. So when you step on the gas on this one, you really feel it. And you got to slam on the brakes to get slowed down. But it turns great. I love the Lamborghini. I think it's the best race car. Radical and Lamborghini, number 1 and number 2.
Go take a well-earned rest. Greg Gorski, that is.
So there goes another hour of racing. We're racking through them here. Live coverage from the 24 Hours powered by Hankook. Sebring 24 Hours. Peter McKindoff, Andrew Marriott coming to the end of his stint in the pit lane. Nick Damon will be taking over again shortly. One or two of you asking if we can replay the first 6 hours when we go into the overnight break. We have asked Curry and she says yes. So we will be replaying everything from the start, the grid walk and the first 6 hours of the race. Meantime, just before we got to the end of that last hour of racing, the vortex came in. Problems to the right front. Andrew Marriott is looking at it and it doesn't look healthy, Andrew.
It's Andrew because I'm Nick. Hello. It's me.
Oh, hello, Nick. Sorry.
We've changed. Andrew's gone off to check in and have a good. Yeah, the vortex has got quite a bit of damage on that front right. The bodywork is not attached anywhere. I'm not sure whether you saw the shots earlier of the errant tyre we have here. Seb, if you can. Yeah, well, I'm trying to move the wheel, but it's got lots of bits missing. If you like seeing tyres that are completely broken, that's a good one to look at. So they said that this must be going round the back because it looked very, very loose on the front. The state, right, I think any sort of aero lift would have taken the whole front of the car off. And as we watch it trundle down the pitch with the true definition of the word trundle, I'm waiting for it to go right. We're going to a little shot of the dead tyre. So I think dead tyres are kind of a thing here. It's gone right through the well, it's not canvas anymore, is it? It's some sort of Kevlar reinforced belting. Wouldn't use old-fashioned canvas, would they? Not in a modern tyre. Yeah, the vortex has turned into the pit lane. So yeah, so they've had a problem. They've obviously had a lack of rotation on that tyre rather than the brakes. It's worn it straight the way through. So it kind of more like a locking issue rather than a wheel giving way. Anyway, hello. Quite nicely. I've just taken my coat off, by the way, because it's not raining.
What's the temperature like down there in the pit lane? It's difficult for us to see in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre.
Very pleasant. It's about 21, 22. You're out the wind as well in the actual lane. There is a bit of it's blowing. It's nothing like it was yesterday. It was running a hoolie, but it's a little bit of breath of fresh air. But as long as you stay out of the real funnel effect you can get actually around this pit lane, it's quite pleasant. And the temperature is supposed to hold steady now at 21 all the way through to when it starts getting warm again. I think about 6 in the morning when we are looking at 27 degrees tomorrow. But there is a chance of rain in the early hours. So there's a kind of more than sort of rain we had before. But it's kind of on-off sort of medium rain, not the Floridian 4 o'clock downpour Miami residents are used to. So just like, but I'd say they're going to get British rain. They'll have British rain overnight.
Right.
Okay. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I haven't seen rain here. So just to recap then, a couple of stories from before that hour of racing was completed. The vortex with an issue. Left side of the bonnet doesn't look too good either. And so, and also, by the way, I'm told by Anthony Florio that Samantha Tan Racing does indeed have 2 GT3 BMWs on order, and the new livery is absolutely fantastic. I'll retweet that through RSL_studio, which is how you can get in touch with us. Let's update you on the standings. We'll start with TCE this time. Stefan Perrin, excuse me, leading for AC Motorsports Audi in 11th position overall, but leading the TCR and therefore the TCE category of the race. Second is the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier, now pushed its way past the other TCR cars. Cedric Huel in the 226. Third is the Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR Autorama Motorsport by Wolfpack. That's the number 1 car, Fabian Dance behind the wheel of that. Then fourth is the second of the Autorama cars, Kari Pekka Larsen. That's the 112, also another VW Golf. CWS Engineering's Ginetta still hasn't appeared. That's 2 hours it's been in the pits now, or at least behind the wall, after it caused the code 60 earlier on. And of course with the Red Camel Jordan.nl, Audi didn't start the race. So that's your TCE field. In GT, got very, very close not so very long ago with the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini, but that's since stopped and therefore lost a couple of 3 laps. So at the front it's Rutronic and Sven Herberger who leads by the better part of a couple of laps. The leader is just going through turn 7 now, and the number 91 Porsche is just crossing the start-finish line. Daniel Alleman behind the wheel of that car. Surprised he's driving in the dark, actually. He is a lap and lap and a quarter down, isn't he, really? Bobby Gonzalez has just taken over the Herbert number 92. He's in 3rd position, 16 seconds away from his teammate. And we're waiting for the Leipert Motorsport car to come out the pits, which it has just done. Dennis Fetzer in the number 10 car. That's your top 4. CP Racing in 5th is the 5th of the GT3 cars. That's the Mercedes number 85. So an Audi, 2 Porsches, a Lamborghini and a Mercedes in the top 5 for GT3. Then we're in the 991 Porsche class. It's the 2 991 Cup cars that are leading. Willi Motorsport by EB Motors by about a minute or so, a little bit more than that, over MRS GT Racing. Riley Kreis Jr. From Andy Lally in the RPM car in 2nd, and then Riley Kreis Jr. for MRS. So Willi Motorsports number 955 from the 907 RPM, and MRS GT Racing in 3rd. In GT4, it's the Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport. That's Matt Travis in the Nola Sport, bright yellow car, easy one to spot. Sitting in 10th overall and leading that class. Next GT4 is Rentec Motorsports, Chapman Ducati, the 489. He's driving that one at the moment, and just behind him is Roman De Angelis for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That's how it stands. The BMW that Bill Oberlin's been down to drive, he is now in that car, and the 82 is lapping again after that replacement of the subframe or whatever it was at the back that holds on the diffuser. That's how it stands. Another couple of hours of racing gone. It is just coming up to 10 minutes past 9 here in Central Florida, and we still have just under 20 hours to go. So, Peter, it's all kicking along quite nicely, and other than the couple or 3 cars that we have had problems with, everybody seems to be running quite well, and the pace at the front of the field is fairly consistent.
It is, yeah, very consistent indeed. Yeah, at the moment, Sven Herberger and Daniel Alleman both 207 last time by, so pretty quick at this time of the day and at this time of the race. But I have to say, the driver who's standing out to me above all in this race right now is Sergio Nicolai in 991 for Willi Motorsport by Heavy Motors, 6th overall. But you can only really get an impression when you've got a benchmark, and you cannot get any better benchmark in a Porsche at Sebring than Andy Lally. And Sergio is matching Andy, if not beating him on most laps. Now, Sergio, the young Romanian driver, about to become the People's Champion, now about to become the People's Champion on our live stream, because he races that in his spare time. So if you're a Dacia Logan racer, well, I mean, you go straight into legendom straight away. But really, a young driver making huge steps, and that's the thing I love about motor racing. The stopwatch does not lie, and at the moment it's telling quite a truth about that young man. And isn't that what this championship is about? Isn't that what even the car he's driving is about? It is a platform to show whether you've got it or not, and that kid has got it.
Again, apologies for those of you trying to follow along at the video feed. There's some issues at Sebring here at the moment. Fortunately, not affecting our sound links, and so apologies for that. But we will keep on going. Sights and sounds of boy, that new BMW in BMW M Sport livery. Here looks a right weapon. Striking BMW M Sport livery. Here looks a right weapon. That just down, pushed it down onto the ground. Nick Damon is back with us. If you didn't missed his grid walk earlier on, we'll be replaying that for you when we go into the break, plus the first 6 hours of the race. You've got a bright green Porsche with you. That green Porsche with you. That can only mean racing, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm used to Cron racing, but normally it's a Ferrari with the reinforced door for Tracy Cron, but it's not even Tracy Cron getting out, it's Andy Lally getting out, but it is Tracy's long-time Le Mans partner Nicholas Johnson getting in. I think those two have the record for the most shared starts at Le Mans. But the bright green Porsche, currently obviously I think in second place in class behind the Even Motors. It's looking very clean, it's had a very clean run. I mean, you see any dirt on that lime green display, but it's effectively they are obviously running to pace. A little bit of a check on the rear there. Not quite sure what's going on with this. Having a good old look at the bottom of the light. Some general cleaning going up as they kind of carry on getting Johnson into the car. No, that look around was just unfortunate situation. Still haven't got him in. This is actually when you watch Porsche stops. So yeah, if you look at something like the 91 car at Herbert, by the time the four tyres are on, the driver is in and it goes down. What we do see with a lot of the other cars, which are still good professional teams, they still have this long gap when they're getting the driver in before being down and away. Shall I grab a word with Andy Lally, John? I'll take that as a yes.
I don't see why not. The answer, listen, interview is just yes.
Right. I need to wave at Seb, otherwise poor Andy's not going to get his fizz on the telly. Seb, there we go. It's the difficulty of cameraman attraction. Here we go. He's in good chat with the team now. Congratulations. It's still working. That's a great thing. You can't get it. Don't worry, it's still working, which is always a good sign for any car we bring into the pit. Andy, how you doing, mate? Another, it's worse things, isn't it? Running around Sebring in the dark for an hour in a Porsche.
It's man. Sebring in the dark in a Porsche is one thing. Sebring in the dark, knowing you're taking care of a car that has never done a 24-hour race at Sebring is that's where the stress comes in, because we're obviously all of us are experiencing something new where we're going to do 24 hours at the most treacherous racetrack on the planet here, as far as how it beats up cars, and so that's neat. The traffic wasn't too crazy. Everybody was acting pretty cool, so I can't complain. It was fun.
Now, as we know, the Sebring is the car killer. So, what measures are you taking to reduce the pressure on the machine?
So, specifically with the Porsche, we're looking for what we think its weak link is going to be. And bouncing around here, as harsh as it is, with all that weight in the back, you get a lot of movement always in the Porsche. So, we got to look after, in some of the places where you want to eke out another tenth and a half or so using the exit curbing out of 7, out of 13, out of 16, we're trying to stay all the way off of that. We know that these brake pads are pretty good for like Nürburgring, but not sure really how that translates to here. I've never done the 24 at Nürburgring, so taking a little bit of care on the brakes on that side, and in all, there's a couple of places where we would shift pretty close to a limiter right on a bump, coming out of 17, coming out of 7, coming out of 13. We just hit that early, just to get it through, so you're not You're not throwing the thing off the wheel spin like crazy, and just trying to take care of it. We're probably back a second and a half from what the car can do in a sprint, you know.
But is that bearing benefits? Is that giving you better fuel mileage, better tyre life?
It's giving us a little better brake life for sure. It's giving us definitely a little better fuel mileage, definitely a little bit of tire life. But in reality, what we're thinking is, it doesn't matter so much how quick you are right now. We're gonna go at this pace. When the sun comes up, look around, see where our competition is, reevaluate whether we have to step it up or whether we can chill out. And we've got it in the bank because we took care of our stuff now, and we can take it home from there.
We're talking to a few of the Sebring veterans because it's not as pitch dark out the back as it was with the floodlights. How has that affected the experience?
So it's funny, the back straight is really well lit. I don't care about the back straightaway, but they've taken the lights out of the apex of 16, which is very, very tricky there. You know, you're coming on to a very long straightaway in the back, and you've got to be on power as soon as you can. And that's whether you're saving the car or not saving the car. That's big time. And right now, with the way our lights are in this car, when I turn in the 16, I can't see the apex or the exit. So we're typically going to be a little bit late apex because we're not running that exit curb. And that's making it tricky. So there are places that are a little more lit up than usual and a couple of very important tight corners that are dark as heck.
Andy, thanks very much. Fantastic description. Thank you, mate. Brilliant stuff. Well, I think I could get round there fast now after that, John.
Thank you, Nick Damon. Thank you, Nick Damon, and a real American sports car legend in Lally. Just time spent talking to Andy is never ever.
I always think when you speak to Andy, he's got to
raced it.
I always think when you speak to Andy, he's got to be one of the best the race car. A story about how a certain car drives at a certain circuit. He should be an author. He should be a writer because it's not high octane. He should be an author. He should be a writer because it's not high octane enough. Honestly, you can honestly describe things. I've never been in a race car at that level before. But exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. He's a very intelligent guy. Is Andy?
Thinking driver, thinking person. Has, you know, very strong feelings about his eating habits, and you know, he's a motor racing driver, and you know, he's a motor racing driver, and he tries to reduce his carbon thinking for many a long year, long before it was as easy to do it, relatively speaking, easy to do it. And he extends that to other parts of his life, like not having a car with a leather interior, which again, that hasn't been easy either. But that said, he doesn't. In terms of, you know, that's his. In terms of, you know, that's his agenda. Would he like everybody else to follow along with him and just tell the people to do? Yes, of course. But he's not fortunate. But he lives it every day. I like him a lot. I like the way he explains things. So 19, you've said. So 19 3/4 hours still to go here at Sebring International. If you're trackside, thanks for being with us. It's been dark for a while now. Here at Sebring International, if you're trackside, thanks for being with us. We've had about 4 hours of darkness in the 4 hours and 20 minutes that we've run. Probably been probably an hour less than that. What were we? Sunset officially 5:33. Today, and 6:50 when the sun in the morning's up. It'll be Johnny Palmer and Snowy on the morning show, and we'll pick up the full coverage from 6:30. If you're not sure what time that is where you are watching or listening, if you go to radiolemans.com, bottom of the page, look at the broadcast schedule on there. It'll all correct to your timing zone. At RSL_studio. If you want with me and in touch with me, and as Alan Prosser with the boss out with the boss in ST Racing number...
Not Bruce Springsteen.
No, Sam Tan. As a good Welsh speaker, he knows that is Fireman Sam. That's Sam Tan. Realised that before we mentioned think of Barcelona, and he seized on it. Good to know he's still tuned in, Alan. King of the screen grab, magnificently handled on Twitter, Lanzarote Camel. This goes through. Past the start, dance just goes through the finish line. Autorama Motorsport, the red, white, new Golf, braking gently into turn 3, Christensen corner. New Golf, braking gently into turn 3, Christensen corner. Now to turn 4. Mentioned that new bridge. Mentioned that new to be single file through there, so you could go in or out, but not both. So access to other parts of the track right the way through the race.
Do you know where the very first Sebring cross-track bridge? Do you know who? No, the very first Sebring cross-track bridge. Do you know who donated it? Martin Company. Vermouth Company.
Of course they did.
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah,
of course they did. Your background, of course you knew that.
Well, that was an Alec Ullman Sebring story. Stand out. That wouldn't normally stand out, I suppose. But yes, Martini and Rossi. And of course, Count Rossi had the own Porsche registered for the street as well. Picked it up from the factory and drove it back to Paris, but it was actually registered in Alabama because the government of Alabama, he was the only people he could find who would actually road register it, because a 917 has no place on the public highway. And
well, you say that.
We'll register your car for you, sir, Mr. Count Rossi, but on no circumstances do you ever bring it here to Alabama. It's someone else's problem.
The funny thing, of course, now is that car, compared to some things that you could buy pretty much off the showroom floor, and not even going into the realms of hyper sports cars, would be, yeah, all right, it'd still be a handful, particularly on cross place, but or in the wet. But in terms of the performance and the sophistication, it would be a bit agricultural nowadays as a street car. Well, I dare say it was not exactly comfort zone thing back then, but when you're talking about,
yeah, but I think it would eat you alive. It would eat me alive, I would think.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a DAB radio on it, though, does it? You'd have to put the adapter in for your Bluetooth. What if it came with a Becker radio?
Devices. I think it's the electronics that would be the thing that would be, or lack of. Oh, that's not right.
Oh, touch.
Oh, dear
and that's
me.
the new BMW and the car that is in 4th place, Dennis Fetzer. Dennis Fetzer at turn 7 in front of the hotel. And that was a little touch by the BMW of Bill Oberlin in the BMW M Motorsport car. Coming down the inside, Fetzer pulls across in what should have been a fairly easy manoeuvre. Oberlin trying to get more miles on that car. Also, by the way, the 421 Jim Norman driven Team ACP Tanger Associates BMW, that's the GT4. Their team manager has been asked to report the timekeeping with the yellow control card. And that's one of the pieces of formalities that you have to have. Still haven't seen, by the way, the 987 Porsche, the MRS GT car. Alexander Marmure, that still hasn't come in for its 30-second time penalty for exceeding the maximum refuel, and that was at 10 past 8. So they've got a little bit of time, it's only 25 past 9. Nick Damon is with us in the pit lane and has... Hello, love.
All right, darling.
You might have a thought on that number 421 and why they have to go and see, or the team manager has to go and see race control with Jim Norman in that car.
Yes, thanks to Sam Tam Racing and their investment in a massive screen. I'm looking over their shoulders. I can see that Jim Norman is currently on a drive time, a stint time of 2 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds, which of course is 16 minutes and 12 seconds more than it's supposed to be. So there's two reasons that. One, they haven't changed their driver ID, which would mean they are in trouble for that, or they've completely forgotten to bring him in, and they'll be in trouble for that as well. Also, just whilst I'm talking to you, the 91 Herberth car has come in for a full service. Dan Allen getting out of the car. Not sure quite who's getting in, but on rotation it should be one of the Renaults. That's half the teams. It gives me a good chance, doesn't it? So Daniel out of the car, full service for the 91 car. And Jim Norman is either very, very tired or isn't Jim Norman.
That came in from second place, that car, and therefore will drop even further away from the Rutronic car. It was just off the lead lap anyway. That car heading, well, actually into the pits now, already there. It's gone past Nick, sitting towards pit out. Wait for it to go into fuel. And Sven has just gone through again. So that's now a 2-lap gap and a pit stop in hand for Rutronic. And the dark-coloured number 18 Audi. I hesitate to say this, Peter, because the curse of the commentator strikes hard as he goes down towards turn 7. This has been a very good run for Sven Harberger. He's been in the car just over an hour now, as the Herberth car is now in the pit lane. Hello to Mike Murphy Jr. Hello, Murph. For the moment, listing as a fan after his final race working with IMSA at Petit Le Mans last weekend. Good luck with the new endeavour, Mike, and say hi to Senior for me. Hope you are enjoying the nighttime sounds and views from Sebring, live across the world, sound and vision together. And I expect an invitation to New Jersey Motorsport Park when I'm next in the States. It's his new gainful employment, Mr. Murphy. For those of you that don't know, Murph has been part of IMSA for quite some time, most recently on the competitions side, the sporting side of things. And I would say that from John Doonan down and right throughout the organisation in this couple of years, everybody at IMSA have more than pulled their weight in getting the last 2 years of the series to the tracks. And you've got to add into that the tracks themselves, the promoters, the teams, of course, who came back to racing with that fantastic 4th of July race, the short race at Daytona, just up the coast from where we are this weekend, 4th of July 2020, and Corvette winning as well in the darkness. Brilliant couple of years, Murph and everybody at IMSA. Murph, good luck for the future. Thanks for all your hard work at IMSA and everybody at IMSA. And there are IMSA officials and representatives here, because this is a cooperation between Creventic and IMSA, and it's working well. Let's go down to the Herberth part of pit lane, where Daniel Allman has just got out the car and handed it over to... Oh no, Daniel... Oh yes, he has got out the car, Dick, hasn't he? He's with you now.
Yes, it's... well, the obvious signs the driver's got out the car when he's standing next to me. I can't run that fast beside the car, so I only talk to them when they're out the car. Daniel, kind of Robert said you weren't that keen on driving in the dark, but you put in a good stint.
No, first I want to make the start, but it was difficult for me. I have no experience, no lap in the night, no lap on the concrete, nothing. So we have changed, and Robert has done it. Yeah. But no, in the night, It's difficult. It was my first lap in the night. Yeah, so you need 3, 4, 5 laps that you know which direction you should go.
So you say you've not driven in the dark or in the wet on this. But what do you make of Sebring as an experienced driver at first time this very, very famous circuit?
It's good that we can be in America. It's very, very famous here. The people are very lovely. Yeah, on the circus have a big character. The jumping, the curve 1 on the curve 17. It's like Spa. You need I don't.
Are you surprised at how fast the Rutronic Audi is going? It's already a lap and a half ahead of you. We're surprised.
They're heavier than our car. We are very surprised. But they have good driver. We know it. But it's 24 hours. Wait on the end. At the end is the finish.
Daniel, thank you very much. Now, of course, the thing that Herbert, of course, really feed on is using the code 60s, John, and there's only been one. They haven't had a chance to play their very good tactical cards yet.
That's a very fair point, well made and beautifully presented, Mr. Dearman. Thank you for that. The nature of the circuit here and the slightly lower traffic density with only 23 cars starting, it has, I think, precluded the necessity for turning code 60s. Also, anyone who has gone off the track has been given time to get back on it again, and fair play to race control for that. Something that we've seen right across this year in IMSA racing as well, not pushing the big button for yellow until absolutely required. Just waiting for the Rutronic Audi to fire up and head towards the VP Racing fuel station at the end of the pit lane, which it does now. So where is Bobby Gonzalez in the Herbert car? Because he's got some of those laps back, of course. 91, just gone down to turn 7. So despite having that lead, that was a very long pit stop, and they still need fuel in that number 18, Peter. Well, I've got a strong suspicion that Gonzalez is going to get back around before that number 18 Audi is back onto the track and up to speed.
Yeah, there's something afoot there as well, but maybe the team wanting to make a few checks or something. I don't know. It does seem a little bit unusual, that's for sure. Certainly longer than it would take us to change the driver over and do some tyres. So yeah, interesting one there for the Rutronic crew, and we'll see who they put in next into that car. GT4 is hotting up a lot at the moment. It's the Nola Sport Porsche, but they do owe us a stop at the moment. That would then vault, when that stop happens, would vault the Heart of Racing Aston into the mix as well, who are actually, they've managed to get themselves ahead of the Rentec Motorsport Mercedes, the family Jacote outing.
Here comes the 91 crossing the line now, and the number 18 is still taking on VP Racing fuel.
Teapot stands.
So Renault comes through now. Oh no, I see. I've been watching the 91 instead of the 92, haven't I? The 92 rather than the 91. So they've gone through and got a lap back. Nick Dearman is down at Rutronic. Sven Herberger out of the car, Nick?
Yep, Sven Herberger's out of the car. Is with me. First of all, we were up the other end of the pit lane talking to someone else. I'm very sorry. Was your pit stop a bit longer than normal? Were you having a check around the car?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, you have seen what kind of drivers we have, and sometimes we need a bit more here if you want so. And we want to make sure that everything is safe, so we really check out that the belts are fit, and you know, drinking is plugged in, radios in, and so on. So safety first, yeah.
great stint by yourself. The Audi absolutely loving the bumps of Sebring.
Oh yeah, the Audi maybe, I don't. No, seriously, I mean, it's my first time in Sebring. You know how much we drove. So I drove like 6 laps in the dry. Then, hey, here's the car, go at night. Which is, of course, a good thing. I mean, to me as a driver, great challenge. Of course, we prepared ourselves, videos, on board, simulator, etc. So it's a lot more enjoyable. It has a very nice flow, this track. So I think it's kind of less physical. It's you know, compared to the European tracks. So I'm quite amazed. I love that. It's great.
So obviously you've done 6 laps, which isn't the chance to totally learn the nuance of the track. So were you adjusting your line during the stint to avoid the worst of the bumps to get better entries and exit?
Not really. I mean, right now, when we drove, there was less traffic. Right now, you don't have a clean lap where you don't have traffic. You always have 1, 2, maybe 3 cars, which you like. Of course, there you have to drive off the line. But other than that, I think there's one pretty line, except, of course, for turn 17, except for turn 1. But everything else, I think, is pretty sorted. And yeah, to me, we, as a team, we said, okay, we want to arrive. So we stay away from the curbs, and we take very good care of the line. And yeah, so, I mean, you have the one or the other corner, you have to be brave, of course, right? So brake later here at 17, brake a bit later, and carry more speed into 1. But we have time, you know, it's a 24-hour race. We have like less than 4 hours driven. Yeah, plenty of practice to go.
You are showing great pace. I mean, I think we're quite surprised how far ahead of the Porsche you've got in that first while.
Yeah, basically I'm 2, to be honest. I'm not sure. I was following one of the Innova cars. There was big smoke. I don't know what's happening there. The car went low pace, so I think we have a good setup right now. We did the right little clicks. The engineers, we sat together and we said we need a compact rear, which is solid. So we don't play much with a tail, right? And that's what it is. I mean, yeah.
Thanks for talking to us. Mate.
Nick Damon in the pit lane. Whilst that was happening, a new car going to the top of the timing and scoring monitor. It is Bobby Gonzalez for Herbert Motorsport. It's the 92. He's now done 33 laps, so expect him to be in shortly in that Porsche. That is that the first time the 92's led? No, Marco Seefried led earlier on. So that is the 8th lead change on the timing screen between both the Herbert cars have led. 4 cars have now led, and that's the 8th lead change. Rootronic, both the Herberts and CP have led the race.
And we have a new driver on board the Rootronic Audi as well, Michael Doppelmayr. The cable car tycoon. He actually installed 40 gondolas for the Sochi Olympics through his company that are based in Vorarlberg in Austria. A certain rapid Porsche factory driver lives there. Kevin Estre lives in that part of Austria, I'm sure.
Yeah. I don't know where you get your facts from, P-Mac.
I don't know. Neither do I. So you go down these research black holes sometimes.
Yeah, that's a whole afternoon or half a day gone, isn't it, if you're not careful. Yeah, I know that. And then you end up spending 20 minutes trying to find out something that you've sort of tickled yourself about. It's got nothing to do with the race that you're prepping for. We've got the car that was in the lead now making its pit stop to bring it back adjacent to everybody else. Nick Damon has just watched Bobby Gonzalez jump out of the number 92 Herbert Porsche on the pit lane. Nick?
Because the actual name on the belt was completely different. So Thomas Gonzalo, I couldn't even read it. It was a much different name from Bobby Gonzalez. I think it was a fellow Greek flag, so may well be a bit of a loner. Again, this is another one where they've got all the tyres done, but they're having a bit of a fiddle inside on the passenger side. I wonder if this is because they have to. I wonder whether it's whether they get to the point where they need to remove the cards at all. Yeah, I think you remove the data card change on that one. Yeah, that's what you do. So that's interesting. I wonder whether the same thing happened with the Audi, where they had to get the data card changes, which they then take up to scrutiny. It just wasn't the cleanest thing to be done. I think, a combination of an awkward positioning of the data recorder and fat fingers of a mechanic, and I speak as someone who has fat fingers when they're a mechanic, may have taken a bit longer than they would have liked. But yeah, so was stationary for a while for no discernible reason. Do you want to have a chat with the man who made Bobby Gonzalez? I don't know.
Well, that's what the timing screen said when he got out. The car's now in fuel, so yeah, you've got a couple of minutes. Go for it.
Bobby, how are you feeling?
Great. It's really difficult to drive at the night, so it was really an exciting moment for me today.
Great pace in the car, so obviously you've got Sebring sorted out in your head at least.
Pardon?
Great pace in the car, so you're obviously enjoying Sebring.
Yes, it's really wonderful. This is really a track that you can't describe it. It's really amazing. For every driver, it's a race circuit, so it's very nice to drive here. Very nice experience.
How are you finding the traffic out there? Is it being respectful?
Yes, definitely today, yes, because we have not so many cars outside, so every people respect it. So in total, I think it's better than the last ones.
I have one question. Whose race suit is this?
What?
Whose race suit is this?
It's mine.
Is this Tommy?
That's the other name.
You have two names?
Yes.
Why?
That's an undercover name.
Pseudonym. Fair enough. Thanks, Bobby. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
I think that plot thickened rather than getting thinner there, to be honest. Not sure what's going on.
Nom du guerre.
No, possibly.
Nom du course, should I say.
Perhaps he's too Greek type.
There's been plenty of people down through the years, Nick.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of people down through the years, Nick, who have not wanted people to know that they were racing for family reasons or business reasons. We'll respect that.
Absolutely. I don't know who either Bobby Gonzalez or the other ring are, so it's fine. It's good. I'm enjoying this because everyone else is enjoying the Sebring experience as well. So, it's kind of like a universe. Everyone's having a great time at a classic track. So it's always good fun. It's nice when everyone has a good time, especially after the problems we had getting here. After the problems we had getting here, it's just fantastic running in this really what is now fabulous weather. Sitting here at 9 o'clock at night, lovely warm, 17 shorts, I'm pit reporter top. And, everything's right with the world. We're going to have an absolutely clean remaining, 19 hours. Fabulous.
Peter?
As in, Nick's just gloating now. He was doing well here, and then because that went into full-on gloat mode. As soon as he said, "Oh, it's t-shirt," that's unfair when you're in the chilly climes of Scotland. Couldn't dream to have a t-shirt on outside at the moment. Now, I did notice the number 82, the BMW M4 GT3, driven by Bill Oberlin, the team manager had been summoned to the race control, and that was cleared off the timing screen quite quickly. So Bobby Rahal's obviously quite a fast runner to get to race control, but no,
turn 13. Stopped.
Oh,
this is out a tower turn. Now, normally you run straight on there if you have a problem. It's a Porsche, I can tell you that. But which Porsche is it? It's moving. Sorry, it isn't a Porsche. It's one of the Lightbird Lamborghinis. So is it the 10 car in second, or is it the 710 and Gerhard Watzinger, who's the 10? It is the 10, second place car. Dennis Fetzer. Now, how big was the contact with the wall? That's a quick entry into that. So let's see. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
That was the same car that clashed with Bill Oberlin as well. That was almost meant that sort of links to what we were talking about before, that Of course, the 82 BMW race director being, team manager being called to race direction, and that was after the clash with the number 10 Liebherr Lamborghini. So Dennis Fetzer has certainly been an eventful stint for the young German.
I wonder if Mr. Rahal is here this weekend, or whether the team management duties have been subbed out to perhaps his president of racing operations, Piers Phillips.
So not David Letterman then? Can you imagine that? Can David Letterman come to race control, please?
You're very funny. Yeah, could happen. Piers, who... You'll know Piers, he used to run SAT in the BTCC days. And had some great success winning Le Mans as well with the P2 cars at Straka. Pretty much a perfect run that year. Piers and the team won. Been out in the US for a little while now. Started in IndyCar and was taken on by Letterman Lanigan as their president of racing operations. Smashing lad. Well, he has one serious character flaw. He's a Newcastle United supporter, but you know.
Oh, so he likes football. So that means that's the character flaw he's going to say.
Let's not get started on that.
Now, good news, I'll change the subject then. The number 10...
Very quickly, well done, yes.
Yes, number 10 Liebherr Lamborghini, straight back to it. So whatever impact there was, if there were an impact, it's been minimal. So Dennis Fetzer has got away with that. Well, he's used up 2 of his 9 lives, and for a young man that races at the Nürburgring, you don't want to use those up in a hurry. But yes, we've seen some still shots of that incident. It did seem that Dennis is maybe just a little bit, either didn't notice that Bill Oberlin was so far on the inside. You'd have to think that maybe that was the case, John, coming into turn 7, that clash between the BMW and the Lamborghini. But it's always difficult to pass comment because it's such heat of the moment stuff.
I always say to people, you know, it might look easy from the trackside shot. It might even look cut and dried from the onboards, but until you've been there, the visibility in a GT car is actually nowhere near as good as people think. You've got the seat with the protective ears around your head. You've got a helmet which severely restricts your peripheral vision. You've got a hands device on, although in fairness the latest models of hands device you can at least turn your head a little bit more because the straps are not, in the old days they used to be independent and you couldn't move them at all. Now there's a slide so that you can turn your head from one side to the other and the straps still prevent any forward movement if you come to a sharp stop. And then, you know, in defence of the driver of the Lamborghini, who was Dennis Feltzer at the time, he's on the left-hand side of the car, and Oberlin's coming down the right-hand side of the car, and right in his blind spot when the move starts. Now, all right, there's headlights and everything else, and you might say, well, you should have been more aware, there was probably blue flags and. You could equally say, did Bill need to make the pass right there, given that they are, you know, 40, 30 odd laps off the lead, and this is a test for them. There's no easy answer to any of these, and I'm not, by the way, in any way, shape or form trying to apportion blame there at all. I'm just saying that those calls are always marginal. Let's get back down to the pit lane. TCE leader into the pit lane, also leading TCR. Nick Damon has the #1 Oldhammer, motorsport by Wolfpaar. Fabian Danz it was that brought it in, Nick.
And Fabian Danz has got out, and yeah, that looked like an absolutely standard stop. I've had a few blocks away, because we're not going over the wall. It's, you kind of have to choose a point and then look from a distance rather than creeping up as you would do normally at pit lane. But there was a little bit of inspection with rear left, and it's carrying on now as they're bringing it in. So whilst there's no obvious problem, I think my guess is towards the end of the stint, the driver goes, it's feeling a bit funny at the back, and so they're probably trying to see if there's an alignment issue or a bad tyre or something. But they didn't really wait any time. They sent the new driver away pretty much on time, but again, there's both a visual and a torch-based inspection of that rear left.
Have they got out the sticky tape, the gaffer tape, the tyre wrap in question? Because if it's not that, it's not that bad.
Well, no, this is the disadvantage, of course, of having the actual work on the cars done, 500 metres away. Is you don't get to see a lot of lump hammer action or anything else. And I mean, it'd be an absolute nightmare for Joe doing this race because there's absolutely no liquids to taste whatsoever. You'd have to run down the other paddock, taste the liquid, come back, tell what its tasting notes were, hint of gearbox with an overall feeling of differential, that sort of thing. So yeah, it's a very much more clean experience, and it is very much pit reporting rather than what Joe and I like to do, which is pit investigative journalism.
Well, we still haven't had an answer about what's happening with CWS Engineering.
If you're
Jean-Francois.
If you're prepared to lose you for 10 minutes, I can go and find out, but it'll take 10 minutes to come there and back, and I'll be on radio silence during. Would you like me to go?
Oh, hang on. No, it's if Colin hasn't got that car, Colin White hasn't got that car back now. It's not coming back for quite some time. It's a good 3 hours that it's been in pit lane now, or actually not in pit lane, and that's the problem that we identified, isn't it, around this?
Andy did say
that it's actually behind the wall.
Yeah, Andy said when he handed over that he had a brief chat with Colin, and it had deranged a great number of panels. So, yeah,
right.
I can go and see those panels, or I can just stay here and enjoy the atmosphere. I am your pawn in this pit lane world.
Well, we're coming up to an update in a minute, so if you're going to go, you might as well go now, and if you get back for just after the hour, we'll catch you up on what you've missed.
Okay, I'll go and have a look.
Seems a reasonable idea.
Why not?
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Do you like having that? I like having that power. Directing him from here. It's like having a remote control on him. Off he goes. How appropriate at RC Racing being. It's voice control. We've got voice control on it. Hey, Damon. Can you tell me about 278, please? I'll come back in a minute. There.
I did like that gentle style of management, though. It's like, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Another 8 minutes. We'll have completed another hour of racing at RSL_studio. Thanks for spending some time with us. Coming up to 10 o'clock. We've got about just over an hour before our hard-working colleagues at Nulls 221 take a well-deserved break, and they'll be back on Tuesday when they wake up. I think, no, I'm only kidding. 6:30 Eastern. It's 11:30 UK, midday 30 in Europe. And if you're not sure of the time where you are, if you go to radiolemans.com and scroll down at the bottom, look at the RS1 schedule. That will auto-convert to the time zone that you have set your browser on. Once you have set your browser, I suppose would be the proper way to say that. Lipa Lamborghini right up the tailpipes of the Rutronic Racing Audi, and that is the battle for the lead going down to turn 7. So coming down to the inside, Leipert takes the inside line, copy-bird manoeuvre, got a great run out of turns 4 and 5 through Big Bend and down towards turn 7, and that is a new leader. So been an up and down run this, Peter, for Dennis Fetzer off the track. Little bit of a ding. Off the track again. Not sure what caused the second one at the far side of the track in the darkness. Bit like being in the front row of a scrum, that, isn't it? You don't ask. Stuff just happens there. Fetzer then leads for Leipert Motorsport ahead of Michael Doppelmayr for Rutronic. Nice.
Yeah, this is a critical part of how the strategy plays out. Obviously, the GT3 teams, they've got 4 drivers or so in each car, and when you deploy your each driver is very, very important here. And at the moment, Dennis Fetzer driving very, very quickly. He's not been without incident. I feel like he's beginning to earn his American endurance racing stripe as a 20-year-old German by having a door-to-door battle with Bill Oberlin. A lot of people pay really good money to say they've done that. So he's getting the full Sebring experience of battling with Bill Oberlin in a BMW. But the driver in the number 18 Rutronic Audi, Michael Doppelmayr, is lapping about 10 seconds a lap slower than most of the others in the class. But I would only expect him to do a single stint at this point in the race, and guess who's next in the queue for the Rutronic team? It's a certain Marcus Winkelhock, Esquire, who will likely do a double, and that will be when the race flips back on its head again. So this is a game of chess, and it will come back and forth as the race goes on.
The better of the two Herbert cars is now the 91 Alfred Renard, Wolfgang Triller in the 92. They're a lap or so back, and 100 seconds between the two Herberts and a lap or two back. If you hear trackside at Sebring International Raceway, just a public service announcement for you here. Hopefully you can, well, I know you can because the PA works really well round here. The pedestrian walkover bridges will be closed at 10:30 this evening, so that's in just over 30 minutes time. So if you're here at Sebring and you need to avail yourself get across the track via one of the pedestrian bridges, you've got just around half an hour to do it. Don't cut it too fine, please. We love the fact that you've come here to spectate, but if you are wanting to get back to your vehicle and move out of the circuit for a wee while, obviously those of you who've got your RVs parked up, you're all settled for the night, excellent, and you can tune in to the coverage on RS1 from radiolemans.com. Use the listen now button and select RS1 and you can hear what we're doing. Also, if you've got your 4G dongle, probably watching the pictures as well at the moment. So once again, a quick reminder. I'll give you another reminder long before, once we get the next hour update done. But those pedestrian walkover bridges, if you're here at Sebring International Raceway and you need to get back across the track, they're going to close in just on 30 minutes time. So you've got 30 minutes, half an hour to get where you are going. Otherwise, you're stuck.
I can see where this is going. If you want to get Stark on the party side going, oh, they've shut the bridge. Oh, I didn't hear John Hindle say it 25 times on air. Oh, well, I'll just have to stay here all night then. Oh, dear. There's a golf
Sorry. Sorry,
sorry,
can't make the late dinner tonight. I'm stuck in Green Park.
Yes. You know, there's a golf club in our country, the United Kingdom, called Royal West Norfolk. It's also known as Brancaster. It's one of these really old traditional golf clubs where alcoholism goes along with golf hand in hand. And having a good time in the clubhouse is much more important than having a good time on the actual course itself. And it is right on the Norfolk coast, and you can actually get flooded out of civilization. You can effectively be flooded in to the clubhouse depending on how the tide is. And I think there's members at that golf club who get themselves flooded in on purpose. So they said, oh, well, I'm flooded in, nothing I can do about it. Oh, well, we'll just have another 4 hours on to the end of lunch.
Nick Damon's just fired his mic up again down in pit lane, which means he's been out to see the errant CWS Engineering Ginetta G55. And have you come back with news, Nick Damon? Sorry, go say that again, Nick, please. Now
Yeah, I'm not quite in the right place. Give me a minute or two.
Okay, super dupes. You just want to get your Visgog back on the telly again. I know you. Well, let's get the update out of the way. We're coming down to another hour completed. We'll give you a rundown. Not been without a bit of drama in the last few minutes. So as we come down, there's 19 hours to go. We'll do the update next, live from Sebring. Well, if you're just joining us, it's just after 10 o'clock. If you're here at the track, you've got exactly 30 minutes to use the walk over bridges, and here's how it stands. We've had a clean hour of racing since we last did the update, and we've got Lippert Motorsport for Lamborghini Huracan in the lead of the motor race by 24 seconds. That happened not so very long ago. That is the 10th change of lead, and that is the first time that car has led. So we've now had Lippert, Retronic, both the Herbert cars, and CP Racing. So it's five teams, 5 cars should I say, and 10 changes of lead. In second position, 24 seconds back then, it is Rutronic. Michael Doppelmayr getting his stint in at the moment. He is about 65 seconds ahead of Alfred Renau. So 10 Lamborghini, 18 Audi, 91 Herbert Porsche. Then it's Wolfgang Triller in the second of the Herbert cars, the number 92. Then it's CP Racing. Joe Foster now in that car, the number 85 Mercedes. The best of the GTX cars is in 6th position, Gerhard Watzinger, experienced IMSA prototype challenge driver down through the years, and driven in a variety of IMSA series. That Lippert Motorsport 710 then is the Super Trofeo Huracan, and that is in 6th position. 7th is the first of the Porsche class cars, the 991 GT3 Cups. So Carrera Cup cars, if you will. This is the 991 version by Willy Motorsports and EB Motors. Sabino de Castro behind the wheel of that. Nicholas Johnson for RPM Racing in a similar car, the 907 is next on the list. And then we've moved down a couple of places to Jason Hart, who's behind the wheel of the Nola Sport Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, which leads GT4 in 10th position overall. In second position in GT4, it's Chapman Dakota in the Rentec Motorsport Mercedes. That car has led its class as well, that's the 489. The top TCR car, or at least the top TCE, the touring car part of the race, is now Cedric Huet in the Ligia JS2R. And a moment or two ago, somebody who does know the right way around was the 955 at the hairpin. That was Sabina de Castro in the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. That's the leading 991 Cup car, and just went long, missed the braking point at turn 7, took to the old track the long way around at the old-fashioned hairpin, effectively. So just going back to the TCE, it is the Ligier, the red and white low-slung coupe, the JS2R, Nordschleifer Racing, Cedric Huet, who is behind the wheel of that car. Second is the Audi of AC Motorsport, the 188. Matthew Taskinen is now driving that car. And third in TCE, Autorama Motorsport, Konstantin Kletzer in the number 1 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Other class leaders then who are missed out. Well, the TCR class leader obviously is AC Motorsport, because that is a substantive class on its own. And we've now got, we've still got Bill Oberlin in the BMW M Motorsport GT3, the competition outing in the USA debut for that car. The Vortex is back out and circulating again. It's his first lap out. Philippe Bonnell after that problem for the right front. And Nick Damon is back with us in the pit lane, having been to see CWS and talked to Colin White about the Ginetta that has been behind the wall for the better part of 3 hours now. Nick, what have you found out about the number 278, the blue and black as it was last time I saw it in the daylight? How is it?
It's not anymore. There's a great number of white panels. I spoke to a lovely guy called Aaron, who's one of the driver coaches, one of the drivers, and in very colourful language, he said it had been on all 4 corners. He was then corrected that only 2 corners were completely and the other 2 were only lightly damaged, but a lot of bodywork had fallen off. Basically, they are rebuilding a Ginetta. The thing, I think they're all silently really impressed the amount of damage from one accident that's been done. It's ripped all the bits off. They are rebuilding it. I've actually tweeted a picture of some of the carnage laid out on the floor. So if you follow me on at RC Racing, you'll be able to see, or just look at the picture of the stuff I found there. They're treating it all with immense humour, which makes me think that it's very likely that they've probably got very good insurance, because that's a lot of money they spent in rebuilding that car. Colin White helping out. Colin White was actually doing some work on reinforcing the front of the valance, and he was actually cutting in and gluing down bits of metal, the perforated metal you can bend and put into shape. I'm sure there's a proper word for it. And he just turned around and said, "Do you know what? I feel like a dentist." I went, "Okay, fine." Yeah, they're having a lovely time rebuilding a car. It's costing thousands of pounds, but they will be out. They think in about 90 minutes' time. So plucky little 278. But this time, normally the Ginettas stop because they've lost a differential or a gearbox. But this time, not so much. And I believe one of the cars, a complete segue. I believe a car is off the track, John.
One of the Porsches has had a spin down at turn number 7 at the hairpin, and I think it was the, now let's have a look, was it the 987? Yes, it was the 987.
Yes.
So that's Sebastian, not Sebastian driving the car, Sebastian Moreno, I think it was, and I think that's by the lights across the back. So you can tell by the MRS GT racing car, and it was a 992 Carrera Cup car. Nick, just before we let you go and get your code, because it looks like it's starting to drizzle again in the pit lane, did Aaron, in any less colourful language, tell you whether the Ginetta 278 was of its own accord, or whether somebody had it?
It was definitely by the driver on his own. It was an individual driver.
Okay.
It wasn't helped. He wasn't helped with its total witchery by someone else. No, they were absolutely going, yes, do you want to talk to me? I said, well, if he wants to come all the way to the pit lane to explain how he's it, yes, he said, probably not.
Right, excellent, Nick. Excellent reporting, and no use of the bleep button required. But I think we got the general gist of that. Sebastian Moreno has continued in the MRS GT Racing 911 GT3 Cup car. The new rear wing mounts on that with the swan necks, and that rear wing, that whole car a little more sophisticated than the car it's replacing, with a little bit more on the suspension side in terms of what you could do with that car, and also the rear wing with much more adjustment as well. Nick Damon, Leipert having just taken the lead, Dennis Fetzer is in to the pit lane. I reckon that was 29 laps, so that's as near as makes no difference a proper stint. An hour and 5 minutes for Dennis, so that's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, he's into fuel. Now, I think there's a problem with the car. Now, I don't know, I'll be honest with you, I don't know whether it stopped in its pit box because I was chatting away to you. But it went past and it was not running at all cleanly.
Certainly the longest stint the car has done all race.
It was basically it was missing. It was sounding wrong. I'm just wondering whether he might actually have run out of fuel on the pit lane because 3 of the teams ran at full pelt up. Perhaps he could have pushed the final few yards. But the thing was absolutely spluttering as it went past me, and I'm just a little bit past halfway.
I think that's exactly. Yeah, he's just past the red and white Ligier, and I think you're spot on, Nick. I think that is brilliant. I've just seen a whole load of guys in the yellow gilets, the gilet jaune, and they are indeed. It does not have V10 Lamborghini power. It has 10 legs of power from 5 of its mechanics, and it's into the pit lane now, into the fuel stop now. The VP Racing fuel will be able to be pumped into it, but my goodness me, they'd run that one close, too close, and that's dropped them time, and they have already lost the lead and cost themselves some time as the GS Ligier come in, the GS2R. Interesting car that. There is a series for those cars in Europe, very competitive as well. Now who else is in there? That's Sam Tan in the ST racing car. At least it was Samantha who brought it in. Just wait for that car to clear the pit lane to see if Sam's doing a double. Yes, she is.
That's
had that. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
It's really frustrating for the Lippert crew because they'd really hauled themselves back up into a really strong position, and what they'll need to do now is I think they'll have to fill up with fuel and then go back around and then do the tyre change, unless they've already done that, which I don't think they did.
There's nothing that says you have to change tyres every time. We are into the much cooler part of the evening. So they could be doubling, and it's because of it's not regulations about not fueling and tiring together, but as you don't fuel in your own pit, you save that time. There's an absolute saving in the time that you would have changed the tyres. So Alfred Renard back to the lead, so that's another lead change, and it's not Rudtronic that's gone to the top then, it's Alfred Renard who's overtaken the number 18 Audi that was in second. It stays in second, but now there's a new car ahead of it. Nick just telling me that car did not stop at its pit garage. Now the thing is, will it start? Because if you've got a vapor lock and you have run it right the way down on your fuel, these cars look really, really menacing in the darkness, particularly when you've got a car coming up behind casting shadows. That Lamborghini looks like somebody has put a big hand on it and just pushed it down onto the floor. Somebody's made a plasticine model, and it's not quite the right height off the ground. Well, the JSP2 Ligier is moving, and the Lippert Lamborghini's moving, and through goes Renard. Renard through again. So Alfred Renard now behind the wheel of the number 91 Porsche into Christensen corner, turn 3, and Fetzer down to 4th position. A pit stop costs about a lap and a half to 2 laps. And I reckon there, Peter, they lost a good 15-20 seconds getting that car in the pit lane, and it's struggling.
Here's the cough. That's the cough. I remember I had an Audi TT that did just this. When I coughed it into the fuel station, it did take a little bit of throttle and kicking and screaming before I did finally get a full taste of the fuel. And that's exactly what's happening to Dennis Fetzer's number 10 Lamborghini Huracan. Is going at walking pace down towards Christensen Corner just now, waiting for that VP Racing fuel. It's magic stuff, but it needs to get all the way through to the vital parts. And that wiper, that's so
painful.
Frustrating, because it's, I think you could call that, I think it'd be fair to say, an unforced error if it is the fuel. Because
too many, yeah.
Yeah, you can't afford to make that mistake. They were in such a good situation, and I would think they would have been planning to put tyres on, maybe even a driver change, but possibly not. But they've. Oh, there's a.
I'm not sure.
There's a Porsche. The number 987 Porsche is right behind the 10 Lamborghini. Is there a? I don't see a purple flag. This is bizarre. This is absolutely bizarre. The 987 Porsche is flashing its lights, going at walking pace with the number 10 Lamborghini. It's driven by. Was he saying you want a push? I mean, I honestly.
Well, that's Sebastian Moreno.
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What is going on?
There's two things here. Either the fuel's not getting through, or he can't clear the pit lane speed limiter.
But what about that doesn't explain the Porsche though? The 987 Porsche.
No, there's no explanation for that, Peter. That's the explanation for that. Unless he thought it was a safety car. He's had a rather eventful few laps, hasn't he? Being tipped or having a spin and then going long at turn 7. Turn 7's been a bit of a funny one. Just a quick note, you've got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes if you want to use the pedestrian bridges. We'll be closing those at 1/2 this hour, 30 minutes past 10 local time here in Sebring. Jerry's just said, thanks for the advice of the pedestrian bridge. I've begun my walk back from turn 17 to the front stretch. Or to Green Park from turn 17 in the front stretch, should I say. Pedestrian bridges closing in just over 10 minutes time, so please don't push your luck here. And that's exactly what I'm afraid we believe has happened to Lightbit Motorsport. They were absolutely bossing this race with the number 10, and on the outlap, after failing to get to the VP of fuel station, that car has coughed and spluttered and come to a halt at Big Bend, just underneath one of the bridges there. And this will be a code 60, our second code 60 of the event. Now, we can get towed back to the pits, but he's losing laps here. Now down 3 laps on the Renat Herberth car, the 91 car, which is back in the lead. Rutronic have come into the pits. This is a brilliant move by Rutronic. They got in before the before the purple flags came out. Nick Damon, did they stop at their pit lane? This is the second place car, and Michael Doppelmayr.
No, they went straight through for fuel, John. Interestingly, Herberth 91 are about to do a full service. They're going to take Alfa Renauer out of the car, even though he's not been there for that long, and Ralph Bond's about to get back in again. So they're doing a complete change. They've got tyres as well. So I'm not sure. I haven't got the stint length in here, but I don't suppose Alfa's been in for that long. More than 45 minutes, I wouldn't think. So they're doing a complete change.
22 laps. It'll be 23 laps at the end of this one. It's 50 minutes by the time he'll get back to you, Nick.
Bad. That's 6 laps off where he wants to be. So doing a full service tyres and, of course, only half a tank of fuel. And then we'll see if they end up deciding to do the come back in again and get the second bit of fuel. The 92 car, their teammate has gone past just for fuel only. So both of the Herberth cars are going down towards the fuel stop for half a tank. Of course, we know the Rutronic car has gone for a full tank. So Triller stays in the 92. But yeah, certainly advantage Rutronic there, because they can get as much fuel as they can fit in. I'm not sure they can get the whole 95 litres in there, but they get as much as they can fit in, and they're ready to go. John.
Oh. Well, the Lightbit car is under tow. It's down at turn 7. Oh, it's running on its own steam. So a bump start got it going, but it's still not up to speed, and the tail lights have come back on. I'm still not sure this car is right. In the meantime, the track services have decided to take this opportunity to take a jet blower out and clear off some of the debris on the track, some of the Hankook rubber debris, which I think is sensible. This gives me an opportunity where there's a bit of quiet to see you've now got under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes to use any of the pedestrian bridges here at Sebring. The GM safety truck is with the number 10, Dennis Ferdser, and Leipert Motorsport. I think that's going to just need a flat toe all the way back, guys.
I think they're trying to do some sort of Control-Alt-Delete at the moment. It seems like there's some sort of, it's as if the car's brains got confused with it having no fuel. Yeah, starved of fuel, and the car's brains almost shut down. It's strange because you see the driver, Dennis Fetzer, trying to recycle the car. You see the lights coming on and then off again, but I mean, maybe we're being unkind, John. Maybe it's got nothing to do with the fuel. Maybe the car had that issue when it came into pit lane, possibly.
Well, yes,
it's a possibility. But and of course, the car has been not in the wars, but it has had a couple of thumps, of course. So it's nothing if not eventful.
Just our second Peter, just our second intervention. Now, everybody who's come into the pits now can only take half their fuel allowance. It's part of the balance of performance, how much fuel you can put in the car, and under the neutralised race conditions of a code 60, the pit lane stays open, but you can only take in half of your fuel allowance. Now, the outlier in that is going to be the Rutronic Racing Audi, which has now had Marcus Winkelhock reinstalled into that, and he was in early enough. They saw the potential for a code 60 and they got that car in, and they will have been able to take full fuel load from Winkelhock, so he potentially can stretch that fuel window a little bit longer than the cars around him. Harter Racing in as well, the 423. Ian James brought it into the pit lane. The Aston Martin Vantage AMR. This is the 423 car. That's getting fuel, VP Racing fuel service at the moment, down in the right-hand side of the exit of the pit lane, just underneath the Sebring and Rolex bridge. VP Racing, the official fuel supplier of IMSA, of course, and this event is a collaboration between Creventic, the organisers of the 24H series, the Hankook 24H series, and IMSA. Still waiting for recovery on that Leipert car. Right rear. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with the left rear of that car. I wonder if that car has got a suspension issue, or maybe a tie rod issue, because that wheel does not look like it's pointing in the right direction. It might just be that there's been a little bit of damage on that and it's bent the bodywork and the wheel arch, the fender. But I will preface this by saying I am not a suspension engineer, but that doesn't look quite right to me, and neither does the wheel arch around it. Something is awry, I would say, on that car. They've now
that would have been where on the impact coming out when coming out of Tower Turn, I guess. It was the left-hand side of the car that went in there, but Dennis Fetzer got back up to speed very quickly after that one. So it's bizarre. It seems like the bodywork's moved out of shape. I'm not sure if the wheels moved out of shape.
Well, that's you're spot on there, Peter. It could be that, yeah.
Because it came in and out of pit lane, you know, and
we'll
they
see
didn't
when it
seem
gets
to be
towed.
paying attention to it. It was
We'll see when it gets towed. If it's had a sideways bump at Tower at 13, it could be a drive shaft or something like that. It's difficult to see with the lack of light over by turn 7. Great work by our camera operators as ever to let us see the whole circuit from where we are. Now, that car is not going to be towed around the circuit. It is going now wrong direction on the old part of the track. and there is an access gate to the right there, which takes you back onto the public road. Looks like it's taking the flat tour rather well, so maybe I was being a little bit pessimistic. Nick Damon has been down to Leipert and is in the pit lane now. Nick, what can you tell us? What are the team telling you?
Well, the two things that we thought are true, it was out of fuel as it came down the pit lane, and it's now got a fuel pressure problem, but they don't know why. So that hence the rotation, hence they're looking at all sorts of telemetry, but the basic thing is it's not getting any fuel through. That's the problem. So our first guess was in fact correct.
Team manager of that number 10 is being asked to go to race control. Thanks, Nick Damon, for the next half an hour or so, and then we're going to give our TV colleagues some deserved time off. Code 60 will be ending in about 45 seconds. We'll go back to racing with Herbert and Ralph Bowen behind the wheel of the 91 on his outlap. He is halfway down the Ullman straight, on the back straight. And where is Marcus Winkelhock? This is going to be an interesting chase, isn't it, with Ralph Bowen in the leading car, Winkelhock in the 18, back to green. Engine notes picking up. Well, Winkelhock is on the front straight going into turn 1 as the leader of the race crosses the line, so he's almost a full lap down. Well, this is a turn. This is a right turn. Peter Mackay, with about half an hour of full coverage to go. This is the first bit of real drama we've seen for one of the front-running cars.
Yeah, I mean, we've had both Herbert Porsches, of course the Retronic Audi and the Leipert Lamborghini all taking their turns at the front, and very difficult to tell who was going to come out on top, and it was just the deadlock needed to be broken, and unfortunately that's been the Leipert Lamborghini but as we've had confirmed, a completely unforced error due to running out of fuel. I mean, that's really frustrating. And not only that, they had that crew. They had Sebastian Balthazar and Dennis Betzer ready to go. Sorry, Sebastian Balthazar and Seb Morris, two very fast drivers, ready to go, and that would have really turned the screw even more on the competition. But instead they're being towed back, and their rivals Retronic Racing have not only that, they got a huge win out of that Code 60, where they got in before the Code 60 flag came out there for full tank of fuel. And oh, by the way, we've taken our slowest driver out, and we've put the fastest driver in the field in our car. So it's a complete turnaround of fortunes. And but this is, where are we? 5 hours and 26 minutes into this race. 18 hours and 32 to go. There's going to be plenty more twists and turns to come. So it's not done yet.
And you've got about 2 minutes if you're here at the track to use the pedestrian bridges. They will be closing at 10:30, which is under a minute away now. So our public information announcement there. Yeah, absolutely. That Leipert car, I mean, it isn't. I said it was the first major drama. We had a couple of little, if not major dramas, we'd certainly had some dramettes, hadn't we? Because that was the car that was in contact with Bill Oberlin and the new M4 GT3. It also was then off the track quite substantially on the far side of the circuit, which we thought was at Tower in the darkness. Might have been a wee bit further around, but certainly it was adjacent to the tyre barriers, if not actually having made contact, and rather sheepishly drove back onto the track, hopefully under the cover of darkness. Oh no, I've been seen. So they haven't had a clean run, which for everybody else is probably, Peter, good news, because that car, when it has been running, whether it's been in traffic or indeed particularly when it's been in clear air, that's been a very fast car, whatever the grade of the driver that's been in it.
Yes, and that's indeed. Leipert were looking so strong, but it depends what that issue is and how quickly they'll be able to fix it. It does seem like some sort of electrical issue, but that's, there is fuel there, but if for whatever reason the system thinks there isn't, I don't know, but I'm not sure. But I would say right now it is really advantage Brutronic. It is. You make your own luck. They've not made the mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
That car's been nowhere near trouble at all. I think that's been the difference.
I think that whole contretemps there. Nick Damon is in the pit lane, and in fact, did the 10 car just come through the pit lane there, Nick?
We've obviously got some sort of
Nick. There you go.
Obviously got a slingshot off the back of the truck or something, and it's trundled down the pit lane at full speed, or full pit limiter speed, sounding fine, and rejoined the track, and I'm sure you're on the tracker now, everything's fine. So whatever happened, they've managed to perhaps switch on normally there's 2 fuel pumps, but they switched fuel pumps, or whatever, or the vapor lock has cleared itself whilst being towed because of a bump start way. That car now looks absolutely fine. It's just a, 3-lap cock-up?
6-lap cock-up.
Ouch. Double cock-up,
I would say it. Yes. I think that's 6 laps. Don't forget they were leading when they came in. Herbert were a lap and a bit behind on the pit stagger. Well, even if they'd come out on the same lap, Herbert are now have completed 138, and they're on their out lap now, 131. So I think 5 or 6 laps that's cost them, with the extra time that it took them to get the fuel, then the very slow stop down to turn 7, then the tour back. It'll have been outside of the circuit, so the lap that it was on would not have been counted. Wow. And in the meantime, one of the dramettes that we were talking about, Peter, has been assessed by race control for that number 10.
Yes, and how should we say this? The number 82 BMW has been assigned a 10-second penalty to be served at its next stop for incident responsibility, causing a collision. The stewards have deemed that the number 82 BMW instigated that collision, and the number 10 Lamborghini was the innocent party in that one.
Right, okay. I could have seen it being called either way, or no call. That it was one of those that was right on the cusp, and not sure what the makeup is of race control here, and whether we've got a mix of IMSA and Creventic, or whether it's all Creventic or all IMSA for that matter. But incident responsibility is a very IMSA way of putting things. It doesn't say that it was deliberate. It's just, if you weren't there, the incident wouldn't have happened. Which I suppose, if you look at it that way, you can absolutely say that Oberlin coming down the inside there, that he was the one that could see, he could have backed out. Driver briefings tend to say, whatever class of car you're in and whatever is going on, stick to your racing line and let the faster car go by you safely. I suppose I can say that. Well, as I say, I could have seen it the other way as well.
Well, exactly.
I don't,
to that point,
it is one of those.
To that point, John, as you touched on it, there's the faster car and there's the car in position, and the number 10 car, the Lamborghini, was fighting for the lead. The number 82 BMW is 20 or 30 laps down, and indeed cannot be, before you get into the fact it can't be classified for the win anyway. It's certainly not in GT3 anyway. So yes, there's lots of different ways you can call that, and I think it also does show you as well is that Bill Oberlin has one speed, and that's maximum attack, and this might be a test, it might be a kind of dry run. He's not going to go around and dawdle around. He's going to drive exactly like he would if this was you know, if this was, you know, a full competition with a homologated car. So just shows you that that's why they're here, and you can't have a competition simulation without driving in the way you would in competition. And for Bill, that's maximum attack all the time.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Bill is, you know,
not backwards and coming
as
forwards.
I say, again, what did I say at the time? Walk a mile in someone else's shoes, and then, you know, you are a mile away from them, and you are a mile away from him, and he's got no 2:02.895 by Marcus Winkelhock. It's a new fastest lap of the race. Now that's now getting within a second and a half of Pat Long's GT3 race lap record, which was set earlier on this year in a Porsche GT3R. 2 minutes 8:08, 2 minutes 0 seconds .808. So it's actually almost exactly 2 seconds, isn't it? It's 2 seconds away. First time most of these teams have been here, and the vagaries of setting up a car for the bumps of Sebring clearly playing a part.
Yeah, I think you've got to give. I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think this would be Retronic Racing's first ever appearance at Sebring. Whereas, as it is for most of the teams, and yeah, you look also from the tyre data as well. I mean, it's as well, of course, different tyre used in that would have been fitted to Pat Long's Wright Motorsport Porsche. So yeah, there's a lot of factors to play in for it. But I don't think Marcus Winkelhock is finished. He's setting more purple sectors as well. So yeah, he's still pushing on, and of course the car is absolutely brimmed full of fuel. So I would think that he'll have plenty more fast laps in there as well. But yeah, this is the effect that it has, having your very quick driver in the car 3 seconds a lap quicker than, in fact, 4 seconds a lap quicker than Ralph Bond last time by, who's leading.
Going to nip back down to Nick Damon. We've got about another 20 minutes before we stand our camera operators down and let the cars have their own way during the night without bothering them, although we will be still running some onboards via the video stream. It'll be Johnny and Snowy in the morning, so JP, Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden from 6:30 a.m. Eastern. Nick, where have you wandered down to?
I've wandered
and have
down.
You got Seb with you?
I have got, no, it's not Seb, it's young Seb. I've wandered down to the 188 pit, and I'm going to have to get this right. It's Mathieu. Oh, how do you say the surname?
Detre.
Mathieu, so your team's in the lead at TCR. I take it, and you're just out the car recently, so things are coming together in these first 5 hours.
Yeah, like, you know, with very little practice time we had, their team hit it right on the head with our setup. Car is perfect out there. It's real consistent throughout the entire stint, and I believe we can carry out through the rest of the night.
How much experience do you have at Sebring? Obviously being a Canadian, I assume you're on the American circuits. Have you driven here before?
I haven't been to Sebring, no. This is my first time in the car since the beginning of COVID, so it's a struggle for me that first practice, I'm not gonna lie.
So it's basically you're 2 years out of condition.
Well, I've been in some karting back at home, but yeah, no. First time in a car in 2 years. So
obviously us Creventic regulars don't really know you much. So what were you doing prior to the pandemic?
TCR, we did, I did 24 hours of Dubai with these guys. I was in Coda as well. We won Dubai, came second at Coda. And I did sprint car TCR up in Canada before that, so some experience in it.
And you've got a real hot shoe in the car in Rick Breukers, one of the fastest drivers in the Creventic series. Did he give you any tips?
Oh yeah, everything I did that last session came from Rick's head. So he's been teaching me well, especially with me being unconditioned, like we said. He's helping me out a lot today.
Thank you very much. Well, only 18 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, still lots of time left.
Matthew from the 188 car. I love the fact that, well, you have one Dubai. You know, so many of them and so many drivers. Sometimes you just miss the class winners, I'm afraid. But well, it's not a bad comeback, is it? You take 20 months off because of a pandemic and you're straight in the front of a TCR car.
Marcus Winkelhock continues to charge in the Rootronic Audi. He's got traffic to deal with, but he is lapping Peter quicker than Ralph Bourne in the Herbert Porsche. Ralph at the moment in that number 91 at turn 10, and he was only a couple of corners behind when we went back to green, and at the moment he's coming to turn, let's call it turn 13, Tower, and the race leader is where? Sorry, the race second place. That was end of the back straight. So Marcus is pulling away, but trying to catch back up again, should I say, but not as much as I thought he might be, to be honest. You've been watching the lap times, Peter. What have they been looking like the last couple of times around between Bourne and Winkelhock?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Ralph Bond's doing a super job. I mean, he's about 3, sometimes as much as 4 seconds off the pace of Marcus Winkelhock, but at this stage, that's exactly, Ralph Bond needs to do his job well, and that's hit his pace and stay in the rhythm, and that's exactly what he's doing. Trying to keep up with Marcus Winkelhock would end up in disaster. And of course, remember that the Marcus Winkelhock, there aren't another 4 of him. You know, that's the thing. This is going to come back and forward. Ralph Bond's doing exactly what he needs to do. In fact, very quick lap last time, 204.9 for Ralph Bond last time, 204.1 for Winkelhock, so he's right there. I mean, Ralph Bond is doing a super job. The big thing is the difference between Marcus Winkelhock in the number 18 Rootronic Audi in second and the 92 Herbert Porsche in third. That is a little bit of a different story. That is a gap of 6, 7, 8 seconds a lap faster in the favour of Winkelhock. Wow, Wolfgang Triller. So it's a tail. I think the overall leader of the race, Ralph Bond, doing a super job in the 91 Herbert Porsche, but the 92 Herbert crew, they've just got to kind of stem the bleeding at this point and just try and get through this phase and try and catch up later on, because at the moment they're losing a lot of time.
Let's give you a quick rundown before we start to think about putting the camera covers on for the night and taking the break. Reminder, we'll be back at 6:30, 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It'll be Andrew Murray in the pits, Johnny Palmer leading the commentary with Peter Snowden alongside him in the Global Broadcast Centre. So it's Herbert by a little under a lap from Rootronic, Porsche number 91 from Audi number 18, then 45 seconds further back Wolfgang Triller for the second of the Herbert cars, the number 92. Another new fastest lap for Winkelhock, down to a 2:02.7. He's taken another 10th off his own best time. Joe Foster's back up into 4th for 85. The CP Racing Mercedes, and he's about 1 minute and 16 seconds away from what at the moment is 3rd place in Wolfgang Triller. Step on the box there. Sabino De Castro for Wheelie Motorsport by AB Motors is the first of the 991 or class cars, the Cup cars, and that's the number 995 in 5th position. Leading in GTX is Leipert, Gerhard Watzinger in 8th position. Leading in GT4, Nola Sports and Jason Hart. In the 470 Porsche 788 Cayman. In the TCE race, it's back to being a TCR car that's leading. This is because there's a little bit of a differential on the pit stops between the TCRs and the 2 leading TCRs, which are at the moment the Autorama, AC Autorama, and 3rd in that is the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier. Let's just take you back to the GT4 leader, the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Jason Hart at the wheel of the Nola Sport car. Nick Damon is down with the team on pit road. Nick? Hello, Nick. Can't quite hear you at the moment.
Hello. You got me now?
One second.
Test. 1, 2.
Yes.
There we go. Alex, very competitive GT4 class, which what's the secret, the reason that Nola scored leading?
Well, we got a really good start in the rain. Jason Hart put it between the middle and just ran all the way to the front, and we've had flawless pit stops ever since. We lucked out with the Code 60s a couple times here and just came in for some fuel, and we're leading the way so far, and hopefully we can keep it there.
And have you done your hour yet?
I have not done mine. I'm going up next, so I'm real excited. As my second 24-hour here at Sebring, so I'm real excited.
So you actually have some 24-hour experience at Sebring. Well, when we came here, we thought it was the first ever. Apparently there was one a couple of weeks ago, yeah?
Yeah, there's a WRL event, the World Racing League. I did it in a TCR car, in one of the Audis.
So you go from front-wheel drive, front engine, to rear-wheel drive, mid-engine. Is it a very different experience around the track?
It's entirely different. The front-wheel drive is more of a pushy, understeer type of car. Here, it's more free and floaty, so it's a real good experience to drive one and then the other right back to back.
Are you next to the car, or you got another wait?
There's one other guy in front of me, and then I'll be in there.
I don't want to give you any bad news, but there is rain forecast for a couple of hours' time.
Hey, I'm excited for the rain. I love the rain. The first time I've ever been in a car was in the rain, so I'm real excited for that.
Sorry, do you live in Scotland? It always rains there.
No, sadly, don't live in Scotland. I live north of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's quite wet there occasionally as well.
On occasion.
Alex, cheers, mate. Thanks very much indeed. That's Alex from Naylor Sport, who lives somewhere wet. Not as wet as Scotland, Peter. That's all right. Knockhill, the only place where one side of the track could be sunny, the other side in fog, and 1746.
He's really mean when he wants to be. He's so mean.
Oh yeah, I know. He'll not be getting back across the border anytime soon. And he thinks he's going to get some of the single malts that I've got stacked up here as well, you know.
Not anymore.
I'm not sure about that. No. Not at all. Sorry, Nick. Nobody else can hear you, only me.
No, you used to hear that. Tell Pete.
Probably just as well.
We need the censorship again.
Tell Pete I can share my 6-hour car at some point in the near future. You'll enjoy that. I can wreck the car again for him.
Second place in TCR, Konstantin Kletzer for Autorama. The Golfs doing what the Golfs do, and Autorama doing what Autorama do. I had that interview. I was just telling you, wasn't I, about the TCE category and how that sort of got split up again. We should be having Konstantin in. Actually, not too long. They do just over an hour. He's been in about 54 minutes. Turn 7 once again, and is providing one of the action areas, and that is the Samtan car that's gone off there, and the BMW, I think, ST Racing with Samantha at the wheel. Very difficult to spot these cars in the darkness. Our camera operator's doing a masterful job. Yeah, I was just talking to you about TCE and TCR and the TCX. TCE is a separate race and a separate championship. So throughout all of the events this year, there's been a GT race and what's called a TCE, Touring Car Endurance. Now, they're not all TCR cars, because there are some GT-ish cars that just don't fit in the other classes in GT, and it's all about the performance levels, and Creventic are very good at finding somewhere for these cars to go. So things like the Ginetta and the Ligier go into TCX, Touring Car X, because they don't quite fit anywhere else, but they still can race for points in the TCE, Touring Car Endurance category, and that isn't too confusing. So it may seem odd that that very svelte Ligier is with racing against a couple of Golfs and an Audi. That car Yeah, it's Michael Salenbash who's at the wheel of that car. He's 12 laps into what is going to be something like a 30 lap stint. Konstantin Kletzer is 22 laps into what will be a 35 lap stint. And Mathieu Detré for AC Motorsports, he's 9 laps into, again, what's going to be a 30 plus, maybe 35 lap stint. So they're all at very different points, Peter, of their fuel runs, and that's why they're moving around. I'll add into that Niklas Bourne as well, who's in the second of the Autorama cars, because that car's led the class as well. He's 19 laps in, so he's about half a tank of fuel down. Now I'm seeing a picture from turn 7, which looks
Samantha Tan.
spookily similar to what I saw a moment ago. Now, is that a second incident, Flo, that you've just showed me there, or was that the same incident, the first incident again? Able to listen into our TV production. And it was definitely the Samantha Tan car though, Peter, wasn't it? The ST Racing car.
You're making me doubt myself now. It was a BMW M4 anyway. That's
well, it's got to be that or the Tanger Associates car.
It could be
the Josh Norman car, the 421.
Right. Now,
what I should have done was looked at the lap times last time around for those two cars, but I was too busy working out your pit stop strategy. If Samantha, if we've wronged you, we apologise in advance.
Both lap times for both cars looking pretty good. If anything, maybe just a little bit off for the Tanger Associates car, so it's maybe more likely that it was that car. But yes, I think a bit. Luckily, no harm. We've seen much worse happen at that corner in this race. So yes, just a wee trip onto the grass is but nothing too much to worry about at this stage of the race. Speaking of, we're nearly at a quarter distance, just like that.
Yes, and we'll be taking a wee break at that point. So good opportunity now, Peter, for me to ask you what you've made of this first almost 6 hours of the race. We've had a little bit of everything. Clearly, only 23 cars starting. The traffic density hasn't been too difficult for people to negotiate, but it's clearly also still been a challenge. And since it's dried up, the lap times have become very impressive.
They have, and I'll reiterate what I said earlier. Sergio Nicolai in the 955 Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors car, absolutely superb. Showing his pace in that class. That car still leads the 955 with Sabino De Castro, who actually really played a critical part as well in the wet weather earlier on. Takeaway for me, classic Sebring. It's keeping it out of trouble, and that's really been the case for Audi. And I could say, oh, Marcus Winkelhock's going quick. You're going, well, duh. It's not a surprise, is it? But you can see why the manufacturers, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, why they have these bands of incredible drivers on the books which they deploy out to their customers, and it is money well spent, that's for sure.
Just want to say hello to Heath Giles. I think he's tuned in at the moment. He's at Sydney Motorsport Park, the last regular season race of the Repco V8 Supercars this weekend, and the 11th race in a row from Sydney Motorsport Park over the last 4 weekends. Heath, thanks for responding to the Birmingham Wheels tweet that I sent earlier on today. The RSL Collective, Radio Show Limited Collective, once again pulling together. Thank you so much for the response to the Birmingham Wheels situation. Very important, and historic piece of British motorsport there that's in real threat of being closed down and the site being redeveloped. Planning application up at the moment, and trying to get a bit of an opposition to that. Just someone else has just gone straight on at the hairpin, and I think that was a 226. Miklas Born, was it? No, it's a 421. That's Josh Norman in the Team ACP Tanga car. So was that the car that was going on before? If they've got a brake problem, may well have, because that looks similar to the livery we saw earlier on. It was just in an area where we could spot the number.
Yeah, it seems
That
so.
was right in front of Miklas Born, that, Peter. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems so, and isn't that something that's definitely a Sebring characteristic? Not only does it brake cars, it really puts the brakes through their paces. I mean, that actually cost. I mean, Audi they'd won Sebring 8 years in a row, and then going for a 9th in a row, and it was an unexpected brake change that took them out of the race, basically, or out of contention for the race anyway. And you know, this is a place that really does batter the brakes. And you know, we spoke when we had that interview with Andy Lally. He was saying, yeah, we know that the car can do 24 hours of brakes at the Nürburgring, but he said, will it do it at Sebring? We don't know. I mean, there are a lot of quite big braking zones here, so
yep.
Oh, this would be early though, but then it was early for the Audi R10, hour 7 of the Sebring 12 hour all those years ago. So it's, yeah, this circuit continues to throw up surprises.
Well, we've got a couple of minutes before Peter and myself sign off. It'll be Johnny, Pete Snowden and Andrew Murray picking it up at 6:30 in the morning Eastern time. Just time for Nick Damon before he clocks off for this evening to speak to another driver just out of the ST Racing BMW, which has led the class, the 438. ST Racing is Samantha Tan.
Samantha, just out of the car, how was that stint?
It was good, very consistent, stayed out of trouble, so that's all we could hope for, really.
Car down in 4th, and it's very competitive with the GT4 class. I mean, I'd ask you why you 4th, but is it just difficult?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're going for the championship, so we really want to just keep the car clean again, stay out of trouble, because we do have a championship title at risk. So, you know, we're going to obviously gun for that win, and we still have a lot of hours to go, so we wait.
So basically, you're just going for the championship points. You're not particularly bothered about where you finish in this race.
I mean, we obviously want to win again because I think we've won all the 24 hours this season so far, so we're hoping to continue that streak. But yeah, for now, just keep the car clean. It's nighttime, you know. I don't know if a lot of the European drivers haven't been here before, so again, we're just trying to keep the car clean.
Great stuff, Sam. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you everyone who's spoken to today. I'm going to bed. See you.
I want your, just before you disappear,
Oh,
it's all right,
again.
Nick, don't worry, we've got this. Go on, no, it's all right. I'm going to do the standings before we wrap up. Nick Damon and Andy Marriott have been in the pits for us. Thank you very much to them. Here's how it stands then as we come to a quarter distance. It's Herberth, Ralph Bourne leading by just shy of a lap, with Marcus Winkelhock trying to chase them back down and get back on that lead lap. It's the second Herberth Porsche in third, so 91, 18 and 92. CP Racing is the Mercedes GT3, AMG GT3 in fourth position. Then the first of the Cup cars, the 991 class, it's a Gen 2 991 car, the 955 Willy Motorsport car. Leipzig are in sixth position now, after being really at the sharp end, and then ran out of fuel, had to get pushed into the VP Racing fuel stop, and then car wouldn't fire properly. We reckon that cost them probably 4 or 5 laps at the absolute minimum. Seventh is RPM Racing, the Tracy Cron Cup car, with Andy Lally, Patrick Heisman and Niklas Jonsson in the car. Leipert's GTX leading Huracan Super Trofeo, is at least flying the flag for them in 8th position. Outside the top 8 in GT, we've got the MRS GT Racing Porsche, the leading GT4, the 470 Nola Sport Cayman. Alex Mayer getting in that in a little while, as we heard. We've got in 11th position in GT the Rentec GT4, that's the Dakotas with Kyle Marcelli and Alan Metney. The 12th position in GT is the number 987 Porsche. Heart of Racing, well, not as far up as I thought they would be, 13th and 3rd in the GT4 category. And then it's Samantha Tan's 438 Team ACP, and the BMW still running, still getting valuable mileage, that brand new M4 GT3, which is making its US competition debut. Big problems for the Lion Speed car, although that car is running again now and has Patrick Kolb at the wheel, but is many laps off the lead. And the Vortex, well, they've had an up and down race as well, but again, that car is running and is only 2 laps behind that Lion Speed car, although they are in different parts of the GT field. And we'll finish up with TCE, which is being led once again by AC Motorsports, the Audi of the 188 team. Autorama, the 2 Swiss-ended Wolf Power Golf GTIs, the number 1 from the number 112. The Nordschleifer Racing Ligier is next up. Then the rather sorry for itself CWS G55, still being rebuilt, that Ginetta. Colin, if he can fabricate it, bend it, hit it with a hammer, he'll get it back out on the track if he can. The 101 Red Camel Jordan NL TCR Audi did not start the race. Peter Mackay has been alongside me, John Hindhaugh, in the global broadcast booth. It was Tim Gray and Kerry Cobb, Kes Cobb, up in London, getting our radio signal to the world. A massive thank you to everybody from Creventic, and particularly to our colleagues at 0221, who spent last night unpacking the containers and setting up all of the equipment. They're off for a well-earned rest, but we're not going to leave you without any pictures. If you're watching on the stream, we'll give you some onboards. If you're listening on RS1, we're going to replay from the start of our broadcast to fill the overnight, the whole 6.5 hours, including Nick's grid walk, start again, and we'll be back live with full coverage 6:30 in the morning with Johnny Palmer, with Peter Snowden, and with Andy Marriott in the pits, and with all of our camera operators fresh and refreshed and ready to go all the way through till the end of the race at 5 tomorrow, 5 on Sunday at Eastern time. Thanks to the gang. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll talk to you at 6:30 in the morning Eastern time. I'm John Hindhaugh. Good night, God bless.